And I think we're recording. Awesome. So hi John, how's it going? We got John here, the brilliant John.
Hello, hello.
How's it going, my
Hey,
friend? You all
nice to
good?
see you.
Yeah, you
Good,
as well, my
good,
friend.
good, 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 good. Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, I just
Uh,
wanted to do this quick video for our clients, right? To I guess a little bit inspire them and show them on what's possible, and just like give them an idea of how a deal looks like from beginning to end. So I know you've done a few deals, but we can focus on just one of them if you want. Literally, as much as you can share from beginning to end, how you found the deal, the negotiation, a little bit, maybe a little bit about the closing, and then what were your plans, kind of like to grow the business, right? So whatever you want to share, up to you. Um, Go ahead, my friend. If you want to introduce yourself a little bit, and yeah, just roll with it.
I'm John. Look, I'm John. I have been actually I've been looking at M&A, LBOs, this different stuff. I've been a student for I don't know, like a long time, and I do have to say, like, we're actually right now is the best time probably that I have, at least since I've been around, in terms of knowing what to do and how to do these deals. Um, Back when I first started, really there wasn't much good information. So like what Moran is doing in terms of putting this coursework together, it's really nice to have this kind of stuff here. It didn't used to be this way. So a little background here. I with my family we bought some let's say property management and uh, tangentially related like real estate businesses. So we do like some of the property maintenance and services and things like that. And I keep it a little deliberately big because I don't necessarily know if everyone wants to uh, have the specifics of what we do here. But anyways, um, me, my brother, and my father, we decided that we wanted to get into business together, and that we wanted to ultimately buy and grow and actually roll up businesses in this particular sector. And so my primary role and responsibility here was actually sourcing the deals. So it took me about 6 months, 6 solid months. We sent out letters. We sent out letters. I made phone calls, and I did go door to door and cold walked in, and the thing that actually worked the best was cold walking in. Once they see a name or once they see a face and they put a name to it, I mean, uh, there's very little you can do to beat that. And I would also make a recommendation. So when you go up to like for example, a company, you look up on Manta.com, this particular company. Pull up the name of the owner, and when you cold walk in, if you're doing this cold walk in thing, and I'm telling you it works. If you cold walk in and say, "Hey, is Janice available, or is Justin available or whatever?" Um, you can get pretty far with that, right? It works.
And
And so
I
actually
gotta
that's
jump in
how,
and say, John, I gotta jump in and say something. I'm telling you, I have people who came to me, some clients are like, "Hey, man, you know what? I sent 5 emails this week and I didn't close the deal yet. What the fuck am I doing wrong, right?" Or they're afraid to call people. They're afraid to send letters. They think that the script is what's going to get them the results or not. You see what I mean? It's like the exact
no,
same.
no, 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 no. This is what I did. The number one thing that I found that actually they never see the people that actually end up doing the deals and the people that don't do the deals is, one, the people that do the deals are actually likable, because the truth is it does take a lot. You have to find the right seller first of all, and the second thing is, and then this is the number one thing, and I can't emphasize this enough, is actually your ability to build rapport. So if you can't build a one-on-one relationship with the business owner, and and I tell you, actually, when you get good at this, and this takes a lot of practice, and I'm not saying I'm there yet, but I can tell you, when you get the home, or when you get the business owner to say, "I see myself in you 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 40 years ago," you got them. I mean, that's really actually when those words come out of their mouth, you know you're on the right track. You know you're doing the right things.
I love it.
Um, and
Do you want to share maybe a few of, if you had to say, hey, here are the one, two, three things you gotta do, or that really helped me in order to build rapport, or just to, I guess, move things forward in terms of talking to business owners?
Well, you ever heard the expression, it's by Maya Angelou, or Angelou, I don't know how you say it. Anyways, people don't remember exactly what you said; they just remember how you make them feel, right?
Yeah.
And so, a little trick that I love to use, and I don't know. First of all, I don't spend a lot of time talking. Actually, whenever I'm meeting with somebody, or I just generally am pretty curious, and you'll find actually that that the more that they're talking, they should be talking like 95% of the time. and maybe you ask the 5% of the time that you're talking, you're asking questions actually, and it's just being genuinely interested in about how the mechanics of their business work and all the different things. That's step number one in terms of building rapport. The second thing is that I would recommend is actually working on whenever you can see someone light up when you hit the right hot button topic for them, their face lights up. In other words, you can see it in their eyes where they're like actually on something that they really enjoy talking about, right? And so if you stay there and kind of like keep in that area for a long time, you can really build those good emotions. And what you're doing is you're trying to associate those good emotions with you actually in this conversation, and the idea of getting them to where they want to be. And ultimately, I mean, when you have these conversations, look, really what you're going for, I think in my mind is, okay, what is it that you're actually trying to accomplish? I mean, where do you want to be? Where do you want to be in 5 years? Where do you see yourself? Where are you heading? And ultimately, and this is an actual, if this isn't true, then you shouldn't do a deal with this person. So are you the right person to get them to where they want to be in 5 years or whatever, or 3 years or whatever? So if they want to be a beach in off Mexico, are you the person who's going to be able to take that business to a place where they're able to do that, or can you come in with the cash and get them kind of there? That's a really big element to this. And then the second thing I would say is actually understanding every time you get someone says, like, for example, I really recommend always testing quote unquote objections. So if someone says, well, I really need cash, all cash today, I might say something to the effect of, so if I walked in here with half the cash that you really wanted, but this is all I could come up with, and everything else, met your standards, you would say no. I shouldn't even walk in here with half the cash that you're asking for and have this conversation. And then they say, well, maybe if this and that, that's how I recommend checking the objections over and over again. And the more times that you check the objections, you're actually going to find out really where they actually stand on these things.
I love it, dude. And I just gotta emphasize and say, so you said, hey, you know what? You really need to realize where that owner want to be, right? And see if you can really help them. Some people think that it's gotta be a win-lose in order to close the deal, and it's, at least in my experience, the last thing.
No, you can't do. Right? There are no deals that come together as win-lose. It doesn't. Exactly. It doesn't really happen. And in fact, a lot of people, I think it's a terrible shame, kind of people think like this, but generally the richest people on earth, they have that abundance mentality. And if you get away from that, you're going to find, even if you do make the money, you're not going to keep it. It's not going to stay with you. And actually, it's amazing to me how many people actually try to actively avoid paying people money. The more money, you should be pretty loose with your money. And I quite literally mean, spending more money than you really have, just so that you have the motivation to go out and make more money. A, and B, you just know, you just have that knowledge that, well, I'll make more money. Basically, the certainty that you were going to make more money, right? Because the more you put out, the more you get back.
It's all about the energy, dude. I freaking agree with that. All about giving, getting it out of your system. So let's take a step back for a second and get some more clarity, if that's okay, on the specific of deal, because I know people will really be interested about the idea of just hearing firsthand how the negotiation went through, a little bit about the back and forth, and then kind of what really worked in the end of the day to really finalize that deal.
So the first deal that we did was this was sort of, and by the way, you move really fast. You start really picking up stuff really fast when you start actually applying things, So when I did my first deal, we had been through, let's see, I had really about 4 quality leads in terms of working with people and actually negotiating back and forth. Well, they've got something that I actually want to pick up. And the only question now is, getting the price and the terms that we need to do a deal. And anyway, so I sourced about four deals, and all of these, I sent letters out. But of the leads that I had, the quality ones, they actually all came in from me cold walking in. Okay, so that kind of tells you how what really worked for me, at least in the beginning there. And then the second thing is with some of these sellers actually, and a couple of them were like, well, I kind of want top dollar, and I wanted terms. I want the terms, all of it in my favor and none of it in your favor. So, there's not much I can do with that. And another one was, kind of just testing the water to see what he could get for his business, because he didn't necessarily want to sell today. Maybe he wants to sell tomorrow, that kind of thing. And then the last one was actually a business where it was just a burnt out. It qualifies. It basically was a burnt out owner. And we met. I walked in there. We met, and we actually ended up. I said, well, let's go get lunch. They said, well, we're interested, basically. And well, let me put it this way. When I walked in there, I basically handed a card to her and said, well, so okay, let's go back even one step further. When I walked in, I said, because like I told you, I look up on Manta who the owner is or what the ownership is. And like eight times out of 10, it's actually pretty right. So they do have pretty good data on that, and it's free. So when I go walk in, I say, hey, look, is Justin there? Is so on, whoever there? And then if they say yeah, well, basically they said yeah. And I said, well, this is kind of a private conversation. Do you mind if we speak privately? This wasn't an area really. The employees are around, and you really want to be. This is a delicate situation. And really, if employees kind of find out, or suppliers or different people find out the business is for sale, employees leave like immediately. And I'm jumping ahead now, but when we took over, we had like turned over a lot of staff, like almost everybody. They all just left, and we kind of replaced them one at a time. But really, when people see change in ownership, they think, oh my God, what's going to happen now? So anyways, we talk outside briefly, and I said, well, look, the reason I'm really here is because, I'd like to buy your business. And she said, well, I said, would that be interesting to you? Is this something you want to talk further about? She said, yeah, actually it is. And then from there we got lunch, or I think it was actually, we got lunch and a couple beers, and it was husband and wife, and me and my pops, and we met with them, and we went over the financials and different things, and it turned actually out to be a larger business than we thought, but that's great for us because we wanted a bigger business anyways. And once we were looking through the numbers, and they did actually have some problems with consistency. They didn't have any. Everything was on paper. There was no clear processes, and in fact, actually, still a year later, we're still working on building out the processes and the procedures. So there's a lot to that. Let's see. But in terms of actually the flow of that deal, so that's kind of how it started. When we had lunch, and we were kind of feeling out the terms and everything, and basically, look, the way that kind of goes is, and by the way, I hate this game. In fact, I'm doing this right now with somebody else. I'm like negotiating a lease. They say, well, it's like a game of chicken. Who wants to throw out the first price, right? I think it's a totally stupid game. But anyway, so we threw out the first price, and it was actually a fair offer. And looking back on it, we should have actually gone lower. But these are, just getting started is actually the most important thing. So, anyways, once you get the first one, you can move on from there. And so, yeah. Anyways, they basically agreed to it, and the way that we financed and did the deal is.
Oh wait, lost you, John.
I lost you there.
I lost you, bro. Yeah, you're back.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I got a phone call come in.
In the most exciting.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So
that deal, yeah.
Yeah. So I think everybody really is really everyone wants to know about sort of how you structure deals and things like that.
Yeah.
And that is a big part of actually doing deals and being able to structure them properly and doing this different stuff. But the truth is, like, it's overemphasized, I think. So anyways, the way that we did this, it was an SBA finance deal. So we went to SBA lenders, and I would recommend this anytime you're looking at a bank loan or getting financing. Banks change their preferences like every single day, basically, about like what they want to put together and everything like that. And so we went to a broker who deals with like a bunch of different banks, because if you go to one bank, he doesn't know, like, maybe it's right fit or maybe not. But if he's got 20 different banks that he can call upon, then they've actually got, and to me, that's actually worth paying maybe a point or half a point more just to get that done, because they know actually they can get the deal put through. Well, anyways, we've got the SBA loan, this is really an asset-light business. In fact, there's really not much assets here that are in this business. And so it was mostly, and truthfully, the only reason I was able to get this deal done is because I could rely upon my family actually to do this deal. Otherwise, it never would have gotten done. There's no way SBA would ever loan me money, right? I don't have the financials, I don't have the assets, that kind of stuff to get this kind of thing put together. But anyways, so for anyone that is kind of like looking at SBA loans as a way to get deals done and things like that, you gotta understand it's a pretty long process and there's some paperwork to deal with. And having the wrong SBA loan officer, some people, it's just there's red tape they got to wade through. You should never have to deal with that, but you need to have somebody that actually can wade through that. So that's what I would recommend, actually working with somebody who's been doing SBA loans for a long time.
I'll just add and say, because you mentioned this deal you did with an SBA. I just want to make sure that people understand that people outside the US, they don't have to use SBA loans. It's not like if you don't have SBA, you're done, right? Obviously, there are different cash flow institutions around the world that can do similar things.
Yeah.
You can mention a deal that you closed without any institutions, right? And there are tons of deal structures that we're showing you guys, the clients, of how to structure deals without any capital of your own or of financial institutions, because there are tons of ways to leverage and structure deals with just negotiating different things with the seller, right? So I just want to make sure that people understand that you don't have to use just SBA, right?
Of course, like what I want to say really is that there are a lot of different ways to structure different deals, but really once you get over the first part of it, which is can you get the owner to want to say yes to do a deal? So that's like getting that is at least, from there you can offer different alternatives and be creative in getting things done. But really getting them to want like you and want to do a deal with you, that's really the first step. And so anyways, it was about 3 or 4 months from when we actually got the heads of terms, I guess, or the term sheet put together, and we all agreed. There was a due diligence period with the bank where they got to check assets and put a valuation to the company. Loan went through without a hitch. They got their money. There was of course seller financing involved, and we ended up putting some money into the kitty to put this thing together. Yeah, so it was about from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. It was about 6 months.
And here's another thing, right? And that's what I'm telling to everyone who's joining the program, guys. You got to be committed to that. If you think that you're going to be a billionaire tomorrow, that's probably not for you. I mean, you're getting into a place here. We're talking about buying established businesses with employees, with some brand recognition. Those guys have been through something in the past. So you got to bring something to the table. If it's money, if it's time, if it's commitment, if it's you showing passion to get that business from the owner, you can't half-ass it, if that makes sense. You can't be 50% in. It's either all in, you want a business, or you don't. You can't be like, let's give it a try. Let's call a few business owners or a few banks and see if I can close a deal. You either you want a business in the next year, or just go and, I don't know, work for Uber or something, right? There's no in between.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, the truth is, you shouldn't expect to do a deal in anything less than 6 months. But these things do happen, but it's kind of random. I mean, you could get lucky, right? But I would expect at least to put at least 6 months in of work, consistent. And going back to, I think the people who do this successfully and the people who don't do this successfully is actually having the daily regimen of doing different tasks. I gotta tell you, actually being in the space of owning a business and developing and running a business, which is what I'm doing now with other people in my group. But really, it's a growth process unlike probably anything you've really been through. In fact, I'm a very different person right now than I was a year ago when we started this journey, and really very different than about 2 years ago. I've picked up a lot of lessons in that short period of time. But I got to say, I mean, I would recommend this to anybody. I think just forget about the money or the monetary aspects of it, just in terms of determining what kind of grit you've got and what kind of the ways that you communicate, the ways that you do business with other people. these are all valuable things to learn, I think. So, and it's unlike any other. There's no other place where I think you could really pick up that. So
I seriously see a business as a spiritual journey. There's nothing out there with so many challenges, ups, downs, and yeah, like I said, you gotta have grit, you gotta have consistency, and I love the fact that it's about the daily regimen. Like instead of you focusing on a specific goal, like you gotta focus on something that you're going to do daily. If it's going door to door, if it's calling people, if it's sending letters, right? Focus on the habits that you're going to do daily.
Predictable input is predictable output, more or less. So you got to focus on the input and then really don't worry about the outcomes. But just being predictable on your input is what leads to predictable output.
I love it. Sweet. So any other kind of like main last lessons that you want to share with people to help them?
Yeah, our probably I'll tell you the biggest mistake we made so far. I kicked myself because I was kind of workhorse behind this, but it kind of got away from me too at the same time. So we did pick up a second business actually. So on the rounds of letters we sent out initially, there was a much smaller company. It was basically a bolt-on acquisition. And the way that we structured this was it was no money down. So this was a no money down deal, and we basically absorbed his accounts. And the idea was that he was going to come sell for us, and we would just take over the operations of it. But this was still early in the game, and we are still not even close necessarily to being the kind of operators that we want to be. But we're more or less, we're probably in the top tier of our industry right now, at least top, let's say 10, 20%. But back then we were probably middle of the pack. And so we botched a little bit. Well, actually we did botch the transition, but truthfully, now I'm looking at other companies because I actually talked to all of my competitors. I don't even want to call them competitors, all of my peers really. And I've seen some people buy some other people, and it turns out it's actually these guys are making repeatable mistakes. And so one of the mistakes we did when we bought this first company was actually that we ultimately overpaid. Now, there's not actually. I want to be clear. It's not because we overpaid. It's because we structured the deal improperly. Because what happened was it wasn't an earnout. It was all seller financed, and it was a lot of money. More than it was worth, in other words. So we ended up getting actually upside down on the cash flow of the deal. Looking back on it, the way I would have structured it, the way we should have structured it was paying the same amount of money because he was really looking at the figure and he liked the idea of that figure, which is fine. But it had to be, instead of doing it all guaranteed, which is basically what it was, in terms of like standard spread, like even payments over time, which is how we structured it. I would really recommend instead having done it, let's say, as a percentage of revenue, or some variable, right? So in other words, it's much more closely tied to actually the performance of the accounts after we pick them up. That was one thing. The second thing is, and I guess this is the government being crazy, but I don't quite understand why this is exactly the way it is, but we're in a regular recurring maintenance business. Okay, so we have all of our customers on account with credit cards, right? And so what happened was when we took over this company, we had to migrate all of the credit cards to a different processor. So you have to recollect, let's say, 100 different credit cards. And I wouldn't recommend doing that. Again, I don't know how to solve for that problem other than just have 2 different processors. But it is not worth having to recollect everybody's credit card or payment information, especially when you don't have a relationship with them.
You probably lost what percentage you lost there?
We probably lost about 20% of our accounts. Between that, there's another thing here is that he was also actually the person that was doing a lot of the service. And when you go up against personality like that, it's hard to replace that. We could have been any company; it wouldn't have mattered. And so we were going to have lost probably about 15%. We probably lost an additional 5% just because we didn't know what we were doing. But every time you do these kind of things, it's something you need to you'll pick it up and you get better at it. So
got it. Awesome, man.
Yep.
Yeah, go
and then there's one more deal actually here that we unfortunately missed out on, but I've been chasing this guy for. I don't even like the word. I guess I don't like the word chasing, but I have been back and forth negotiations with the third company, smaller, and it was actually smaller than this company. It was a similar deal. But I ended up losing it because he ended up selling to the employee. Now this would have been a little bit of money down because really that's what he actually wanted money now because he legitimate expenses and things like that. And again, when I say checking the objections and everything like that, just continue to do that, and you'll actually get you kind of mapping out gradually where they stand and what their positions are. So ultimately, he actually did, because a lot of times, in backing up here, when you're going for seller financing, the logic of this is almost unbeatable. So it's, hey, Mr. Seller, Mr. Business owner who I'm trying to buy, if I hand you a bundle of cash a day, what are you going to do with it? Usually I'm going to invest it. I'm going to put it in my bank account. I'm going to put it into the stock market. I'm going to put it into real estate or whatever. And the next step of that is, well, what do you expect to earn? Right? I mean, that's because what do they care actually if the money, they know their business, right? So wouldn't they rather invest in the business that they're selling than put it into some business they have no idea about anything, right? Like on the stock market or in real estate that they really don't know much about. So the logic of that's pretty sound. But then when you add to that also the second part, which is that if you expect me to hand you a pile of cash and you're going to walk away, you got to think I'm an idiot. Because one, if I had a pile of cash, why wouldn't I just go do a bigger deal where I can get bank leverage against that?
Yeah.
I'll make more money, and it's a more sound investment, and there's less risk to it. So, like, and this, I love, honestly, it's so true because you can't find a seller out there with clean financials, really. So you say, well, the bank's not going to finance this, and they won't actually finance this. So if you think I'm going to come in here with a pile of cash and hand it to you and walk away when I could go buy a better business with that's bigger and it's got better financials and get bank financing against that, why would I do that? So in other words, why should I buy your company over somebody else's if you're not even going to finance it? I got to have someone finance this. So who's going to do it? Right. Right. So these are some of the things, like, this is just like these are some of the logic behind, like, and then the last one is actually, well, if you're just going to walk away with the cash, how do I know I'm not buying a pig in a poke? I mean, how do I know that it's not a piece of shit?
Yeah.
Other words, I mean,
there's lots of risk for you. Exactly.
So I mean, you're asking me to take all the risk if I'm handing you the money and you're just going to walk away. That's not going to work. Yeah. So anyways, when you start actually adding these language patterns and these different things into the conversation, you start to get them to see the soundness of actually doing it, coming to the way that you want to do the deal more and more. And again, most negotiators, by the way, the second deal that we did took about a year to put together. So he came off the letters, but about 6 months after we bought this other business, we'd always, by the way, always keep in touch with the people that, keep pinging them, keep talking to them, because keep following up, because you don't know, there's a lot of different deals to do besides acquisitions and M&A. There's a lot of different deals, and you don't know what they have. And if you're constantly asking them, what are you looking for, what do you want, or what is it that you need, or just trying to be helpful generally, first of all, you're establishing a relationship that can last a long time, which is good to have friends, right? It's always good to have friends. The second thing is, you don't know what kind of deal you can put together with them. So just constantly following up people, these other peers, different people that you could work with in the future, is something that I would definitely recommend. It's been good for us so far. So, anyways, this is kind of like, I don't know if I'm rambling here or whatever, but
no, it's all good, man. You're giving gold. I love it. I don't want to stop you as long as you want to add anything.
Okay. This is a real golden nugget. A lot of people talk about working outside of the business, and that you need to be working outside of the business, right? Everyone wants to buy a business, and then that's kind of the goal here, is everyone wants to buy a business and then not have to work in it. Well, in order to do that, really, you have to have the systems and processes set up. And we all inherently know this, but no one actually ever tells you how to do it. And so kind of the idea really here is just to actually have regularly scheduled meetings with people and saying, okay, well, how do we improve things here? What you do from that, you take whatever they say, this is how you improve it, and you say, okay, well, this is what you're going to do from now on, right? So this is your idea. You should, you want to obviously make things better here, right? So this is what you should be doing to do on like a daily, like I said, predictable input, predictable output. So on a daily basis, like this is what you should be doing, right?
Yeah.
And just kind of implementing that, and then turning that basically those conversations, and I would recommend actually recording them, turning those conversations into process and procedure manuals is what actually creates good businesses. Because none of these other companies out here have any of this kind of stuff. And if you were to actually have this,
and everything is in the program, guys. Just go and watch it. All the organizational charts, the process books, how to track KPIs,
exactly,
meetings, all that shit. Just freaking do the work. Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Brilliant. Any last words?
Yeah. Pick up the goddamn phone. Pick up the phone and start cold walking into businesses. I mean, it's if nothing else, you'll make a friend because everyone appreciates that. So it's not hard. Don't make it hard. It just takes it's a process. So all right.
I love it, John. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Good chatting.
All right. Let me just stop the record. All right, we're on. Okay. Hey guys. Hey everyone. I just wanted to record this quick call with Borislav, one of our legends in our acquisition university, because he just purchased the business, and I'd like to hear his story. And I thought it will hopefully inspire some of you guys on what's possible. So yeah, first of all, hey Borislav, if you can say hi and maybe just share a little bit about your background, kind of like what you've been doing before you even started in your acquisitions journey. I think that will give really great value to people. So welcome, man.
Hello, Moran. Hello, everyone. First of all, thanks you, Moran, for this opportunity so I can share my experience. I purchased a trucking company, like I post over there. So I was already in that background. I was trying to buy some other businesses. Actually, I tried to purchase 2 more businesses before this one. But very soon I realized that that's not a really good choice. After that, I find this one business and I move on. So right now I'm president of this business. So for me now, new area will start. I have to, take care about this business. But basically, that's it from this state point.
Awesome. I love it. Would you mind sharing a little bit about the top line numbers? Like how much the business did, let's say, in the last 12 months in revenues?
Okay. Business was doing 70 million last year. This year was a little bit slower for trucking. So it was for 30% less than last year. But that's generally in trucking in this business because it's a little bit rough time for us. But I'm still comfortable with those numbers. So this year, I hope so it will be around 12, 13 million. And EBITDA for this business was around 1.2 million. So I hope so that EBITDA for it will be almost the same like last year. And business it's existing 6 years. So I have motivated seller, what helps me a lot. I didn't have broker, so I find business directly, and I deal with the seller. What's helped me a lot because in previous 2 businesses, brokers was involved, and all of that was go much tougher, because they was like a filtering information, so I can talk too much to the seller, and I didn't have so much leverage to speed up things, So here I was like dealing directly with sellers and with bank, and that speed up the process. So that's it.
I love it. So would you mind sharing in terms of your mindset, like talk to me about the mindset that you had throughout the journey before you purchased the business on what were you thinking about and what would your day-to-day look like in terms of the actual work? I think that will really help people.
Okay, this will now sound like a cliche, But I think that the most important part was mindset, you know. And if you ask me now through my experience, if I can choose only one thing, what will help me in doing this again, it will be mindset and emotional account, you know.
I love it.
I I was in very uncomfort situation. I was literally driving truck in the night times. I was listening videos, and in morning I will, you know, wash my face, put some nice suit, or you know, dress myself nicely and start to calling bank to go on meetings, and you know, so I was in tough situation, and for me, like believing was what was giving me like a strength to move on. So emotional account is very important, and I think so. If people don't like clean their emotions from background, and if they don't decide, they cannot literally move on, because emotions are those who blocking our action, by my opinion. And I was working a lot on that. I set up my expectation that I don't have nothing to lose, and I just fire, you know. So I watched your course once, and I was followed then Pena before you a lot, and I was know that's basically it. So I just watched course once, and I said, you know, I don't want to watch this anymore. It's everything. It's take action, get results, you know. So
May I ask you,
also,
Borislav, like
also
what kept you to? And sorry, I'm interrupting, and I'll continue to say what you're saying, but I just wonder, because it took you, I think you said to me, like 6 months before since you joined and before you bought the business, right? What kept you motivated and not giving up?
I mean, I didn't want to go back. So, you know, I was, it's, I think that is the most important, that people don't overthink, just to jump in process and to let process to drive them, because it kept me my next goal. It was a plenty of small goals. And after a while, I didn't have time to thinking too much about goal line, you know. Banks ask me that, or seller, or and I was working on it. When I approach goal line, I have new one, a new one, a new one, and at the end, I was at closing. So uh, it's very complex. I think that process is simple. Emotional, it's hard, because we set up one expectations and we got something else, you know, or taking longer, and that's when things to start to like a shaking you emotionally, you know. So I was here like I realized that that part will come, so I was constantly keep myself busy doing something, you know. I didn't want overthinking, and literally when I start this to work in beginning, I didn't like for example, my credit score at that moment was so bad, and I didn't know how it will figure out. I just say I don't know what will happen, but it will happen something good. So after that, I was start learning about credit score, how me to recover my credit score fast. So
Mm-hmm.
I did it literally
Can you
five
tell us,
days.
like in few words, in a nutshell, what were the things you did to?
I mean, I was do adding some trade lines so my credit card utilization can jump up, and you know, clean some stuff. You have legal procedure what you can like follow, and clean, you know, bad things from your credit report. So
Yeah.
literally 5 days before before bank checks me did I'm eligible for SBA loan, I cleaned, you know. At that moment I was know that doesn't happen by mistake. So if I just push more, you know, I will approach the goal line, and
I love it.
because uh, I was like on this in this process, like someone was helping me, you know. But I think that that's if you want something strong enough, everything will, you know, comes to you. So
Yeah.
like you know, I have, because if I go back and see how everything was going with credit score, with everything, it was so many obstacles. I made a plenty of mistakes, you know, and in future I know how I will do
What would you
things.
say? What would you say were the biggest mistakes you made that you wish you didn't make, so others could learn from those?
First of all, I constantly put rush, but sometimes it didn't was necessary. I know that it's hard, but you have to be like a stable, check everything. Second things, this company didn't was ready for sale, didn't was prepared for sale. They was ready for sale, but numbers didn't was prepared. So that's like make me a lot of headache with bank. I mean, I was know because I was follow business that everything is okay on a real scenario, but when you put numbers on papers, didn't looks like that. So I was gonna later convince bank that we are comfort to move on, and I did it. But if I was just do, you know, little bit more work, everything will go very smooth, you know. So
Mhm.
that's why like two the biggest things that don't rush and find business what is prepared for sale, you know.
Mhm.
But and also, I mean, through this process, I have like a headaches with lawyers little bit. So now finally, I have dream team. I find people through this process. I discover who is good, who is not. So
So
in
let's get
future,
specific there, right? Let's get specific on those details then. So first of all, in
first of
terms of
all,
picking a sector,
yeah,
you picked a sector, you said, because you were a truck driver, right? And you're like, okay, let's just go there. It's not like you managed that business before, right? You don't have any experience running a business like that before.
I mean, I was involved in grow of some company
Uh-huh.
with some my ideas, and that company like get some results also based, you know, based on my advices. So I discover why I will not do for myself, you know, because I help these guys, for example, with advice. This didn't was nothing too big, but I saw that it was reflecting very well, and that was just one of mine, for example, few ideas. So that's like a motivate me to start to purchase my
So
business so I can.
you basically took the experience you had, even if it's not specifically related, you're like, you know what, I can bring that experience into whatever business I'm going to work on.
Yeah.
And then can you tell us about the team? Did you build any team before you talk to businesses? Did you had accountants, lawyers, team members before, or it's just something that you're looking for right now after you close the deal?
I mean, no, during the process, I discover people because at some time you need lawyer. You cannot move on without your lawyer or
Yeah,
accountant or
beautiful.
so.
But you didn't have, just
I
for people to understand, you didn't have like a chairman or CFO or something
no,
like that. You just had accountants, lawyers, and how did you pay them to
and
close the deal?
I have broker.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have finance broker who helps me. Uh, that was the main like challenge for me. I didn't can find like lawyers who wanna work on successfully base. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I was wanna like put a deposit. First guy, he was like a horrible, so I fired him after a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I just forget about it on him. I was upset because at that moment it's still beginning. You're wasting your money. You know, you you know you don't know it will come back. Did you will close or not? So,
Yeah.
but I just said, you know what? For me, the cheapest option is just to forget this guy. So I move on, and later in through process I find normal people. So later
Which you
everything
paid.
was good.
So just to understand, did you pay those accountants and lawyers on an hourly basis with your money? Do you have that money now in the bank account of the business you bought to give you that money back or to pay to those accountants? How did you structure the payments specifically
Yeah,
for those?
I purchased business cheaper than what is really evaluation. So I overfinance the deal. So
Mm-hmm.
I literally cover like a down payment and all those expenses. and plus I got working capital. I was with accountant, I'm paying them hourly. With lawyer, I also paying them like hourly, or they. It was two lawyers involved. I paid one based by rate, other one by hour. So
But you're saying you overfinance the deal, so you can easily use
yeah,
that money to get you that money, right?
yeah, of course. I
Yeah.
have later money for everything, under
Hmm.
the closing price. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
this deal literally cost me zero down.
Hmm.
I supposed to put like a down payment, but at closing I got that money. So
I love it.
and deal
Yeah.
supposed to be even better on financial side, but because of some my mistakes, bank said, you know what, let's do like this. When we see after 90 days how you will manage your numbers, we will give you, we will increase your credit line or something like that. So but
Yeah.
something what was very interesting to me, because me at the point I was thinking, oh, those are banks, those are institutions, they have like a regulation, they're not flexible, that was my but I realized that how you should think on higher numbers, that they become more like face to face, and you can literally talk with them like with everybody, everyone else. A lot of times they want to give up of deal, and after your explanation how you will do it, what you will do it, they said they even forget about it, they ask and they move on.
How
So
did you position yourself when you talked to the bankers? Did he ask you about your experience or anything like that? How did you position yourself there?
I mean, they ask you. I mean, I position myself like an experienced guy, so
Yeah.
they 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 ask. They want to see who you are, with who they will work. You know, they want to see that you are motivated, that you have drive. So I mean, they want a good portfolio tomorrow. So I told them that I'm 5 years, like I didn't like nothing,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you know what was good, bank didn't was too much familiar with transportation like industry, so a lot of times they will ask me for explanation, and I'm that one who literally controlling what they will hear, and so in their guys at some point I'm that guy who they listen to, so
Yeah. So as
that
long as
was.
you can understand something about the business, you can position yourself as the experienced person in the business.
Yeah, and more powerful is usually sellers don't have idea about this. They never like a solid business, so they look at you like some guide man, and I'm telling them process will go like this, and they believe you,
Yeah.
and they are motivated. If they are motivated, they will deliver whatever you want or whatever you need. So that was also good for me, and that make all process much faster.
Tell us more about that really, on how did you find the deal, and tell us about like key things that happened during the negotiation that you think helped you close the deal. So how did you find the deal first of all? You just reached out directly? How did you get in touch with him?
I find directly. I They post some that they selling company,
Hmm.
but at that moment I was, first of all, I was wanna buy some like a shooting range in Las Vegas, and I give up of that deal. After that, I was wanna buy some like a wholesale business, and I give up also because broker was asking me to put 50K, money, and I give him your advices through answer like, hey, why you ask me that and all those things, but didn't work. So I move on, and I said, okay, for now I will start to building my company, and somewhere when I find again good business, I will try to purchase it. So when I call them, I was wanna just purchase that authority number, what I need for trucking company, and they starting to talking, oh, we are selling company, this and that, and and I I I learn everything what I find by mistake. That is not by mistake, so I'm immediately like a careful,
Yeah, yeah,
because I didn't expect that, and it comes to me, and
yeah.
and that's how we literally start to
So when
to.
was it? Did it was it like on a broker website, or when did you see it for sale? Or
No, I saw for on some website of my people. So
uh-huh.
that's Montenegrin and Serbian language. We are
Okay.
talking the same language together.
Uh-huh.
So on that website, because my
Love
people
it.
in this like area of transportation, it's very strong here in Chicago. So that's how I find them.
Yeah, I love it.
And I
So
start to solve.
just a forum of people you just there anyway, right? And you just
Yeah.
I love it. So how did
I
you
mean,
so go ahead, yeah.
okay. I mean, when I check, I find out that this business also literally 5 minutes far away from my house. So
Amazing.
I said, oh, this is one more sign that I have to like thinking little bit about this, and that's how journey starts.
I love it. And then talk to us about the negotiation. You met the owner, and how did you decide on what offer to make?
I mean, they already had their price,
Okay.
and when I research what I can get, how when I saw potential of business and all of that, I didn't want to like mm, offer them nothing lower. Uh, they asked for very decent price, and I was also comparing the emotional account. So I didn't want to like too much. They was long in this industry. They was spent little bit emotionally. So it was two owners, partners. They was like a tire of partnership, everything simple. They was wanna move on. So I just told them I will give you that money, because after my conversation with bank, you know, bank was also very comfort. Bank told me that I'm purchasing, cheaper business than usually how much can be solid. So I didn't like I wanna go behind that and give them a take this or that.
Yeah.
I told
I
them I
love
will
it. So
give you this.
I
Yeah.
love what you're saying. You're
So
basically saying, look, they want something. If the bank is willing to give me that money, let's just pay it, right? We don't need to
yeah,
lowball offer. Like, why not? Let's make a win-win with everyone. I love it.
because I was, they let not too much space for them, and I was thinking, okay, if I took them this, they will not be so motivated.
Yeah, yeah.
So I didn't want to like change those things.
Is there anything that you would do differently in the negotiation, in how you find the deal, in how you raise the capital that you would change in any way or would do better?
Yes, from now I'm that one who will now picking up the businesses. When I find business, I wanna like send all numbers to accountant.
Hmm.
If accountant said, "Oh, it's good, we can move on," we can move on. If accountant said, "Oh, it will be tough," or I will immediately close and go next one.
Hmm.
I think that is very important. You do not like fall down in emotions with the deal. Only if you really, really want that one and you think that you change it, and if you really
Hmm.
want, take it. But I want to have like a process from now, and I wanted to have like a steps accountant. If accountant said that is good, I want to send like to lawyers so we can sign letter of intent and start to talk after that like with financial institutions. So I
Where did you
discover
find your?
also.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Where did you
Where
find
I
where did you find your accountants and lawyers? I'm curious. Oh, I know.
I mean, here around me, I was asking for for other people, can they give me, did they know good one or something like that? So I got couple good like advices for people who was going through some similar processes. So they told me, hey, this lawyer is good, move on with this one, and that's how I like try them. You know, I I all people in my dream team are young people, and they are all motivated. They want to like become more well known in their area. So I'm
So
looking now to. I even don't look how much they are experienced. I'm look that they are motivated, because if they are motivated, they will find out anything what is necessary, you know. Because when I move on with like experienced guys, they want easy money. They
yeah,
don't wanna, you know, they become like players more than lawyers, you know. So
yeah.
that's
And when you were saying a dream team, did you also give them equity in the company, the accountants and lawyers?
I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't give them, you know, I paid them, but from now, like I have them on board for some also future advices, legal advices. And I will not like wait too much, just maybe 2, 3, 4 months, and I want to close one more deal, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So I will see it will be from this industry to combine together, or I will go to some other industry. That's depend of what kind of deal I will find. So
Tell
you
us about
know,
the day of the closing when you signed the sales and purchase agreement. Tell us about the experience there.
I mean, I didn't was aware at that moment. I was still like through processing for everything. It was like a long day. I signed more than 1,000 pages, and you know. So, but when I come home later that night, you know, I see, oh, this is it. I think so. So, so it was interesting. It's amazing experience, you know. When I when I almost approached closing line, I said myself, I don't care if this deal will be closed or not. In my head, it's closed. I prove myself that it's possible, and I don't care it will be this one or some next one. You
Yeah,
know, experience what I learned through this process. It's amazing, you know, and it's absolutely worth it of all suffer through what I was going. But you know,
I love it, man. Did you do a
it's
stock
good.
purchase or asset purchase?
I did stock purchase,
Uh-huh.
but that's where it will my next change in the next deals. I will
Yep.
probably try to give all my best to do like a asset purchase.
Yeah.
It's much more simple, faster.
Yeah.
That is part where all headache starts, you know. But the transportation was specific. That's why I was need like a stock purchase. But later I find out that I have options to do like asset purchase. I just didn't know how. So from now I will the biggest change it will be on that part.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, and I suggest people for the first deal, I think it's easier to do a stock purchase just because you can get a better deal. Plus, you get some benefits from financial institutions if you buy everything. From the second deal, when you have an existing company, it's much better to do asset purchases because you don't want to deal with all the bullshit. Like you said, you just can just close the deal faster. Um, so I agree with you. I think what you're doing is definitely right.
yeah, but
What? Uh-huh.
I was gonna just say this. Sorry because I interrupt you.
All good. Yeah.
How I will do it now, next time, even if, for example, imagine that it's first time I was wanna buy asset purchase with brand new entity, and after that set side agreement that I will purchase 100% shares for $1, for example,
Okay.
and like that I will get all company later in my possession, but to not structure deal like that, because if you go asset purchase, like a bank will not ask for nothing, just valuation of assets, and that's it.
Yeah.
But
True.
stock purchase, they ask me for 1,001 document, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. How many financial institutions did you need to talk to before you find the bank
70.
that you 70?
Yep.
Love it.
And I spoke with them maybe in 4 or 5 days.
I
You
love it.
know,
Yeah.
I was driving that night and I was said, okay, in the morning it's time me to make my first call. So I will have my virtual partner and everything what I don't know, I will saying, hey, that's not my area. Let me to ask my partner and I will let you know. And I put like a white paper in front of me and they start to ask me what is interim statement or this and that. And I didn't have idea. For some things I was writing down on paper and after that or Google it, search it immediately.
Yeah.
After maybe 20, 30 conversation, I start to like leverage those like specific names from accounting or some other areas. So in future conversations, they was realizing I was like a much more serious and my credibility was higher because of those terms. So that's helped me a lot. Other thing I was discover when you talk about numbers, especially about millions, uh, they become immediately like a responsible. They don't want to say something what they cannot like
Yeah.
provide you or like they are afraid because you know they don't want to have mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I start to talk to them and that's how I move on. But I spoke with 70 of them in maybe 3 4 days.
I love it. Did you
And
receive proposals on the phone or you had to meet them before you getting proposals from them?
no, I even today I never saw anyone from my bank, you
I
know.
love it. Everything on the phone.
So everything was on the
Beautiful.
phone. It's much faster. It's you know I can done a lot of more than me to go now personal. I went through some banks also, but almost 80% was over the phone. I discovered. I like find good deal and a lot of banks wanna do financing. So don't think how you will where you find money, think how you will find good deal. When you have good
Yeah.
deal, everyone wanna be involved. So
Yeah. And I just hit the
that's what
record
I like.
again, so we should have it on video as well. I'll connect it with the videos.
Okay,
Awesome,
that's what
man.
I
And
forgot, and that was like a very important
yeah, I
in
agree. It's
my.
all about the deal. People think it's the money, the deal. Get the right deal, get the right seller, and you'll find a way to close the deal. The banks will either give you the money or the seller will help you structure a different deal structure to help you close the deal, even if you don't have all the money. So
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for definitely bringing it up there because I agree with you. It's so important.
So
What about the business owner? How
that's
many times did you meet him in person or the two
I
partners?
mean a lot because I was how I said I'm 5 minutes far away.
Yeah,
So for
that's beautiful.
you
Yeah,
know I was also wanna build like a relationship with them so they see that I'm normal guy, that they can trust me because when you start to ask about some specific things, numbers, sometimes people get a little bit discomfort to share
yeah,
things,
yeah.
so
Man, I
I
love it.
mean,
This is so good, man. Thank you very much for sharing that. Are there any other thoughts or things that you think that will help, or anything you want to share? Any specific something specific that happened throughout the process, or something that you think can help others?
I mean, work on emotional part. Every time when I'm in doubt or I thinking something, oh, how this will go, it will go good, because I think that this deal was closed 80% from my head on way how I'm thinking, and only 20% call the lawyer technical stuff. So how you said somewhere through videos, don't overthink because you are slowing down. I mean,
Yeah,
uh, at some point, sellers was also one of the sellers was very negative. He was so worried about everything that we challenge every possible problem because of his negativity.
Yeah.
So you have to deal them, and also what was important, it was three sides involved: me, seller, and bank.
Yeah.
So usually two sides are motivated, one side it's not very well motivated. So you are constantly that one who is pushing them, moving them, and nobody asks you how you feel. And you don't have time to ask yourself how you feel. You must
Yeah.
have like energy for seller, for bank, for lawyers. At some point, everyone become tired. So I'm calling them, hey, what is going on? Come on, I make pressure on them. So
And and
like,
and and what is your plan right now with the business? So who's going to run the day to day? What's going on with the owners? Are they leaving? Do they have a transition period? Like, tell me more about the plans right now.
okay, uh, one of two sellers was like the main head. He built everything. He's
Hmm.
staying with me a couple more months.
Uh-huh.
Like even we become like friends through that process. So he's staying with me a couple months until I learn everything what is necessary. Business has system inside, so I even don't need to. Even if I don't come, they know how to do it. I have amazing people, very motivated. This company was prepared for grow long time ago, but how they wanna sell it, they didn't wanna grow business. So right now, like my employees, they are very happy that we will uh, go to make bigger numbers and results. So
How many employees do you have in the business?
I mean, with drivers, it's around 60, 65 employees.
Wow. How
I have
long do you think it
officers.
would take you? How long would you think it would take you to build a business like this from scratch?
I asked them at some point, do you feel sorry to sell it? Because I saw that it's put a lot of love, energy, passion in this business. But they told me, hey, kids, we are in this 15, 16 years. Now
Yeah.
it's time for you to show what you know. So they, but
So 15, 16 years to get to the point that the business is at this point. And you
yeah,
just came in and
business, yeah, business, it's 6 months, 6 years old, but to build business like this, you need experience. So that
yeah,
was
yeah.
15, 16 years of experience.
Wow.
And in 7 months you go from one track on 40, 45, 50. That's not and I'm saying myself that this is so powerful system, because in beginning when I started, also my beliefs I didn't was 100% strong. I was overthinking about something, so I said myself, imagine what levels can be achieved right now, when money will start to go through accounts, when you can present yourself on much like a higher level. So we shall see, but now they
Dude,
will
I'm
shoot on
so
some
excited for you,
serious
man.
numbers.
That's so amazing. I'm so excited for you. In terms of the bank account, by the way, do you keep the bank account of the business and you just change it to your name, or you have a new one?
I have a
What did
new
you do?
one,
Hmm.
but it's a lot of transactions. So through week or two, I will do and that's
Yeah,
only because bank requires that.
yeah,
To be
yeah, yeah.
honest, I discover everything. Protected how much I can be. So this is very transportation. It's risky business, but I learned through my 5 years of experience that that's part of the job. So I didn't want to thinking too much.
Man, I'm excited for you. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Thank
amazing.
you.
Like it's so good, man. You have it like 60, 70 employees almost. That's insane. Like people don't understand how crazy that is. To get to that point from zero is so deep. Like I said, it's going to take you like 15 years, and you just like, obviously, yeah, it took you a few months to get to the process to go all that, but it's fucking worth it, right? What do you think? What would you say for people who are
Yeah,
thinking
of
about giving
course.
up, right?
I mean, only what can be huge problem when you discover this way of acquisition that you don't want to do any other way. So if you don't close, so because when you find out how something is powerful, it's stupid to go and do
Yeah.
on the other way.
You
So
swallow the
if you
pill.
don't close it,
Yeah.
yeah, if you don't close it, you are in, you know, you can go to live day-to-day life back and work, and you, I said, okay, now when I discover this, it will be like this, or other system doesn't exist yet better than this one. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it was, I said myself, okay, now I must close this deal, because if I don't close it, it will be tough to forget all of this and to go and pretend and to work like a regular job
Yeah. Yeah.
from
Yeah.
8 to 5. So
Man, I'm
that's
I'm
how
so happy
works
for you. Seriously,
nowadays.
I'm so happy and excited for you. It's so good. Like, and that's what makes me do this shit. This is like, it feels good. It's like, it's so good. So I hope that I helped in any way, even if it's just a little bit. And I hope that, yeah, I hope that it will inspire others who will listen to this.
You help a lot to me, because the most helps. I just listen maybe 2 or 3 or phone calls with banks and with lawyers.
Yeah.
That's helped me a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and I realize, okay, this is how this will go, and I will sometimes go back in the process when I need something specific, so I go and find out. And but you like when I watch all course, you like give me all process from A to B. I was able to picture in my head to do visualization how everything will goes, and you make me like confident. You,
Love it.
your
Yeah.
part of job what
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
was enough, but my like feelings what I discovered through process are amazing. And even if you are giving your best to like explain us how things will go, the biggest takeout like I wrote over there, it will be when you like actually take action and do it by your own, because each of us it's different. For someone some part will hard, for other one the other part, but on the end it's, did you make it or you
Yeah.
not?
So
So
true. Borislav, man, I really appreciate you sharing the story. So thank you very much. I'm going to post this in the Facebook group for people to hopefully get some lessons and inspiration. And I guess, yeah, if anyone's having a question after this, just post in the comments below. And maybe if Borislav got time, me and him could help and answer if we missed some steps. But I think you really gave a great overview on the process, and I think uh, someone can literally take that in for a loan. What we had in the call today, and just go out there and do deals. Like you said, it's about going
I,
out there and doing the work.
yeah, I mean, couple times I was go back in group to see did anyone close deal. So I was searching over there for motivation,
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
find it. So I said now it's like my responsibility to share my experience,
so good.
because when people start like to text me, can I say something more about deal and all those things. So I said, why not? You know, let's help
So
like
good.
how you helped me before.
So
So.
good, man. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much. I'm gonna post it.
You're welcome. It was
I'm
my
gonna.
pleasure, and I
Thank you
hope
so
so
much.
that I will talk soon about my next deal
I've
when I
got
close it.
no doubt about it. All right, so I'm gonna stop
Yeah.
Sweet. So, hey everyone, we got Suhail here. Excited to talk to you, my friend. You just closed a deal, a million, or just tell us in a second what it's about. But yeah, man, I'm excited. You just closed a deal. You want to give us kind of like a quick background on what the deal, what the business, kind of like top line numbers, and then let's dive into the process so everyone could learn about it.
Top line numbers is about 750,000 top line. Bottom line number, you're looking at about 150. So that's cash, free cash that I can take out at any time, basically. As soon as the money comes in, that's straight out. So that's good. That's good. And yeah, I mean, this year we're looking probably at 780 already, just because things have been moving. We've got some staff members that have come back, which weren't there last year. And with the business that I'm in, the staff, essentially, the more staff you have, the more sales that you can get through the door. So
love it, man. So just to confirm, you don't have experience in the background. You never worked in that sector, right?
Well, yes and no. I don't have experience in a specific sector. I've got experience generally in retail. So it's a retail-based business, although it's service. So I've had a products-based experience. I've been managing products-based outlets. This is service-based, so that's new. But I've got some board members that who are experienced in the business. So it's good.
Sweet. So let's dive into that in a second. But can you tell us then, why did you even pick that sector?
Why I picked the sector? Well, you know, a lot of people spend a lot of time picking a sector, and I just found that just be a waste of time, because as we know from this this sort of business buying, that you just pick a sector. There's no time, you know, taking weeks and weeks and months and years picking a sector. So I had three main sectors in mind. Number one was medical, as is common knowledge in this process. The other one was the vaping industry, so, you know, like e-cigarettes and things like that. And then the third one was the industry that I'm in, which is essentially beauty, hair and beauty. Yeah. And I looked at medical and I just thought, because there's so many people doing it, and to be honest, it was a mistake. I'll tell you this now. It was a mistake not going into medical, because once I went to finances, I realized that you can get financing really easy when it comes down to medical. Everyone that I spoke to, I asked them the question that which sector gets the easiest financing, and they've all said medical. So that was a mistake. But anyway, so I decided not to go for medical. And then I looked at the vaping industry and I just found that it wasn't mature enough as an industry. So of course, when you're looking at motivated sellers are normally retirement age, or there's something wrong, you know, medical issue or something like that, or they want to move abroad or whatever it may be, then they get motivated. With the vaping industry, a lot of the guys are new in the business, so it's very difficult to find a motivated seller. So the third one was the beauty industry. And the other reason why I chose the beauty industry, because it's a mature industry, so it ticks the box that the vaping industry didn't. And number two, there's so many businesses around. And number three, the entry to that industry is quite low. And I'll explain that further as we go along in this interview.
So why won't you tell us then, in my opinion, the way to get results in this or anything in life is about what are you doing on a daily basis, right? It's about consistency. So can you share anything that you did before you closed the deal on a daily basis to get this to work, you think?
Well, let me just touch on that point, because like you say, and like everyone says, mindset is a lot of the, I think 90% of the process, right, is mindset. I first started looking into buying businesses because I was in sales for a very long time, and I was thinking that, you know, I wasn't going through a very good patch myself. So it was about 2 years I was on a down and all the rest of it, and I was like, you know what, this is not me, so I've got to pick myself back up. So I started looking online for mindset videos, because I was in sales, of course, found Grant Cardone firstly, and then I found a couple of other people as well. And then I found, you know, the business buying industry. And I thought, okay, this is something which is interesting. So I went in there, and it's about building the mindset. Now, one thing I've always been, before those 2 years where I was on as a downer, always I've taken small daily actions, and that has amounted to some sort of big goal. And I've done that in mostly my personal life, but I've done that in about 3 or 4 different things. And it took me a long time to do it compared to maybe other people who have tried that exact same thing that I was doing. But in the end, because I was taking small daily actions, I did complete. And even though it took me longer, I was like, you know what, this is the key. Small daily actions lead to big goals achieved. So I thought, okay, this is how we got to do this as well. So every single day, you have to do at least one big thing. Every single day, you've got to talk to it. And there's only 3 main things. I mean, you say it all the time as well. Talk to business owners, talk to financiers, send offers. That's all it is, right? And then after that, there's obviously daily actions that you've got to do as well. But every single day, so I started in March 2000. Well, I started building my mindset in September 2018. I was working on a slightly different project, so I had to complete that before I started on this. So officially taking the daily actions, I started in May 2019. So in May 2019, I started building my board, daily actions, just went onto LinkedIn, got the free 1 month trial, sent out all of the emails and messages that I could, built my board within like 3 weeks or something. And then I chose my industry. Yeah, obviously I had to choose my industry first, then I built my board because I got to build the board according to.
So let's expand on that, because people, yeah. I know people love to ask about that, right? Like what it looked like for you to pick a board, and what kind of work did they do on a daily basis? I'm curious.
Okay, the board didn't do any work on a daily basis, but they did work for me once I had made an offer. So initially what happened is that, so I've got the traditional board, which is told to normally get. I got chairman, I got CFO, I got CLO, which is chief legal officer, so in-house lawyer. I've got 2 industry experts. So really and truly, so I started with CFO because I was trying to go in for the chairman and it was difficult to get it. So I got CFO first, then I got my chairman, then I got my CLO and my 2 industry experts, right? And until I closed my deal, they didn't do nothing, right? They didn't do absolutely anything. And one of the reasons why I came onto your course as well is because I didn't know how to look at businesses and analyze the financials. So that's one thing that helped me on your course, is that how to look at a business balance sheet, how to look at a P&L, and how to analyze what's a good business and what's not a good business. So that really helped me. So once I picked the board, I went out and I started looking for businesses. Now in my industry, obviously everyone hates brokers, but in my industry, there are so many businesses for sale that I just thought, I've got so much choice from brokers, I'm just going to do it because it's easier. They've got the financials sort of ready for you. So I just contacted hundreds of brokers and said, okay, let's find these businesses. I think I looked at about 85 to 90 businesses before I found the first one. So
I love that you're saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
About 85 to 90 businesses, and they're all good businesses, to be honest. Those 85, 90, but I just didn't feel that they were the right first business for me, right? So for multiple reasons. So I picked this business, went there, went and meet the owner. I met one owner before I met this business owner. So I wasn't prepared. Yeah, it was.
What would you say in a few bullets, in a nutshell, of what were the reasons that those businesses weren't good for you? You didn't like them?
Yeah, number one, they didn't have the correct processes in place for their own staff members. So it's very simple. If you've got the processes in place for your own staff members, when you're taking over, you've got that structure in place already. So that's good. And they had, they had a bookkeeper, an accountancy firm, which was doing their numbers for them. They had employment agency that was doing the employment for them. And they were really cheap on the retainer. They were in contracts. So they had this system which was set up, which essentially we can roll out to business number 2, 3, 4 quite easily. So because of that, I thought, actually, this is a really good business. Plus it hit the turnover and the net profitability that I wanted as well. So that was the reason why I chose the business. And of course, number one reason, the sellers were motivated. Yeah, that's the number one reason. So I went to meet them in June. So May, June now, right? I went to meet them in June. I'm with the broker there, done some negotiations, and sent them an offer. They rejected the first offer and sent them, so there was some negotiation between the first offer and the second offer. Sent them the second offer, they rejected the second offer as well. Then I sent them a third offer, and then they accepted the third offer. So
did you decide on the first offer? What made you decide that's the number I'm offering?
Well, I went like half price for what they were asking. Yeah, always, yeah. So whatever they're asking, half price. And then they were like, no way, you're having a laugh if you think you're going to get that. Plus, and the half price with a deferred payment as well. They were like, you're dreaming, right? Yeah. I said, all right, fair enough. Let's do the second one. So then with the second offer, I had to sort of identify what is their comfort zone for the deferred payment. Yeah, and that's what the second offer was about. It wasn't much about the price. It was what are they comfortable with the deferred payment. And that's how I make all of my offers now. So the first offer is always ridiculous, and I know they're going to reject it. The second offer is to feel out if they're doing a deferred payment, if they're willing to do a deferred payment, and how long they're willing to do it for. And then the third offer is probably the offer that they will accept. And that's exactly what happened in this one. Obviously, because my sales background, I've got that experience already to do negotiations like that.
How many
So, yeah.
times did you meet the owner before you made an offer?
Once.
Once in person, and did you talk to him on the phone before that?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
I talked to the broker on the phone. I met the business owner once, and then between the first and second and third offer, we just spoke on the phone with the seller as well.
And just to confirm, so all that time you're doing the work, right? You're looking at the numbers. Your board are not involved yet. They're just there for
Well, my
future help.
CFO did look at the numbers once I had chosen this business that I was going to make offers on. He looked at the numbers and he said, "Yes, you're right in exactly what you said." So that was good. So the way I looked at the numbers, I learned it from your course, and then, of course, I looked at the numbers. So this is right, and I got it confirmed from my CFO that this is definitely correct, and this is the way that we can do the deal. So then he gave me some sort of idea of how to do the structure as well. But of course, he doesn't know about the QLA process, the process that we all follow. So obviously, his idea of how to make an offer was slightly different to mine. And I told him, no, we're not going to do it like what you're saying, but we're going to take the principles and we're going to apply it to my method, right? So then make the offer.
Yeah, I love it. What I was about to ask. Yeah, that's sweet. So tell us then about a little bit more about the capital and how did you finance the deal, or maybe anything you want to share, or if you want to share, it's up to you. If you don't, and it's all good either way. If you don't mind sharing, like how much equity did you give up to the board members, or up to you. Feel free basically to share whatever you want.
26% I gave up to the board, and 10% of that I shouldn't have given. So 26% I gave to the board, and 10% I shouldn't have given. So in actual fact, if I look at my board members who I've got 5 board members other than myself, and I probably only needed 4 of them. Yeah. So not 5 of them. I probably only needed 4 of them. Now, sorry. Now, on that, I would say that maybe this other board member who I probably didn't need right now, they're a really big shot. They're a big hitter in the UK. So, you know, they actually helped me bring the other board members as well, the ones that I did need. Yeah. So you can say that that person is the proxy to get my other board members. So yes, they did help. Yes, they didn't help. So, you know, we've got to see how it plays out in the future as well.
And all of them are from LinkedIn?
Yeah, all from LinkedIn. No, one of them is from somewhere else, but all the rest are from LinkedIn. Now, of course, I've got all of the power. I can add and remove board members at my own choice, at my own will. So there's no restrictions on me to do that. So if I wanted to, I can say, right, I don't want you anymore. Give my 10% back. I'm not going to do it yet. I might do it later. I'm going to see how it feels out for a couple of deals. Yeah. So but once I made the offer, then these board members, they really stepped up because they got motivated as well. They were like, okay, fair enough. Now, between getting my board members and making the offer, don't forget I got accountancy firm and law firms on deferred fees as well.
So tell us more about that, really, because people think it's impossible. They're scared. Like, tell us more about that if you can.
I just went out. It's all a numbers game, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just contacted, I Googled in UK top 100 accountancy firms, UK 100 top law firms, and it comes up with a link and a list, sorry. And then I just disregarded the top 5 because I know their fees are going to be too high, right? I know there's other people that say you should always go for the top people. If you're going for multi-million-pound businesses, then maybe yes. When I say multi-million, I'm talking about like 50 million and above. Then probably you need them. But otherwise, you can go for anyone who's sort of mid-tier. So I was hitting the mid-tier people. I didn't want to go for the lower tier purely because I felt when I did contact a few, but they didn't have the experience which is needed to do the buy and build strategy. That's what it's called also in the UK. So I found 3-4 accountancy firms. I went to meet them in person, and one of them I really liked. And these 3-4 accountancy firms all agreed on deferred fees. So I told them on the phone immediately. I'm just picking up the phone. I'm like, right. How did this other person get on? Right. So this, I just picked up the phone to the accountancy firm. I'm like, right, I want to do these deals. Are you going to do it on deferred fees? If they say yes or no. If they say no, right, on to the next one. So a lot of people spend a lot of time wasting time on doing meetings without getting to the point of it. But you really got to get in straight away. So I found them and had the meeting with the accountancy firm, got deferred fees. A law firm got deferred fees, and it's all good. And to be honest, I still haven't even paid them yet. The deal's done. So now I think I do need to pay them purely because there's a tax that I need to pay to the HMRC, UK HMRC, and that's due this week. So that needs to be paid through the lawyers. So that definitely needs to be paid, yeah.
Good stuff. So tell us then a little bit about the structure of the deal and the financing. How did you actually pay for that business?
Yeah, so it was 100% debt. 30. In fact, it got to about, I think, 40% deferred. So when we started, it was 30% deferred because through due diligence, we identified that they had a tax and a VAT bill that they hadn't paid. So due to that, what we said is that we're going to take on the tax bill and the VAT bill, but we're going to take off the purchase price because we know that from the cash flow of the business, we can pay for that. Yeah. So instead of paying them a larger sum up front, I said, okay, we'll pay you a lower sum up front and we'll take the the VAT bill and the tax bill, but then we've got cash flow to deal with that. So it's all good. So yeah, it was about 40% deferred and the rest was 100% debt.
What it looked like working with banks? Did you have challenges there,
So
or how did you overcome
couldn't
things
get
there?
financing directly from the big UK banks. Any of the mainstream banks didn't get me any financing. I had to look for a niche broker, a niche financer, and that was found through a broker. So that broker had actually worked with that financer personally himself. So he knew that this was the right deal for that particular lender, and he just gave it directly to them, and they said yes. Very, very quickly they said yes. I think it took about 3 days. So we presented the numbers to them, and they said yes. But it was a long process to get a yes. I had probably about 1,000 no's before I got that one yes. I probably made about 1,200 phone calls, probably about 1,500 emails. Got rejected by about at least 300 to 400 lenders. Because my personal situation, I don't have no assets. So obviously when they're looking at me, they're like, okay, you can't provide no security, so it has to be unsecured, and we're not comfortable with unsecured. So 300 to 400 lenders are saying no, 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 no. And that just shows you that you got to have a strong stomach for this. You can't be someone who's, all a soft snowflake really, and melt under pressure. Yeah, a little bit of water and the sugar melts. No, it's not like that. It's not like that. You have to have a strong stomach. So that's something which is
I don't know
needed.
why how people are joining the call, but yeah, I'm removing them as soon as they're joining. But dude, that's seriously inspiring. The fact that you didn't give up, the fact, I mean, most people after they're calling 5, anything, they're like, oh, 5. I'm giving compliments when I'm saying 5. Most people like, calling 1 or 2, and it's like, it's shit. It's not working, right?
No, I meet people who, like I said, I just meet people who say that, oh, I tried to apply for 3 jobs or 5 jobs and that they rejected me, so I can't get a job. I said, are you crazy? I mean, like, there's been times in my life where when I was applying for a job, I applied for 500 jobs and I got 1 interview, right? In this process, I applied to 300-400 financial institutions, sent 1,200 calls, 1,500 emails, and all they said no. So what? Just go to the next one, go to the next one, go to the next one. You'll find someone.
What was that thing that kept you so certain and motivated? Because most people are like, they just give up. They don't believe in themselves or something. What was the thing that kept you, calling the 200?
It's mindset, right? It's mindset. Like I said, I spent 5 months on mindset. So it's all about, right, what am I worth? Okay, what have I done previously? What can I do? What am I worth? And how much effort am I going to put into this? Yeah. And we know from the influencers that you got to just be almost, so there's a really good thing in sales. So look for 97 no's or 99 no's before you got your 1 yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's a standard sales thing, because I suppose my sales background has helped me a lot. And they said, yeah, so you got to get the no's, get the no's, get the no's, get the no's, and eventually someone's going to say yes.
That's seriously inspiring, man. Like, thank you for sharing that. I know it will help a lot of people. Want to tell us a little bit more about the due diligence? So after you signed the LOI, you got the offer accepted, like you said. What the process looked like after that?
Due diligence on this particular deal was tough because they had a really complex legal structure. They had the trading business, which was run by 3 legal entities, 3 limited companies. They had a partnership which they held the property in. They had another holdings company. They had, actually, we even didn't realize until after we'd done some further due diligence that holding company had a second subsidiary that no one knew about apart from, so the sellers actually thought that subsidiary had been completely closed down, but it wasn't completely closed down. It wasn't dissolved, but it was dormant. So of course there are 2 different types of actions which are taken with the limited company. So because it was dormant, it was still actually something which is part of the business. So we found that, and then we had the trading business. So the due diligence took much longer than what we thought it would take. which helped because obviously we had so many financial institutions saying no, of course. So it strung out the process. And there was just daily actions. I mean, on the call to the accountants all the time, my CFO and my lawyer, CLO, really stepped up in that process. They done a lot of work. My CLO, he saved me a lot of money, not only in fees from the lawyers that we would have been charged, but also when we were drafting the documents, there were certain things that he picked up on, which long-term saved us about 20% on certain revenues. My accountant, he's the one that found the VAT and the tax bill. Someone else has just joined. So my accountant just picked up the VAT and the tax bill that was going to come up. So that saved us essentially about 30 to 40,000 pounds. And yeah, so they really stepped up. It's just daily actions really. And there was things, I was quite impressed with myself because certain things that I picked up that neither the accountants or the lawyers picked up, both internal and external. So I just thought I'd pat myself on the back for that.
For sure. You want to share some of those things?
Yeah, so it was about shareholders. So the business about 5 years ago had 19 shareholders. So those shareholders were, so those shareholders were just staff really. So the staff in the UK, there used to be no taxes on dividends. So they used to pay the 17 members of or 16 members of staff through dividends, and the rest were PAYE. PAYE means employed. And because of that, the share register that they normally have, which is normally 2 pages or 3 pages or 4 pages, it was 26 pages. So my lawyer, he received the document, right? And he was like, what the hell is this? So then he sent it to my accountant, my internal accountant and my internal lawyer and my other accountant. And none of them knew what was going on because like we have never seen anything like this in our lives. We've been doing this for decades, right? And, you know, I mean, my in-house lawyer, he's a big-time in-house lawyer, right? He's a big guy as well. And he goes, I've never seen anything like this. Because I've worked on complex private equity deals. I've worked on some of the biggest names in the world, like in the racing industry, car racing industry. Because I've never seen something like this. So then it was a funny thing. I done it on my phone. I was sitting in my car. I was like, what the hell is this? If they're screwing, let me take a look at it. So I took a look at it and I just followed the document line by line. And then I was like, I emailed everyone. I was like, no, it's not that. What you're saying is this. And they're like, oh, thank God you found that because, and this was one day before we were going to sign the deal.
Wow.
Yeah. 11 o'clock at night, I'm sitting in my car and I'm doing this.
Damn.
And then at 1 o'clock, my lawyer, he emails us back and he says, yeah, that's right. So I was right. So let's carry on with the signing tomorrow.
Damn, man. I'd like to hear about your board because we have a lot of our clients are buying businesses with a board and a lot of our other clients are buying businesses without a board, right? So I know you said, so what I'm trying to ask, so obviously they added value to you, right? Which is amazing. What would you say got them excited to even work with you in the first place?
Leadership, really. You have to show the leadership. That's all it is. The deal size for them is small, right? For them, it's small.
So the process was basically you sending a message on LinkedIn, inviting them for a phone call or a meeting, and then you basically sold yourself. That was the process pretty much?
Yeah, that's 100%. That's exactly what it was. There was a couple of them that wanted to do what I was doing within that particular industry themselves, but they just didn't get around to it because they were busy with other projects. So that obviously helped, 100% that helped. But it's just basically, you know, they haven't been paid anything. No one has taken nothing still.
Are you planning to pay them anytime soon, or for now just
equity? Them probably in about a couple of months' time, yeah.
Yeah. So for now, it's just the equity in the future payout, hopefully.
Exactly. So no one's got paid anything.
It's amazing. It just shows how much they believe in you and your dream. And again, it's another tap on the back, really, because it's really amazing, you know. You see that happening.
But you know, to be honest, one of them yesterday, I was with one of them yesterday. We went up to the business, and she asked about because I told him about the bonuses that they potentially get. She asked about it, and I gave her the answer, and she was perfectly happy. She said, "No problem, we'll get paid in a few months' time, whatever."
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Is there an agreement, like some kind of an operating agreement with them at the moment, on what they're doing after you just close the deal, or it's more just like, hey, help whenever you can?
No, we've got a shareholders agreement in place. So they've got certain responsibilities which will grow as our holding company grows. So the accountant is in-house accountant is probably the most important person at the moment, of course. First, it was a lawyer to ensure that all of the paperwork is signed properly. and done properly. So he was important for that. But now post-transaction is the accountant. So what I've done is that I've said to the accountant that, look, I'll pay you a monthly retainer fee to do some of the work, right? So that's good. It's hardly anything, to be honest. It's nothing compared to what normal accountants charge. So he's getting paid a really, really, really small fee. It's almost insignificant, and he's doing some work for me.
Are you paying him per hour basically right now? That's the plan?
No, it's a retainer, so it's a certain amount per month as well. If there's in the retainer, we said that if it goes out of certain duties, then it would be go on a per hour basis because the retainer is so small.
And the plan is what, for him to look at future deals or to also help with the operation of the existing company, or what?
Operation of the existing company and future deals, both, yeah. But he's got in terms of future deals, I've now told him that he will take care of the due diligence, so we don't need to use external accountants as well. So due to that, we've got a certain number that he's going to look at for free, and then a certain number that we're going to do on a day rate, a reduced day rate, of course, because he's got equity as well. And then after that, I'm going to employ him. After maybe about 5 deals, I'm going to employ him as our full-time accountant CFO to take care of everything of the business, because you need that, of course, once you've got that number of businesses. Yeah,
I love it. And what tells then about the operation of the business right now? So who's right now? Obviously, you're not in a business, right? So who's the right now running the day to day?
So I promoted from a manager within. I promoted an assistant manager from within. One of the sellers is staying on for 3 months. The other seller is staying on for 2 years. So I've got a management team who essentially just, I'm sitting at home at the moment, obviously not doing nothing, but I'm working on other deals and working on some things to improve that business as well. But they're running the day-to-day for me, yeah. And there will be. No, I've got no plans to work day-to-day in any of the businesses. Of course, I'm going to be overseeing and improving the operations from the experience that I've got from my previous retail experience, and also with my board members as well who've got the industry experience. Like my board member went there yesterday, and she sent me a whole list this morning of the improvements that can be made. So, it is what it is.
I love it. So tell us really more about the plans then moving forward. Do you want to stop with just this deal? Or you want to buy more businesses? What do you want to do?
I want to have 100 million value business eventually. So once it goes to be honest, personally speaking, I think when it gets to about 20 million value, I'll start looking for a buyer. But of course, when it comes to that, you want to make sure that you want to have a good exit, right? So if I don't get a good deal, we'll carry on buying until it gets to about 100 million. But when we get to 100 million valuation, if it ever gets to that point, then I'm going to be not buying anything else. I'm just going to be seriously looking for a buyer to buy the business, because then that will be my main focus.
What did you find out? Did you had a chance to talk to your bank or other financial institutions from the moment that you closed the deal to see what other financing options you have right now?
Yeah, well, I done something which one of the other influences mentees does. So I haven't thrown a party for them, but I emailed everyone and I said, I closed the deal. You didn't do the financing, so you lost out. But if you want anything in the future, you got to call me now. So that's how it is. Apart from with my actual bank themselves. The big lenders, I'm not going to do that with, purely because I haven't got to that level for them to be super motivated. For the other sort of niche lenders, I did that to them. And, it worked, which is good.
Man, that's awesome. I love it. Just so you know, this is super inspiring. I'm trying to think if I have other questions that could help. What do you think could help other people who just listen to you right now? Maybe they didn't pick any sector yet. They don't know how to find deals. They don't know how to find capital. They're not sure just about anything. What would you recommend them from anywhere, from beginning to the end, or
I would say number one is build your mindset. Mindset is the most important thing. Once a mindset is done, to be honest, you don't even need to watch the whole course. All you got to do is 3 things. Find financial institutions, find buyers, and send offers. Find sellers, and send offers. That's the only things you got to do. They're the only 3 important things, and do something every single day. Every single day. Even post-completion, I'm no longer doing just 1 or 2 things every single day. I'm doing like 5 things every day. And I still work. I work for another employer, right? Tomorrow I got to meet, it's supposed to be tomorrow, but they cancelled.
So what that looks like for you? Maybe share like on a daily basis what that looks like for you right now when you're saying do something. So you're mostly talking about those 3 things, right? Are there other things that you're doing maybe for yourself or your mindset that's helping you on a daily basis?
Okay, so I'm a religious fella, so for my religion really helps me.
Yeah.
We have like 5 daily prayers, so that 5 daily prayers is like meditation for me.
I love it. Yeah.
So that's something. In fact, one of the sellers is going through a bit of a turmoil at the moment personally because he sold the business after 30 years. I told him to meditate as well, and that helped him. Last
I
week I
love
told him
it.
to meditate. I met him yesterday, and he said, "You know what? That really helped me." So some sort of time out meditation, whatever you want to do, that will really help. If to calm your mind, I wouldn't make meditation a focus, right? I wouldn't make that a focus. I know there's even yourself, for example, you have a huge emphasis on it. I don't have that emphasis. I think purely because it's my prayers, then I count that as the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But
It
the
is.
main
It's
thing
even, it's
personally,
even better. The fact that you're taking 5 times in the day a break.
yeah,
It's,
10
so
minutes,
good.
5 times a day, yeah,
So
exactly.
good. Yeah.
But in any case, the main thing is that I wake up in the morning, I get my morning prayer done, and then once that is done, then I look at my emails, I see what has to be done for the business that I've currently purchased, right? So I work through that, and as soon as I work through that, I'm just looking at more and more deals. And once I'm looking at more and more deals, so for example, I've got financials of 2 deals which I'm interested in at the moment. I just received them today, so I'm going to shoot them straight off to financial institutions, and I'm going to say, how much can you give me on this one? And then based on that, so I'm going to do it differently now. First, because when you close the deal, you get experience, right? So first, what I was doing is that I was getting the deal, making an offer, and then trying to raise finance. But that's the wrong way to do it. So now what I'm doing is I'm getting the details of the business, the financials, sending them out to lenders, see how much they can give me, and then I'm going to base an offer based on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the easier way to do it, because now you can structure. Okay, I know I can get, for example, 200,000, 300,000 from the lender, and then the asking price is 400,000. So I need to ask for 100,000 seller finance or 150,000 seller finance. So
I love
now
it.
you work it differently, and it's a bit more structured.
I love it. Are you, by
Yeah.
the way,
So
using the same bank account of the business, or you guys registered a new one?
I got 2. So I got one for the holding company, and we're using the same bank account of the business as well.
So you
So the
just
trading,
on your name right now, basically, on your company's name,
what's that?
the bank
Yeah.
account.
So we've got one on our holding company's name, one on the
Mm-hmm.
holding company's name, and one on the name of the business that we bought, because we bought shares of the business, not assets.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we've done that, once we've sort of the trading, the day-to-day money goes in there. So we get cash every day. So the day-to-day money goes into the bank account of the business. And then once we've paid wages, once we've paid suppliers, once we've paid all of the people that we need to pay, and whatever money is left over, we hive it up into the holding company account.
I love it, man. That's been amazing. Any other last thoughts you want to share, or anything that you think could help to others?
No, daily action.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And a strong stomach. When you say no, because you're definitely going to hear no, you just got to carry on to the next one. And always think, for example, between the time that I was closing the deal and the deal got closed, there was 5 things that would pop up that I would have to overcome. So you just make a list of them and you work through them. That's all it is. A lot of people, they get stressed. Oh, 5 barriers that I can't close the deal. No, make a list, work through it, work the problem. The more problems you have, the more progress you're going to make. That's what it is.
I love it. The more problems, the more progress, dude. That's good. I love it. Man,
Yeah.
you're really inspiring. I'm
Exactly.
really proud of you, dude. It's really amazing to see you from the side. You just freaking on it, and you're not giving up, and it's really, really amazing to see it, man. So really, congratulations. I've got no doubt it's a matter of time before you do a second one, and I'm crossing fingers, man.
Well,
and
I'm already.
really
I'm
well
quite
done.
close.
Thanks
a lot. I'm quite close to my second deal. I already negotiated the price, which is looking. And to be honest, I got the finance for that second deal as well. I'm just trying to knock down the price a little bit more. That's what I'm trying to do. But really and
what's
truly,
the
I can
plan?
actually buy that business this week if I want to.
What's the plan for management there? Who's going to run that business?
Again, it's going to be the person who's selling for a first year. And then after that, we'll, for that one, I don't know whether we can get someone from within because of the state of the staff. But in any case, we can hire someone. It's not a problem.
I love it, man. Thank you so much.
No.
Record. All right. So I think we're on. So, hey, everyone. We got Lyle here, and I'm super excited about this conversation. He's about to talk about a few cool deals he just closed. So first of all, hi, Lyle, and congrats.
Hi, how y'all doing?
So Yeah, just what do you want to tell us about those deals? If you want to share, just maybe like high level numbers.
It's about 9 months in the making. I looked at over 87 different businesses to find these. It took me a minute to get everything to line up like I needed it to and get people to work with me. And taking that action like Dan and Moron both talk about, you just got to keep pushing yourself to get that stuff done and get those connections and ask the questions, the hard questions. So it's pretty amazing when you do that, how all these things come together. And now that I've got these 2 deals pretty much secured and finished, how many more deals are coming at me that it's like I have to sort them and do the numbers on them so I can pick out which ones I want, versus where I've done the 87 hunt and find, seek things. It's just been amazing to me.
That's awesome, and that's awesome to hear. So tell us a little bit about just the top line numbers so people will understand what kind of businesses we're talking about. We're not talking about you buying like a Shopify $2,000 a month business, right?
No, I bought 2 large. One's a 5-star restaurant with a bar in it. The other one is it's a restaurant with a bowling alley to it. It's an entertainment center. There was some issues in the prior owner to the one I bought it from. Got into some situations. They thought they could run it, then they got all emotionally distraught over it, and then it got put up for sale, and I got a chance to take it over. These businesses both run easily 1.6 a piece in volume. I know I can push them to 2 pretty easily. Just better management and some cost reductions here and there, but actually just marketing what we got. It's been a lot of fun. I found my down payment money from my vendor, the food vendors. I had 2 food vendors arguing over who's going to give me more money so I could have the down payment for the deal. That worked out awesome. So now if this one that I picked don't work out, I'll go back to the other one and leverage one, just take that deal and then get this guy out of the way. So it's an amazing world out there when you get out there and push yourself.
Tell us more about that. So you're saying from the food vendor is the person who helped you with the down payment?
I have two food suppliers, and so with the one restaurant bar I own already, and these 2, I'll be doing just short of $1 million of raw food product coming into the businesses. So I went to them and said, look, this is what I'm doing. This is what I got. Which one of you wants to have this business for 3 to 5 years? And what will you offer me? And so they had to go up there, change the command. Now I got connections to the VPs of the actual departments. So it was Lyle, now it's Mr. Jaworski. It's kind of funny how things change when they see your elevation of when you decide to expand and make bigger numbers for them.
I love it, man.
So yeah, it's fun.
So let's try to help our community a little bit, right? So I'm going to ask you just a few questions in order. Sure. So let's start with the basics, right? So tell me a little bit about your mindset and thought process day to day, because it took you some time before you got those deals, right? So what is your mindset like, and what are your daily habits in order to get those deals? What's your day to day look like?
My day to day right now is looking for businesses that have great cash flow. They got to be $1.2 million plus. I won't look at anything less. I've looked at a couple right now. I have on I call
you're breaking up. Yeah, just lost Kyle in the car, I guess.
Mindset, or I have a business background, so it's kind of easier for me. So I just put everything I knew on super action and starting to get those relationships built in the communities where I needed to, so that I could get stuff done and then be relentless about it. Somebody said no, I said why? They didn't tell me why, and then eventually you keep climbing the ladder to the people that make the decision. They'll tell you why. Well, we're not lending in that right now. Okay, that's what I need to know. And now I've got, so I ask those questions. Are you lending in this? Are you doing it? And it's a script that you and Dan do. It's right on. Do what they tell you to do. Ask the hard questions. It'll save you a lot of time, a lot of grief. I went SBA with this. That's a whole, anybody goes SBA, I'm telling you, be patient. It's a long ride. That's part of what took this deal so long. I got involved with SBA, and then about a third of the way through, the people working at the bank, their whole SBA department got hired by some other firm. So I ended up resubmitting everything 3 times basically to get this done. So the due diligence of getting, I had one wasn't sure I was even going to get the deal. So
tell us, I'd like to, I'm sure people want to understand a little bit more about the down payment. So you used SBA, that's great. Tell us about the deal you structure with the food vendor in order to get the down payment.
So I got my vendors to give me $125,000 is what they gave me. The structure of the deal was set up that basically that was going to cover my 5%, which was going to be about $70,000. The rest of it I set on the side. Then I got the sellers to give me a 5% seller, and the rest went SBA.
Mm-hmm. What are they getting in return?
Because it took so long, was willing to. What were they getting in return out of those businesses? They just wanted out.
No, not the seller, the vendor, the one who raised capital for the down payment.
Oh, he's got a solid customer for 3 years.
I love it. So good. So you basically agreed to stay to be his customer for the next 3 years.
What he basically did is upfronted me all my rebate. He upfronted me all my rebates for my 3 years of business with him because of my volume.
I love it. So good.
So this is done all the time in the auto industry and all these big industries. This is done all the time. You know, I'll give you this discount, but I'll kick in this money. When I started hearing that and I started going down that road, I went, oh my gosh, there's money laying on the streets everywhere.
Yeah.
You just have to figure out where it is and how to get there and talk to the right people.
Yep, exactly. Something specific that helped you? First of all, how did you find those deals? When you said you talked to 87 deals, where did you find them usually?
I think it's doing the due diligence and looking at a lot of them that you went, oh my God, this is a disaster. This is this. Once I got down what I needed, like about the 40th deal, it took me less time to get through that then, because a lot of them, when you ask for their tax return in this business, because they take the cash off, they don't claim they make any money, but then they tell you that they're making, you know, 300, 400,000, but on their tax return, it shows 0. Well, I can't finance that at the bank. The bank don't care that you didn't make no money in its cash unless you can prove where the cash is. So that eliminated a lot of them right away when I looked at them. And then I started sizing the size that I needed so that you can make money all the time with them, because there is that breaking point where your expenses and your costs, you have to have, you know, a certain size business that it continues to go no matter what the business is. Or what the economy is, I guess what I'm saying. What business is doing.
But how did you find those deals? People are going to ask, like, did you send them letters? Did you call them, brokers?
I went through brokers. Anything I seen listed, anything I heard. I was talking to other places. I heard, well, he wants to retire. Went and talked to them and that kind of thing. And some of them didn't want to retire. They just wanted somebody to bring them a big old check and say bye. You know, there's a lot of that out there.
So
when
just
you tell
all
them,
all over the place, basically. You just started to
Yeah,
change your conversations. I love it. Yeah.
I'm in Lower Michigan. The one I bought is 2.5 hours away from my house. The other one is 30 minutes from my house and 20 minutes from my other business. I've looked at businesses as far away as 2.5, because I have a system that I know that I can lay down in that business and it'll be perfect. It'll take care of itself, and then I can watch it.
Did you meet the owners before the offer, or tell us a little bit more about the negotiation and you building rapport with those sellers?
Both these were brought to me by one was brought to me by a broker. Another one was brought to me by my food rep. It said, this couple's having trouble. It's going to shut down. They're doing amazing numbers. You need to talk to them. Mm-hmm. So I just texted the guy and said, hey, I heard you're willing to sell your restaurant. Yeah, I'm ready. Okay. I said, send me the financials. I told him what I needed, and he sent them to me the next day. No NDA or anything. That's how pissed off they were and emotionally distraught, so not thinking. But, it's their business, not mine. And it's got, that one alone will clear darn near $300,000 every year after the payment's made. So.
Love it. How did you decide on what offer to make?
Well, I negotiate. I'd ask. They tell me what their ask was, and then I negotiated back from it. So, and then the inventory ended up being the issue at the end. So it ended up being about just short of their asking price, because both of these people wanted out bad enough they had it priced correctly to start with. So it wasn't a lot of haggle there. Mostly was inventory haggle and who's going to cover this expense over that expense.
And I just wanted to be clear, because it wasn't clear before that. Did you meet the owners, the sellers in person, or did you just talk to them on the phone? In person. Okay. How many times?
I met them both in person and on the phone. Yeah.
Okay. So you had a lot of conversations. Good.
All right.
And I love it.
My first conversation is why you want to sell, so that I can understand their emotional standpoint at that point, and then you can judge whether they're really serious or if they're full of shit. Basically telling you a story and they just want to check. It's got to be a win-win for both, no matter what business it is. If a guy's just looking for a check and he just wants to work for you, that's a different. It's just not going to work. You have to just find those individuals. You have to be patient, but you have to be diligent to drive yourself and just continue to go and not let one little upset or, oh gosh, I'm all excited. The emotion, you got to take it out.
Beautiful.
My wife claims that I don't have a heart. Well, that'll tell you anything.
Well, I'm sure when you'll take her to a few vacations and buy her some nice stuff, then she'll change her mind a little bit after you get a lot of money. But but yeah, I don't have a wife experience. But tell us a little bit about the team and due diligence about accountants, lawyers. A lot of people are afraid to find even accountants and lawyers to help them. So tell us a little bit about that. Did you build, some of our members build a team that helped them before the deal? Some of our clients just get accountants and lawyers. What did you use?
So I have business already, and so I already had the accountant on board already. I took the stuff to him to go through it on top of me going through it, so that I could actually get another outside opinion on it. And he put his stamp on both of them. He was concerned about the distance on the one, but then I got the guy to take another concession, and then I brought the deal back to him, and he goes, "That's a no-brainer. Go." And then the attorney, I have connections through another business of all kinds of professionals, and a gentleman there's got me in connection with the guy that deals with all this kind of stuff every day. As my grandfather and my dad have taught me, you got to know as much as the professionals you hire, or at least a bunch of it.
Yeah.
Don't get overwhelmed with it, but listen and learn, and then ask questions. They'll only do what you ask them to do, but you have to know where you want to go. I think is the most important thing about attorneys.
Yeah.
Those that are good know what to do and ask, why are we doing this? They're just like you are. They just have a different position in life. If they don't have clients, they don't have income. The one I have now, we built a great relationship with. He's willing to take this deal. It's probably going to cost me about $20,000 to get it all done because of some contract issues we had. But we've got a great relationship. He's going to take that payment out over time for me. I asked for, time over it, gave him some right down, and then out of that 125 that I got, I kind of took care of that part of it, made it roll. Yeah, it's been a fun ride. Let's just put it that way. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot already.
Love it. So good. Tell us a little bit about the plan really to run and own the business. Who's going to be there day to day? What's your plan of managing him? What's your thoughts there?
That's part of my criteria of buying a business. Part of my criteria of buying a business is that if it don't have a team there already, you better understand you need to have people that you can put in there. I have a son-in-law and daughter that my son-in-law was working with me, and I told him about what I was going to do and asked him if he was interested, and he said yes. He comes out of corporate finance, forensic finance, so that helps me a lot on that side. It's kind of a plus for me. But we were 6 months into this deal, and we were sitting around the table at home after a birthday party, and I said, "So you having fun?" He goes, "I learned more in 6 months doing this with you than I learned getting my master's degree."
So good.
So he's very educated, very smart. He's a person where I can tell him a beer costs this and it's in a quarter keg, and he'll tell me how much it is an ounce faster than I can put it in a calculator. But at the same time, he's got that ability. He's got that side of the game to play in it. So we've been very fortunate. These all have great people in them already. They work hard, that kind of thing. What I find is interesting is how people treat their employees versus how I would treat my employees, or I do treat my employees. That's been an interesting learn too.
What did you learn there?
That the one that I took over that's 2.5 hours away, basically they treated their employees as slaves, and they basically hired them, and then the one they were sitting there standing over them every minute, like micromanaging every freaking thing. And it was very interesting to watch these people blossom. In 3 weeks, it was amazing to see the difference in those people when you took the thumb off of them and let them be them. And they were coming to us and saying, "Hey, can we do this? Because we think this." "Absolutely, sounds good to me." And then I had a meeting and I said, "If you run this business like it's your business and to the standard that you would run your business, and if you fail at that, that's my job to tell you you're not doing a good enough job." These people took off and cleaned and did things that I didn't see, but they were there working every day. They knew. So
good.
It's a very, very interesting learn on that whole situation there. That was something that I didn't realize how important how you treat your employees is to get the most out of them. And I'm not a guy I want to micromanage. I want them to be the best they can be. I'm looking for the next, what I call entrepreneur. And that's a guy that works in your business, but don't have the balls enough to be the guy to go out and take the risk. But he will work his ass off for you every day.
I love it. And it's funny, like when I say in the program, hey, like sometimes the best way to grow a business and make it more profitable is just to have the simple things going. Like you said, just treat your employees like human beings, easier said than done, but just by doing those things, setting goals for them, keep them accountable. Those simple things are easier said than done, right? And I love that you're mentioning those things. It's awesome.
My staffs, people I work with, if they're working next to me as management, you're going to have goals wrote down. I want your goals for 3, 6, a year, 3 months, or 3 years and 5 years out. Because this is what I believe. And I got this from Grant Cardone back a while ago when I went to one of his things. And he said, your people will keep you from being the best business you can be, or your business from growing according to what their financial situation is. Find out where they're at, find out where they need to go. And if you can do that with your people will grow your business to places you never dreamed you could.
Yeah.
It was a big lesson for me.
Yeah. Are you finding?
You have 50-year-old people coming to you that have never ever heard about setting goals and creating targets and understanding what we're actually trying to accomplish as a group. It's like, wow, okay.
Are you setting some different incentives for the new employees to help them grow, or what's your plan there?
The new people coming in, we run little competitions for them, like the one that sells the most of this. In my business, service is, like, as far as I'm concerned, it's 80% of the business. Then you better have somebody that can lay the food down and put the right beer with it or whatever drink they're doing. But service and the smile on your face, and you're happy with what you're doing, you can walk into a place and know how it's run, basically. Well, at least I've got that good at it. But you can walk into places. Think about this as you go and eat somewhere. You can tell how the place is run by how the employees are and how they react. If they're like statues and they can't talk or they won't break a conversation, that's probably because somebody's looking over. Hey, he's taking 3 minutes with that customer. But he's not looking at the longevity. If I get a good customer because he likes somebody or he had a good time, he'll be back 6 times. And at a $33 or $40 tab every time, that's dang good money.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I believe service is huge in all businesses. I don't care what it is, from the food and beverage to business. Service is just, I think it's just a staple. I mean, you better be working on that first.
Yep, I agree. Look at the biggest business in the world right now, Amazon. Their #1 value is customer obsession. So just gives you a proof. But I love it. What else, Lila? What do you think happened in your deals that could help other people in terms of the way you pick the sector, define the deal, negotiate a deal, raise the capital? Anything that you think happened to you that you just want to share?
I guess be patient. Always have something positive every day. Get up every day, look for something. Look at something grateful in your life that day, and then go about your sheet. Make sure you have a duty sheet every day. I call it, or a to-do list. Don't put yourself under the pressure that you got to get it all done, but doggone it, get at something. Do something. That's the biggest thing. Do something. Call one person. This success is not all going to happen to you in one day. It's going to take a while. I could tell you over the last 9 months, I've been so frustrated sometimes trying to get this deal all tied together. And it's all married itself out, and it's turned out better than I could have dreamed it would have when I first started. The one is the first one with the bowling alley is the one that I initially started to buy. And the other one got through in my lap as I'm starting the process of this. If that hadn't happened, I only have a little deal. Now I got a huge deal, and the return on it is crazy. I mean, there's no money of my money in this. It's just my grind. In fact, I actually can take about 50,000 out of it if I want to, but I don't think I want to at this point. But I have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Because of how I align this deal. And I'm just finishing up the last one right now today. I went and got the liquor license for it. That's where I'm driving to today right now, to put the liquor license in it and finish it up. But it's all done today. It's a slam dunk deal. I am so pumped to find the next ones. And what's crazy is I have like 3 of them coming at me.
I love
and
it.
now people are saying, "What do you mean you're going to do another one?" I go, "I'm going to do another one. I'll hire people. I'll find people. I'll find somebody that'll help me."
I love it, man. That was about to be my next question. What your next steps? Do you plan to just stop, or you plan to buy businesses nonstop and you're going to be a deal junkie?
Well, I'm gonna be doing a lot of analysis. I think there's 16 deals that I'll even look at on my desk right now. I got 2 brokers down my neck right now with 2 deals. The interesting thing, the one deal I'm looking at is not too far from the bowling alley restaurant, and it's a grocery store, which is kind of the same thing, but it has very low, I guess you'd call it percentages. But the guy is desperate to get out. He's basically calling and begging the broker to have me buy it. So now I'm getting this one. It's coming, and I'm doing about for 6 months. And the guy's basically coming at me saying, what do I got to do to sell this to you? And it's like, okay. And this business turns $300,000 cash flow.
Love it.
So now it's basically, how much do I really want to pay this guy? And then it joins in with the business I have up there. So the management up there can oversee the management of this. And I'm working with a food supplier for the grocery stores. And I want them to give me money just like my food supplier here did.
Yeah.
Because, here's the deal. I give you my 5 years contract, and how much will you give me rebate up front? That'll be my down payment money. Then I'll slide some off to the side. I'm going to ask for, I really want to get a computer system where when the stuff comes in the back, that's inventory, when it goes out the front, it's inventory. I can have somebody sit in an office and basically push a button and say, okay, that's what we need this week because that's what we got to. If anything comes up missing, we know it was stolen, and we got cameras and stuff to find all that. And it's like push button business. It's like, all I can tell you, you know your inventory, you know your sales, and you keep track of stuff. Nothing is a hard business.
So good. What is your plans in terms of visiting the facilities?
Easy stuff.
Yeah, we're a little delay. What is your plan? Are you planning to visit the? Yeah.
I've already been there once. I've met with the owner already once, but I was trying to get these two done first, so I didn't want to pile on. So.
And in terms of visiting the businesses, the ones you bought, what are your plans in terms of managing it? Are you planning to go there once a week, once a month, never go there? What's your plans with that?
Well, with the restaurant bar business, I have to make a face there. So I put my sport coat on, a nice shirt, and I spend Friday, Saturday there. Make friends with the customers. The customers will be your mouth and voice, and tell everybody he's a great guy. So that's kind of what I'll do for a while. And then I'll pick different days that I go. My management team is really good already there. I just got to teach them my systems. The one up north needs a little more care and love, so my daughter and son-in-law are up there right now. But once we find a person for that, it'll run the same as the one that I'm working at right now. So.
I love it. What would you suggest to someone who is maybe, people are uncertain, they're not sure on what sector to pick, they're thinking about giving up. What would you recommend those people?
I'll tell you this, if you quit, you'll get nothing. You get zero.
Yeah.
And the question you got to ask yourself in life, and this is what I look at, and Les Brown does it probably the best. He talks about having regrets when you're laying on your deathbed. None of us know when that is, but none of us are staying here forever. But he said, what are you going to do when you're laying on your deathbed and all you think about is all you didn't do or all you could have did and all that stuff? I'd rather live life as a damn adventure than a boring old story.
Yeah, I love it. So good, man. So good. And I love it. I mean, it took you a few months, but it's freaking worth it. Like, how long will it take you to build two businesses like that from scratch?
So much of our system. Quitting is not you can't quit.
Yeah.
Get with somebody like myself. I mean, I'm not objecting to call with somebody. I'll mentor somebody through their process. I don't have a problem with that. I'll share what I know, and if I don't know, I'll help them find it. I love this. I'm hooked now.
Beautiful. I love it.
I got this pretty jet on my vision board that I'm getting real itchy.
So good.
That's
so
my
good.
tool.
So good. And people just don't have patience. Like, I'm trying to tell them, like, how long will it take you to build those two businesses from scratch right now if you wanted?
Oh, geez. I take, it took the one 8 years and it took the other one 3 years. So if it takes you 9 months, so what? You walk in, turn the key, and cash is going in the bank. We just did the numbers for February on the one, and we got $13,000 after all payments are made, sitting in the bank that made cash.
Love it. So good.
And we work up there 3 days a week.
So good.
So what can you do for $13,000 for 3 days of work and then actually having systems in place? That's what you want to ask. When you're ready to quit, ask yourself, what can I do for that? When I'm just taking this one over here the first of, tomorrow, but which is the 1st of March. This one here will probably clear me easily $20,000 to $25,000 a month after payments.
Love it.
So you add those two together, and I don't plan on spending more than 3 or 4 days here.
Mm-hmm.
So my week spent, I made $30,000 a year or a month.
Love it.
You're going to end up with 360. I got bigger projections on it than that because I'm going to grow it. So.
I love it. Man, that's freaking exciting. I'm really, really happy for you. What other last thoughts? Any other last thoughts you want to share with everyone? Freaking internet.
We lose connection.
Yeah, I think you're back now. Let's try now. Yeah. Any last thoughts you want to? Any last thoughts you want to share with everyone? Just on any thoughts you have?
Have fun, man. Have fun. If you even think this is something you want to do it. At least attempt it. If you don't think you got the wherewithal to do it, get with somebody that's doing it, and eventually it'll rub off on you.
So good. Lyle, I really want to. Yeah. Lyle, I really want to thank you so much. First of all, congratulations on those 2 deals, and second of all, just really to appreciate you and respect you for being willing to have this conversation, because I'm not taking it for granted at all. Like many people won't take the time to sit here and share their story, so it will help others. So I really appreciate you for that. And just tap yourself on the back, because a lot of us, especially when we try to be high performance, right, we always forget to relax and breathe and tap ourselves on the back of like, hey, I'm doing something all right here. So really, I just want to congrats you and appreciate you for what you do and who you are and the work you're doing and the fact that you're here willing to share that. So thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for all the stuff you did to kind of push me over the edge and get me to see that. I give you a whole nother story on how this all ended up being what it is, because I was sitting really happy, basically semi-retired, and just kicked in and went, okay, quit sitting around on your hiney, go do something. It was fun. I guess the one last thing I got to tell people that are afraid or want to quit listening to them other people. Those other people aren't you. I have parents, I have my wife, I have my kids, I have other people going, you're crazy. What are you trying to do? How are you going to do it all? Don't matter. It'll all work itself out. I'm telling you, people, it works itself out all the time. I could tell you about blessing after blessing in this deal that I didn't think would work out, that ended up just happening because of either took the time to get the deal done or I got in contact with the right person over the time. Be patient and don't listen to other people.
So good. Love it.
Unless they've got more money and expertise in this than you got, they can't get your time. Your time's too valuable for that.
Yeah. Thank you, man. I love that. So thank you very much, Lyle. I'm gonna stop.
Can't hear you. Let me see, maybe I need to unmute you somehow. No, can't hear you. Fucking tech.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, man. I'm a low tech dude.
All good, man. Me too. All good.
I'm a super low tech dude, so you got to bear with me.
No worries at all, my friend. Dude, good to see you, man. I'm excited to hear about what you've been up to over those, I don't know how long.
Wow. Dude, you don't even know. Okay, so from that time that we're on the phone, that first meeting, I had already had the idea from that Dan Pena seminar that I saw. So I started looking into businesses, but as soon as I went through your videos and the phone call with you and seeing all of that, it really gave me the confidence. So I made an offer, dude. So I did, like you said, I planted the seed. I started talking to everybody. And one of my friends is like, Bill, did you buy that other business? And I'm like, no. He's like, I got one for you to look at with me, you know. And so I said, let's do it. It took a while to negotiate because you told me, remember, he's like, stand firm.
Yeah.
And since I had the money, and I walked away from the deal twice.
See.
And then he came back. So we just closed February. I took over books on March 1st. So training started, and then the seller took off to Africa.
Seriously.
He took his money, and he's like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So, yeah. So, yeah, I like, I can't believe it. In this one deal, okay, remember you said, Bill, what would be your ideal in 12 months? Would put like $8,000 a month in my pocket. Well, this could very well be about that. Pretty close.
I'm so happy. Seriously. Thank you so much for inspiring me to continue to put it out there. Dude, that's
Yeah.
I'm hearing those stories. Because people always ask me, why do you even do that? I'm like, dude, there are millions of businesses out there. You know what I need to do to talk to all of those businesses? I just can't. So, dude.
Yeah, I was the same way. I was like, why in the world would you not go tackle all these? Why would you share it? And I get it now. Like, there's no way you would have found this deal.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, are you okay with us like doing maybe a bit detailed version like for like a testimonial video?
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
You don't need to like share details if you don't want. Just like I'll ask you like generic question. You'll be like, yeah, I've done this, I did this, and
Yeah. I'm total open book, dude.
dude,
No problem.
So let's do as if we start right now. Okay, so
Okay.
Hey guys, so we got Bill here, and I'm super excited to hear his story because he just closed a deal, an acquisition. And Bill, I mean, I'd love for you to just give a brief info, just maybe a few words about yourself and kind of like what did you do in your life before you even started working with me, perhaps?
Oh yeah. Okay. So before finding you on the internet, I was in the real estate business for pretty much my whole career. I had a mortgage company in the 90s when the mortgage business was good. And then I started investing in real estate, and that started doing good. And then 2006 happened, and then it went to zero. And from there, I started just trying to find something. So now, by then I'm 47 now, but this was like 10 years ago. So 37, I was kind of starting from zero again. So I saw the real estate was down, so I started buying houses again, and buying them, flipping them, keeping a couple for rental, doing some seller carryback, some creative stuff, and it made some money. And I was surprised. I didn't think so. But then the real estate market got too high recently, so buying real estate was slowing down. So my income was, if I'm not buying, I ain't making money. So that's when I decided to, might as well change my game, and then surfing the internet. Then I found you, and the idea of buying businesses just freaking resonated with me. It was scary.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. So first of all, awesome stuff. So maybe you can share just a little bit about the deal you really just closed, right? So how long do you work with me already, and what do you think, or just share whatever you want, I guess, about your deal.
Okay. So because I had been experienced in business, I feel like having found your material and implemented it really quick might be an advantage for me, because I've been a businessman my whole life. Yeah. So I found you in December, and but I had learned about the QLA idea like a month or two before. So with that idea, I started looking around, but the details I couldn't find on how to apply that. And then in December, I found you and you told me about your program. I signed up. We had our conference call, I think in late December. And then in January, I had already been shopping around. So in December, as soon as I heard about buying businesses, I started looking around for businesses. And then I had made an offer on a 3-office physical therapy. And then I had started telling all my friends, I'm not going to buy real estate anymore. I'm going to buy businesses. So a friend brought me an idea over some beers. And he said, hey, Bill, you trying to buy that physical therapy? And I'm like, yeah, I'm about to open escrow. And he's like, no, look at this deal with me. And it was a medical business, and it was interesting, and it was actually more lucrative than the one I was looking at. So I scrapped the other one, and I started looking, more at this. But by then, you had already told me when I asked you a couple emails, what should I do? And you're like, dude, just do it. Why are you wasting time? Why you ask me these questions? Just, and it actually pissed me off. But I was like, because I don't know enough. That's why I'm asking you. And you're like, just do it. So I sat with this guy, and we hashed it out. It took about a month and a half. We met numerous times. He didn't want to adjust the price, but you had told me, well, if you're bringing more money to the table, then you should stand firm. So I took your advice, and so I walked away from the deal twice, and then I went back. According to what you said, you're right. If you bring the money, generally you have more leverage. So we agreed. I bought in to the business. He and I partnered to buy a business. And we closed escrow. We did the agreement in January 2019, and the attorney started working out the details, working with mine back and forth. And I was new to this, so I was kind of confused. But they explained it. My attorney, explained it to me, so I got comfortable with it. And then we did the final signing in February, because we had some adjustments in January. We had some hurdles, and I funded the deal. I raised the money with some family and the seller carryback, and my partner brought no money to the table, but he found the deal. So between me and my family, we brought the money, my parents. And so I talked him into putting the money, and we closed the deal. Their money with my money. We closed the deal in like February 20th, let's say, right around there. And then the books came to us starting March 1st. So it's the 12th. So we've had credit for the business since March 1st for 12 days.
Brilliant. And you mentioned so many great lessons in literally just those few words. First of all, in terms of raising capital, I'm always saying, hey, if you can't go to your family members and ask for money, it means that you don't believe in that deal enough, right? Because they should be the first people you should talk to, because they believe in you. Because you don't need to sell yourself now, you just need to sell the deal. And if
I agree with that.
Perhaps you don't believe in the deal. So that's a great lesson. Then, first of all, you mentioned your partner who found that deal and got equity in the deal. Heck, he got himself a great deal for just finding the deal, right? So everyone can do that as well. Just go out there, find the deal. You'll find the money if the deal is good. And I love the fact that you said, yes, you had experience in business, but I mean, heck, you have experience and you closed the deal in what, less than in 2-3 months, or like 2 months?
Yeah, I would say we entered the agreement in early January, closed it in mid February, late February. So it was literally a 6-7 week deal.
Brilliant. So,
and let me tell you, my mind was spinning during that time. I was like, oh, shouldn't I? I'm scared.
I love it. And some people are watching this and they perhaps don't have any experience, or they have existing businesses. It doesn't matter what I'm trying to tell them. Heck, even if it's going to take you a few more months or a year, so what? I mean, everyone got their own learning curve, right? So just enjoy the process wherever you're at. So, dude, thanks so much for sharing this and inspire others. What would you say are your biggest lessons that you got in this process, or by working with me, or anything that you want to share?
God, man, the biggest lesson was your email back to me, which was when I was real nervous and I was early in the negotiations and not sure if I should actually do a letter of intent. And you're like, just do it. And then I was all nervous. So I went ahead and did it. But then once we got it in writing and we put it in front of them, then things happen to where you have to wake up to the reality. And that's the lesson I learned. I'm like, until you like step off and jump into the pool, I was never going to figure this out. So I'm like, I'm going to either drown or I'm going to learn how to swim real quick. And so that was it. Like just jumping in was I almost didn't want to do that. And then raising capital, the negotiation, there was a lot to learn because you had told me that I should stand firm and ask for more of the equity, which I probably wouldn't have, because he only wanted to give me like 5% of the company for bringing the deal. And then I fought it and said, I want 65. And then we negotiated right at 45. Yeah. And very lucrative deal for me because the annual revenues on it is $1.2 million, and it has about a 37% profit margin. Of course, going forward, when we grow it, we may have to spend a little bit more. So there's room to squeeze that down, but still be a juicy deal. So immediately I have cash on cash return for my investment. And then he gets an immediate cash flow for just finding the deal. And I only knew him because he was my friend for many, many, many years, from high school on. And he had his own career. And we never did business together before. But when he heard I was trying to buy a business and he knew about this one, he brought it to me and he said, let's do this together. He's still keeping his day job and I still do my investing, but we're going to grow this business together.
Love it. What's the business is doing exactly?
It's a medical industry. It's an imaging business, like Nuke Med digital imaging. And how the business works is we pretty much lease the cameras to doctors so that doctors can collect the revenue from insurance. Because right now a cardiologist will send a patient down the street and doesn't get any revenue or anything for needing that patient to have an image of the heart. So now we go to him and we say, here's our camera. Let's put it in your office on that day. Put all your patients in that room that day. So let's say you could have 10 people. And you're going to get the revenue from that, and then you pay us a lease amount for that day's use. So these cameras generate an income. And the doctors love it because they don't have to go buy a $250,000 camera. So we bought a business that already had 4 cameras, and we want to grow it at 2 cameras a year and sell the business in 10 years. That's the plan.
Brilliant. I love it. And you mentioned the fact that you had some uncertainties in the process. It's like, sometimes all you need is just like a pat on the back and certainty saying, hey, dude, just do that. It's all good, right? You just need that certainty. And I love it. And you know, we even talked about it a second before we started this recording. And people are like, hey, Moran, why are you even sharing those things? And I'm like, guys, there are millions of businesses out there. And you said it yourself, like, there's no way that I was able to find your deal anyway, right? So, I mean, why not just share and give you guys access to what I wish that I had when I started, literally.
When I first talked to you, I was like, why are you going to give out this information? You could get all the deals for yourself. And you said that exact thing. And then the reality was, when this deal came, there's no way, there's nothing in the world you could have done to have found this deal. This was not advertised anywhere. It was word of mouth. And that guy caught on and said, oh, you're selling your business, we'll buy it. And it was a divorce kind of a thing. And the guy's like, I need to get out. So yeah, you never would have found this deal. And now I get it. It makes sense.
Yeah, and people don't understand. Now you're part of my network and I know what deals you're looking at. And I know that some deals you'll get access to eventually. You'll say to me, hey, Moran, I got this deal. I don't want anything to do with it. Take it away. And vice versa. I can do the same for you. So it's like win-win for everyone, and just building a great network of awesome people that, you know, would just like to hang out with each other eventually as well. So, I mean, awesome. So if someone was out there on the fence to join kind of like this inner circle, this working with me or learning about this space, what would you tell them?
My thing is, if that thing is in you and you're like, I want to take my business to another level, the information on your site, the detailed information, that's what I needed. I lacked a strategy and a way to apply that strategy. Like, the idea is good, but I needed more detailed plan. Like, okay, here's step A, step B, step C. So if someone's looking to take it to the next level, your education I think is exactly what they would probably be looking for. Because it helped me, because I didn't know which way to go first. and knowing what steps to take, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then being able to call out to you, and then you push me, made all the difference. I mean, honestly, it wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for sharing that and inspiring me to continue and do that. So thank you so much. I'll stop the recording right now. But yeah, thank you so much. And really,
He came to say hi.
Awesome.
He just came in to say hi to you. Yeah, so I'm pretty stoked. So now I had a question for you. Like, where should I focus my energies now that I close this deal? Should it just be solely on buying other business or competition, or other medical business, ancillary type businesses? Because honestly, the way these contracts were in place, the seller was like, hey, Bill, don't upset the apple cart. You get more cameras, get more contracts, but what we have in place, don't rock that boat. So then I talked to my partner about, let's go buy additional businesses in this field. He's like, oh, that's a good idea.
So if I were you,
Yeah.
first of all, make sure that whatever you have right now in the business, that it's continuing to run like this, right? Like, who's going to take care of the day-to-day operations right now? You're going to be involved? There's other people, or what's going to happen there?
Yeah, we're keeping the people in place, and my partner is going to be the new sales guy to go out. Every time we get a camera, he's going to go he's a great salesman. So he's going to go be the salesman for each camera, we can get 4 to 5 contracts. So that's his job. My job is to get the money to get the camera.
Sweet.
And do the books.
So awesome. So as long as you got the fundamentals right, like the business is going to continue to work as is, that's the first priority, right?
Yeah.
As long as you have that, I would say definitely go and try to grow by acquisitions. You should, if I were you, I would focus. Unless you're like ADD, you just want to be involved in different industries, I would focus, right? So think, who have my clients and who have products that I can then sell to your existing clients, right? If you can find businesses that have those two, that would be your biggest advantage, because then you can have.
So the 2 you're saying is businesses that I could sell to our customers now. And what was the other one?
So you want either more clients, businesses.
Oh, more clients. Okay, I didn't
Think with yourself,
hear that the first time.
what other businesses have the same type of client that I have, right? And ideally go and buy them. Another aspect can be, what other businesses have products or services that I can sell to my existing clients, right?
Okay.
So, and
I
when
see what you're saying.
yeah, and when you'll have them, you'll have apps, you have cross-selling opportunities, and then you'll find ways to also save money. So for example, you'll find that they have like their own CFO, and you don't need 2 CFOs in both companies, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. I get it. Okay. So, what do they call that? Economy by scale or something like that?
Exactly. Economies of scale, whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So then, what do you think about, okay, so in the process of right when I was wrapping up this deal, this business broker that I found online, she's like, oh, I got this business you should look at. And of all of them, 2 of them seemed fairly lucrative. But then when I emailed you, you're like, no, stick to what you got, stick to the industry. So one of them I scrapped, but the other one is in the medical industry.
Okay.
It is, so the business I bought, Core Medical Imaging, it has existing contracts. So it's kind of like on a residual. So we don't have to upset the apple cart. We just buy more cameras, get more contracts. So we could grow this. And so every time we get a camera, which we're going to probably buy here in the next few months, because I already raised the capital for that, we'll be able to get 4 or 5 contracts off of that. Hopefully by the end of the year, we could buy another one. So, but that doesn't take 40 hours a week from me. So this other business she presented to me was a radiology repair company. They go to doctors' offices, and when their machine is, faulty, they repair it. Now, they have residual contracts because they have people that are like, oh, they contract that, we go fix it. And the revenues in the profit margins are good. The revenues are $5 million a year, 5.2, and the take home is $1.5 million taxable income. So that ratio is right about that 25-30%. So that's why when I was saying, like, should I not even chase another business and not even worry about it. But then when I called them, they said, we already got an offer, Bill. I'm already in escrow. So I told her, well, if it falls out, call me.
Yeah. So
Should I?
That's great. What you said is great. I'd say follow your gut. If you feel like it's a good deal, go for it, right? Especially if there's some kind of sync with what you're doing right now. I mean, I'm like right now, it's kind of like you need to figure out what's right for you, right? Because some people will say, hey, I don't care about the business. I just want to do deals. Other people might say, hey, I just want to focus, build one business in one sector and grow that and just be really, really focused, right? Like look at the biggest companies out there in the world, like Amazon, right? They're buying tons of companies, but in the end of the day, they have a vision in mind of what they want to have. Same with Google. They're buying tons of companies, but they have their vision. Their vision is we want to give as much info as we can to the world or something like that. They have their sentence for their own vision, and all their acquisitions are related to that vision. So if I were you, I would go back to the video about kind of like the vision that you want to have, and based on that, make the next acquisitions. Make sure that they're like, where do you see yourself in 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Is this acquisition going to help me move towards that vision or not? If the answer is yes, go for it. If no, then perhaps you don't want to give up on that.
Okay, that gives me clarity, but it gives me one more question.
Yeah.
Because it's in the medical sector and my business is medical sector, could I, let's say I do acquire this one. They're not the exact same business, but they're in the medical. Could I then package them together and sell them, or is that not how it works? Like not like together, like under like.
So under one holding company, you're thinking.
Yeah. Or is that not a recommendation? Just keep them separate. Because the other reason why I would like to keep them separate is my business partner now is gonna get, he's 55%, I'm 45%, but he's actually 55% with his son, whatever.
Yeah.
So if I bring in this other deal with us, I got to split half, right? So maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to do this other one on my own.
No, so you have a NewCo, you own 100% of the NewCo, right? So definitely that. And then eventually, if you want to merge them together, so right now, I wouldn't merge them right now. You don't need that. But in the future, if you'll decide you want to sell the whole group, then you can merge those two under a NewCo, and then you figure out the shares between both of you guys. But yeah,
okay. I got you.
But yeah, definitely don't give. You don't need to give equity that you don't need to.
So now that my other question was, now that I'm actually closed the deal, do I now need to go to LinkedIn and Facebook and create all that, or do I just now? Let's say I don't want to do any other acquisition. I just want to build this business, just to get it to 10 million, because that's he and I both discussed it. The annual revenue is $1 million. We want to get it to 10 in 10 years and sell it. Then do I have to create a LinkedIn and a Facebook and all that, or is it not so necessary now that I've got my acquisition?
So are you referring to now you want to grow the business organically by getting more clients, or you want to go and buy more businesses? That's what I
want to go. We want to grow internally and externally. We want to go after our competition and buy them.
We'll do both. Yeah.
So one of your recommendations was to create a Facebook and a LinkedIn and all that.
So all those, you don't complicate things. You need to find, you have separate things to do, right? First of all is, how do I grow my business internally? How do you get clients right now? Ask the seller, how did he get clients so far, right? Talk to him, figure out what worked for him to get clients, go and do more of that, right?
Okay.
Don't reinvent the wheel. Just figure out what worked for him to get new clients and do the same, right? That's going to be your focus on organic growth. At the same time, think, okay, I also want to buy my competitors, so I need to find a way to reach out to those competitors. What is the best way for you? For some people, it's just cold calling them. For some people, it's to send them LinkedIn messages. For some people, it's to email them. For other people, it's to like physically email them, like direct letters, right? Find one or two that you can relate to and just use them. But don't, if you don't relate to Facebook or LinkedIn, don't do that. Just send letters, cold call, go to events in your sector. Just find a way to reach out to those owners somehow. It doesn't matter if it's LinkedIn, Facebook, letters, events, all the other ways that I'm talking about, right? But make the difference between growing things organically and then just don't reinvent the wheel. Figure out what's worked and do more of that. And growing externally is find a way to reach out to those business owners. Like right now, you find a deal with a broker. If brokers work for you, go for it. How did you structure the financing, by the way? I'm curious.
Oh, the seller financed the sale spread over 3 years. So he took 25% down. That's what I brought to the table.
Yep.
And the balance paid to him over 3 years at an interest rate, blended rate of around 8%, 8.5%. So he'll be paid out over 3 years. So in 3 years, the business is free and clear, and he and I are now owners of it.
Brilliant.
And we bought it under market. We feel that the value was easily 2 million, maybe 3 because of the revenues and the profit. And we bought it for $1 million too.
Got it. So they're not getting equity. Your family, you didn't give them equity in the business. You just
5%.
Okay, sweet.
I got 40.
Fair enough, yeah. And they're getting they're getting cash flow as part of the distribution, right?
Yeah. And I want to make sure they get a healthy monthly. So my parents, I told them you'll get a monthly healthy cash flow from it, half of the profitability. So that's how we did it.
Awesome. Yeah. Any other questions to me?
No, I wrote some. I wrote them down because I didn't want to get all excited because I think we covered them all. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think that's it. I just needed clarity on how to move forward. I was a little confused about that, but you made it very clear. You have 2, so I'm very clear on that now.
Dude, you got my email. Anything you're uncertain about, just email me. And the new email, like it's the same email, but then it's getting labeled. So write down the new email. It's client@acquisitions.com. Then it's being labeled for clients, so I know I can immediately get back to them. Otherwise, I'm just getting tons of emails, and I want to make sure I'm not missing yours.
Okay, so it's clients@acquisitions what?
Acquisitions.com. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'll save you as a different save. What is your contact phone number?
So I'm all over the place. I'm not sure. Like I don't have a real right now. I'm in Cyprus. Next week I'm going to be in Panama, so I don't have like a number. So best way is
just email and make an appointment to phone call. All right, we can do that.
Then we'll just do the same thing. Exactly.
Well, I'm very thankful for your putting out what you did because it's really changed my direction here.
That's awesome, bro. I'm happy to hear that, dude. Freaking exciting. Like
yeah, me too, man. It's freaking amazing.
And
yeah.
Keep me updated in the next acquisition, so we'll do another testimonial in the Bolton one.
Yeah. Right on, buddy. All right, I'll give you updates every now and then when something exciting pops up or I have a question.
Definitely. Sounds good, my friend. All right, take care. Best of luck and keep me updated. Take care.
All right, take care.
All right, Dean, how's it going, man?
Really good. And how are you?
Oh, good, man. Good to see you. What are those numbers behind you? That's the vision?
It's a couple of things. Actually, you recorded. I may as well share with everyone then. I was just jotting down some note in terms of how I should structure the content that I'm going to give to everyone as well. Just help. It's more so the delivery that's the most important as well. So I was just very conscious on how I can deliver it to everyone as well. But I may as well start with this because sort of a small vision back here as well. I've got my financial goals up on the wall as well. I don't know if anyone can read it, but it's around $10 million there as well. That's passively per year. There's 100 properties there. There's also 100 investment properties that I'd love to be able to bring in. A bit more in particular is sort of a big term vision, the cars that I want. I've got written down on there the holidays that I'd love to be able to achieve as well. But my main, my core values here as well. So I've got family, integrity, love, and optimum health there as well. So they're my big core main values. It might change because I was just considering it as well in terms of cultures and blending it into businesses there as well. I know some cultures of some businesses are really focused on lifestyle as well. So I've really been adding that. I'm probably going to add that to my core values as well, just adding in more lifestyle to my business values as well. But these are more my vision board as well, where I want to be able to achieve. My first car that I want to buy is my Range Rover Sport. My house that I want to be able to achieve as well. got it all specifically really planned out for this next 12 months. There's obviously just another whiteboard where I just do things as well, but sort of my main whiteboard that I work with on a daily there as well. But that's sort of, I guess, my situation as well. But
dude, I love it. I freaking love it. I think, and I just talked about it in the call yesterday, like the more immersed you are, the more you brainwash your mind. Like for me, I think anything that I got in my life was because I literally brainwashed my mind for what I want. So dude, freaking awesome. Thank you for sharing that. So yeah, this is your call, man. I just want to add as much value as I can to the members, and I'm going to share it only to the members. It's not going to be on YouTube, so feel free to dive in as much as you want, as much as you can. Like it's yours, man. If you want to start from the beginning, how you found the deal, a little bit about the negotiation back and forth, and then about financing, due diligence, perhaps just go through as much as you can in the process. Awesome, thank you, man. Go ahead.
I'm probably going to start back before the deal because I think that's even most important. I guess my experience that I brought to it. But when I first started this particular journey, it was almost 5 years ago. So I'm 24 years old this year as well. But when I was 18, 19 years old, I used to come home. My family, we never used to be very orientated for growth, personal growth and whatnot. And so I used to always come home from work and I used to always catch my brother watching Robert Kiyosaki on YouTube. And I used to just go straight upstairs. I used to not like watching this type of things. I used to just go, why are you watching this crap again? And I used to just go straight to my bedroom and just, shower and just go to sleep and do whatever I used to do. Probably a good 2 to 3 months later of him consistently watching those videos, I finally decided to sit on the couch and actually watch these videos with him, actually understand it and go, all right, well, finally, what are you watching? And then I'd actually start to understand it. And then eventually we went to our first seminar as a family, my mum, my brother, and me as well. We went to our first seminar. It was all about property investing and passive income. And just that's what really sparked the interest for me and my family. And I guess the main goal for us was retiring our mum. But that's where I met my first mentor. And this is where he probably set me on the first path of the journey, which was, Dean, I think that you should either go into business for yourself. And I think there are 4 main skills that you need to learn if you're going to step into business. And they were sales. You need to learn how to communicate effectively, he said. He said you need to know how to market. So you need to be good at advertising and marketing. You need to be a good leader. And leadership will always be a commonality goal, whether you're leading a company or whether you're going to war and you're leading a group of people to their death as well. It's the same thing with business. You need to be able to inspire people to do what they wouldn't normally do. And the last one is operations, systems and operations as well. And so over the last 5 years has been me really nailing down on each of those skills, which is I spent several years in sales. I learned marketing. I opened up my own marketing agency. It failed, but I learned how to market as well. The last one was leadership. So I learned how to run a company and people still from that company keep in contact with me, and that shows me that I've led them right, and they still want to keep in contact with me, and they still ask me for advice about different things as well. And then the last one is operations as well. And so this is where I'm bringing it all together. And I've really been networking with other people who specialize in networking, whose companies I'm actually been working with a consultant lately. She's going to be coming straight in after I acquire the business. I'm going to be looking at the operations of my business as well. We're going to sit down together and we're just going to be structuring out the organizational chart and really making sure it's clicking like time work as well, making sure everyone's held accountable there as well. And so that's been the last probably 5 years of me building these networks, reading heaps of books, but I've actually stopped reading books, stopped watching a lot of content, stopped doing all these types of things. Now it's time to just start putting in the work. I think there comes a time where you just got to start actioning everything that you've learned and just putting it into fruition there as well. That's a small background on obviously my journey and where I've come to. I guess now it's stepping into the deals. I guess you could say the middle section of it all in that sense. So I know a lot of people have been asking me, even reaching out to me over Messenger as well. The first particular deal that I worked with, first deal is broker deal. I went through probably a good 10 to 12 brokers before I found one really good broker. One good broker who understood vendor financing. He's actually done a couple of deals on his own. And so for himself, he was like, yep, I already understand what you're wanting to do. and I want to make sure you're a good fit for the business owner. So he was on my side already. I built an amazing relationship with him, and I'm probably in the process of trying, after I close off this deal with him, I'm probably going to look at trying to hire him for my dream team there as well, and trying to acquire him because he's already on the same wavelength. He understands the acquisition process. He shot me out a due diligence list, and he goes, "Is this the information that you need?" I go, "Yep, it's exactly, it aligned with everything that I needed." And so he was already a step ahead of me in terms of the processes and whatnot. He understood the financing situation. He understood it all. So I guess I still played the numbers game, but I played the numbers game with the brokers. It goes hand in hand. Whether you're doing it with cold calls or whether you're doing it with brokers, it's still the numbers game as well. For myself, that was my particular scenario. And so I guess with this particular business deal, it wasn't a motivated seller. When he said to me, when we were having a lot of conversations over the phone, he said to me, "This guy's particularly not motivated to sell." And I had a weird reaction in my head. It made me think, no, now I really want to buy this business because it's not motivated to sell. Something in me just made me go, I really want to buy this business, because it makes me see in my head, it goes, if he doesn't really want to sell this business, it means it's a good business. It means it must be quite sound and operational and whatnot. And when I started looking into it a bit more further, it was on the edge of just being managed as well. He was just the last person in the way, and all he had to do was just step back one more step, and you could just put somebody else in there to run the business as well. So it's a perfect scenario. But from that moment on, when I engaged with the broker, I built an amazing relationship with him. The next step was obviously to meet up with the business owner. And because I'd already built a great, amazing relationship with the broker was like wanting me to connect with the business owner. And so we sat down together, we had a business meeting. And in my head, this is, I guess, where my sales experience comes in as well. But I knew the one part, which is obviously making sure that I'm a safe pair of hands for the business. But I want to go a level deeper. I wanted to personally connect with the business owner to make sure that I'm actually the right connection for him personally, not just for the business. And throughout the negotiation, throughout the conversations, he could find it there were certain things that I ticked his number one box, which was I understood his industry, refrigeration and construction. And as soon as he could see that, but based off what I was saying, he knew straight away. As soon as I left that business meeting, he spoke to the broker and said, I think he's the right person.
How did you know that sector, by the way?
Pardon?
How did you know about that sector? I'm sure other people are asking. Do you have experience in that sector?
Yeah. So I left high school early. I left high school very, very early, like 15, 16 years old, and I jumped straight into construction. And so by the time I was 20 years old, I was already fully qualified in construction. So I already knew. I spent years and years and years in that trade as well. In fact, I'm actually going back to the company that I used to work for, because me and a previous employee there had aspirations to open up our own business together as well. And we're still in connection today, 5 years later. And I'm wanting him to manage my business for me. And that was our initial. But I'm really starting to tie in, obviously, past experience into what I'm doing right now. I know that was one of the questions. I think I'll pull it up actually really quick on my Facebook, because I know one of the guys wanted, there were key questions there as well. How am I financing it? One of those key questions.
So tell us perhaps in the meantime on kind of like the back and forth conversations that you had with the owner. So you got to that business with the broker.
Yep.
How did it went through? Like, how did it go through? Did you send an offer and he rejected? Did you tell us a little bit about the back and forth situation?
Yeah. So initially my first offer down was, initially the business was for $780K. Plus stock and whatnot, but let's just leave the stock out of there for now. It's only $30,000, but around $780K. I'd put in an offer at $600K. I'd really gone really low just to see where they were playing at, and then the broker gave me a call after I actually placed that offer, and he was going, just help me understand your offer and why you placed it that way, which is the reason why I knew he was a good broker, because most brokers would just go, no, that's a low ball offer. But he wanted to actually understand the reasons why and the structure and the finance and how you were going to do that. And it really went to a point where he just said blatantly, he said, look, to be honest, when I spoke to Mike, the business owner, about it, he said he'll probably be looking at obviously the original offer there as well. And I was like, okay, I'll see what I can do. I adjusted the offer again as well. It went a bit more higher, up to $720,000. And obviously it was deferred. So a lot of it was deferred over what the term that I chose was around 4 to 5 years. So 4 years specifically there as well, over 4 years. And it was going to be like a, for me, after I did all the numbers and spoke to my finance guy as well, he said I could definitely raise the amount that you need. It's quite easy based off the cash flow as well as the assets and whatnot. He said it was quite easy to be able to, which I know we're probably going to have to drill into a bit more because I know a lot of people have got a lot of finance questions and whatnot.
Exactly. So that's a great lesson as well. The fact that you already talk to finance people while talking to the business owner, right? You always had in the back of your mind, okay, this is how much I can probably offer at closing, right? You didn't just randomly send an offer on whatever, right? So yeah, and if you want to expand,
it's that consistency as well. It's always being, I don't know what, I can't obviously track what people do day to day, but it's always consistently looking or solving that next problem or what could come up. That's my thoughts. As I wake up in the morning, I'm like, what's the biggest problem that I need to solve today? And then I go, how can I map it out? And I map it out steps by steps to reverse engineer it from there as well. Who do I need to speak to solve that problem, whether it's an accountant, lawyer, or a finance person? They're the only real 3 people that I speak to on a daily basis, whether it's accountant, lawyer, or my finance director there as well. And I think one of the biggest questions was, how did I find this person? There are a couple of people. It's really connecting the dots, guys. It's really being very resourceful with maybe events. There's a lot of brokering events that go on, a lot of finance events that go on. You could definitely meet people through there. There's a lot of business events where brokers are there. But for me, my brother's a mortgage lender, so he connected me straight to commercial lenders. I actually found a broker that was quite open to the deal as well. He specialized in commercial lending on a Facebook group here in Australia. And
Really?
so we can quite fast, and not just personally, we're all on the same level, but throughout the deal as we were closing it, I actually said to him, like, Brendan, his name is Brendan, I'm looking for a finance director on my team. I said to him, but more so, the only person that I'm looking for is I need somebody that I can rely on to find the money. I said to him, are you that person that can find the money? He says, yep, I'm that person. And immediately I knew, I was like, okay, let's tee up a couple of deals, and I want to start pushing deals through you specifically there as well. And so, where were we? We'll go through the negotiations, the 2 ones as
perhaps
well.
also add a little bit about, so you said you have accountants, lawyers, perhaps talk about how do you find them, because people think like, yeah, lawyers and accountants don't want to work on those deals, or just share your experience, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me personally is any accountant that I've ever gone to. So one trick that I did do is this: finances and accounting is my biggest weakness. Now, I actually decided to get an accounting tutor, okay, to actually teach me this hands-on. I'm a very hands-on learner as well. But this particular tutor, his background he used to work for PwC. He used to work for KPMG. So his background speaks for itself. He's retired now, okay? And so based on what I've learned as well, finding retirees that just want to give back is probably the best dream team that you'd ever want there as well. And so I'm paying him $45 to teach me about accounting, but I'm bringing the company's financials to the table so he can teach me as well. So it's sort of 2 stones. So he's teaching me about it, but I'm also asking him, what are your thoughts on this business? You know, what are you thinking about the cash flow? What are the patterns? And then I'm also learning at the same time when he's actually pointing all these things out. I'm going, oh, wow, I can see it. I can see the cash flow. Yep, I can see it all moving there as well. So I'm learning as well as he's on my dream team. And we both win, triple win really, because I'm paying him for his time as well. So it's completely fine as well. And so he's got probably to find a legal tutor that's been retired, that's in the business as well, so that he'll have a lot of connections to all the law firms, as well as my tutor will have a lot of connections to KPMG as well as all the other big accounting firms there as well. But he's just my tutor at the end of the day. And so
where did you find him? Just online?
Like a local, it's called Gumtree. I don't know if you guys have it there as well. It's just Gumtree. It's just a website that we use for local people. It's like a notice board. It's like an online notice board where people just post services as well.
Love it.
and you would be surprised. So that would probably help a lot of people out. But I'm always open to learning new things as well as building new relationships with people. But that was one strategy I used. The secondary one was literally just adding value to people as well. And obviously it's what you teach as well, Warren. But before asking, to take from people, give something of value. And I've literally probably just, I've just taken accountants out for lunch. That's pretty much all I've done. And I didn't even talk business the entire time until the very end. And they go, well, why did you even organize this meeting in the first place? And then they asked. And then because they asked, then I was like, okay, I'll tell you. Then I'll tell you. But after lunch is had, after I've talked about their goals, their aspiration, their family, their intentions, then they're willing to go, okay, he's asked a lot of me. What can I give him? They initially feel that intention to give. And I'm like, that might be maybe a big thing that people are missing. But when you give so much value to somebody, it's just a reciprocation.
What was the pitch to take them to a lunch or something?
The pitch. Well, I'm a bit of a researcher. So I'd probably play dot to dot, very, very, like I play dot to dot, and I'd normally get a referral from somebody first, and then I'd go, this person referred me to you. Am I able to take you out for lunch? So there's already a common link there. There's already a commonality there between a friend that they know and a stranger. So I'm just going, hey, John asked me to see if you could help me out. Can I take you out for lunch just to see if we're a good fit, for example? And I wouldn't even talk about the business deal. I would just talk about them the whole time. And it's just being interested in them. And accountants, not many people show a lot of interest in them as well. They're very, just general. That's my experience. And when somebody showed genuine interest, and I was speaking to an accountant about this, and they speak down on themselves a lot. They go, no, I'm just an accountant. I'm like, no, you're not just an accountant. You can tell stories based on numbers of a company. That's very important. And as soon as I said that to them, they're like, wow, I didn't realize I did that. And I added so much value to them. And they're like, okay, Dean, well, how can I help you out today? And I'm just like, yeah. It's just showing appreciation, showing that you're interested in somebody, on something, or what they do on a day-to-day basis. And then they go, wow, I actually feel recognized, I feel appreciated. And that's probably the biggest thing. It has nothing to do with business. It's all about building relationships. If you get good at building relationships, then anyone will help you. Anyone will help you.
So true. So tell us a little bit about the back and forth negotiation then. What about the second offer then? You sent the second offer, and how did that go?
Yeah, the second offer didn't work. It was probably more so because then we started going. So he understood after the second offer that it was definitely, that's when we go, so how are you going to finance the deal? And he said to me, it looks like a vendor finance deal. I'm like, of course it does. I said to him, I was very open about it. And he says, yep, okay, perfect. Now that we know that, now we're really talking about deferred payments and seeing what can be made over, obviously, on the closed payments. And then I was just open and honest with it. I was very open because we had that relationship. The relationship that I built with this broker, it's coming back to building the right type of relationships where you can just be open, transparent, and honest, where you don't have to be very, not unconfident, but just be very, this is what it is. This is what I want. This is what you want. Okay, let's try and meet somewhere in the middle. And that's really the conversation that you want to have in the negotiations for me personally there as well. And it was very like, it was just very transparent. I just asked them, hey, what do the buyers want? What will they be happy with as a deposit? I said, let's be reasonable about it. Obviously, everybody would want a full payment on the closing payment, but let's try and meet halfway there as well. Let's just try and obviously, just squeeze in and be flexible about it. And it says, look, they're probably looking at around 300 to 400K. I say, is that 300K or 400K? It's like, there's a big difference. There's a big difference. The 100K difference there is like, probably 400K. And so in my head, it initially went to, okay, 350. I'm like, they'd be happy with 350. I'm like, it should just be enough to go, okay, and the next payment should be enough to push it into the obviously they're happy. Okay, yep, that should work. We started playing with that negotiation as well. Like, okay, some sort of 40 to 50% down up front, and then the rest over. They weren't happy with 4 years whatsoever. And what the broker was sharing with me, he said based off his deals and his vendor finance deals, now this probably is just his experience, not everyone's experience, but he said that a lot of Australians, when it comes to the Australian market, he said that Australia is very new when it comes to creative strategies. They're not very open to deferred payments over 10 years or 5 years or whatever it is. Whatever he said to me, I was like, okay, then what would make them happy? And they said, probably be looking at 2 to 3 years. I said, is that 2 or 3 years? Again, being very clear. Because it's a big difference. I guess the thing that I'm saying is that I guess what I'm emphasizing on is the clear relationship that I had with this broker. It was just very yes or no, black or white. And that's the way you want to be negotiating. Because if you're not clear when it comes to the piece of paper and you're signing on it, it's the biggest problem in the world, to be honest. And so we ended up getting down to the third offer, which was really shifting around the percentages over the deferred times there as well. So it ended up splitting because the broker was the one that suggested it. Maybe you can load up the first year and then obviously drop the percentage on the second year as a deferred payment. So it was looking at 50% down, 30% on the first year, and then 20% on the second year there as well. I chucked it into the numbers and the cash flow still worked out. And for me personally, I think I can drive sales as well now that I've got a secondary deal as well, and the way that they're going to really merge, I can really see it really taking off anyways. And so that was my thoughts around there. I'm trying to think whether there were any other negotiations that I might have missed out on to be able to help any other people there as well.
And if you want to talk perhaps a little bit about the loan terms as well, I think that will really help.
Yeah.
So, guarantees, or tell us a little bit more about that, perhaps.
Yeah, finance isn't my forte. I'd love to probably solidify it a bit more probably at a later stage. But the loan terms was over 10 years. They said I don't mind. Me personally, Look, where I'm wanting to, obviously my, I guess, dream goal and where I'm wanting to go is I'm happy holding on to businesses for the next 5 to 10 years. I'm actually genuinely happy doing that and growing businesses and merging them together and building quite a solid business from that standpoint. And so 10 years wasn't a problem for me. I guess my main focus, the main terms was based off my finance person as well. You're probably speaking to the wrong person about this, but, he was saying, look, all the cash flow is all transparent. The businesses have shown steady growth over the last 3 years. And so when I go into the boardroom and actually pitch it to these banks, which is what I'm happy he's doing for me, he said, as long as the business is showing steady growth and there's enough assets, so in the particular business, he was going to go 2 ways. It was either going to be cash flow finance or it's going to be either asset finance. Either way, they both levied out because there was over $500,000 worth of assets there as well. And I'd still be able to squeeze at least a down payment down on the business. And then once it's in my name, my thoughts are I could probably get financing in a different shape of way if I needed it there as well. But that's all I really know about the finance when it comes to the finance terms as well. I'm not too well levied there, knowledgeable, which I'm learning. Don't worry, I'm getting better and better every day.
Good stuff. Anything else you think that can add value to the guys?
I know I had a couple questions about this as well. I've just got it up here. Trying to make sure I help because I know some people had some particular questions for me.
Yeah, I'll check the post as well. I remember questions definitely about financing.
Finance. I'm also looking at duration. So I wanted to learn more about your experience. How are you funding the deal? Yep. So most of the funding's coming through cash flow and asset financing for myself in particular. Also, is it a straight purchase or part of a reverse exit? It's probably more so, I guess it's just a deferred payment. I guess it is a straight purchase if that's what you mean. I don't know what you mean there, Sib. But
the owner is staying the business. Who's going to run the day-to-day? What's your plan with that?
Great question, actually. That's probably a good focus as well. The way the business is structured at the moment is he could basically run the business from home. company A is what I'm talking about. And so he could do all the plans, all the quoting, all the sales, everything from home. And so my main goal is I'm allowed for around $100,000 in working capital to be able to at least hire somebody else to come in and at least do the sales consulting on that behalf. And all I can really focus on is just growing the business per se there as well. So that's my main focus, is just growing the business and training somebody else to actually do the sales, but as well as manage the guys there as well full time. So I think that'll be the perfect scenario for that. It's more so more, I was even going to ask you, because I know I'm buying two businesses at once and they're both super happy for me to take on their particular businesses because they see that I'm a good fit for their business. My biggest struggle at the moment, I've got a couple of questions around that, is how am I going to balance the time? Because I know, and I've been reading a lot of time management books. I've been trying to figure out how I would structure the time, what's most important, what are the key main roles that I need to be able to do within each business. I've been trying to map it all out to be able to be prepared for it. I guess the main things that I'm struggling with right now is because one business won't actually need much of me to start off with, but the other business that I'm buying will need a lot of me as well. But they're both so close. Their settlements are so close together. Any business that I take on will need a lot of me anyways, because I've got to learn the whole business ins and outs. I've got to adapt to their culture as well and whatnot. And how am I meant to balance those two out with close acquisition times, settlement times?
My suggestion to you would be, first of all, to make sure that there's an enough transition period with the owners to make sure that they're going to train you for a while. So you make sure you learn everything, right? In that period, you also gonna get to know the employees. So I would immediately try to figure out if and who can take over some of those responsibilities. And if needed, he can get more money in terms of salaries, or if you're open to that, even give them some equity. Like for some of those employees, even if you give them 1%, 2%, 3% equity, it's like a life-changing situation for them. So that's something to consider 100%. And obviously, if there's enough cash flow in the business, think who can run the business for me. Because for you, ideally, you want to get to a point eventually where you're stepping back and out there doing more deals, right? Initially, obviously, you'll need to be involved. You need to learn about the business. But I would immediately try to find out who can take over those responsibilities, who I can trust that will have the agenda to grow this business and have the capabilities by giving them equity or money.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And in terms of time management, yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the book, like The One Thing and stuff, right? There's always, every day, there's always 1, 2, 3 things max that you can literally do with all of your power and concentration and productivity. So I would just literally every day focus on, what's the most important thing I can do right now? Like you mentioned with you trying to do these deals, like every day waking up, okay, what's the most important thing I can do right now? What's the biggest challenge I can solve right now? And who are the people who can help me? When you work on those deals, it's like, okay, I need to talk to the accountant, I need to talk to the lawyer, I need to talk to the financial broker. When you own the business, it's like, okay, I need to talk to that manager, to that dude who's working in that department. It's the same process, just different view on things.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. That makes a bit more perfect sense, because I know it's going to be a mixture between managing my time as well as energy as well. Energy level is going to be the biggest thing for me personally. Is there, do you teach a hiring process? I don't know whether I just go and hire, because I know my partner, my girlfriend, she's in HR, so she does this. She does recruitment herself and she hires people as well for her own company. But what are your thoughts there?
So I believe I talk about it in the people video, especially about how to hire, the fact that you hire, at least the way that I look at things, the way that I kind of like experience in my life, it's that I always hire for character and less for experience. So it's all about the characters that you want in those businesses and less about their skills, because skills, at the end of the day, everyone can learn a skill set if they have the right personality, right? So I would first of all focus on that, make sure that you have a process to exactly find the right people in terms of character. Sometimes it means, just to see them in action, give them some tasks, some trial tasks, to figure out if and how they work, and then skill set. But in the end of the day, it comes back to your vision. What is your vision for this business, for your long term, and your values, right? And the more you interact with those people, like the biggest suggestion that I would tell is that before you hire, just make sure you have many interactions with those people. And that's how you learn about a person, just by having more interactions, by figuring out why you want to be involved in this business. Like, what are his values? And it's just by you, again, asking them questions the same way that you ask questions when you meet people, right? Everything in life is just people. Like, as you mentioned, it's all about relationships. And the more you understand the other side, the better you'll be with hiring as well. It's the same thing. And skill set comes afterwards.
Yep, exactly right. Yeah, exactly. What was the other one there as well? I mean, I've got a meeting with my lawyers and my accountants as well. I've sat in boardrooms before, but I've never been the center of attention. I've never been like, I guess, the person where I'm the decision maker in that room as well. I don't know whether this is like, you know, some people in the group probably have a lot of experience, and a lot of people don't as well. What key things would you recommend for somebody walking into this type of scenario to just be aware of? Just be aware of and be conscious of.
I would say, and I think I mentioned that in some of my videos. First of all, breathe, meditate on that, and come from mindsets that it's not a big deal. See what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm in the field right now. I'm playing. This is my field. This is my game, and I'm more than good to be in this game. I'm not better or worse than anyone else. I'm just here to make good decisions for me and everyone else, and make it win-win for everyone. So it all comes down to your mindset and just being okay with being in that scenario. And obviously, if you've never been in such a situation, at first you're gonna feel nervous a little bit, right? But it all comes down to bringing it back in and saying, hey, I'm not better or worse than anyone else. I'm playing in this game with the big guys. I mean, if not you, then who, man? Just like getting to a point of understanding that it's okay, man. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Then you'll find out what to say. I mean, you know what to say. It's just a matter of being comfortable with saying those things and not making any rushed decisions, right? So just being, and usually when you make like a rushed emotional decision, it's just because you're nervous. But when you calm yourself down, you understand, hey, it's not a big deal. You're making more, just better decisions in general.
Yeah. No. Right. Exactly right. I noticed a lot of people have been asking me questions about finance lately as well. And in my head, I always think I'm a very simple person. I'm a very simple step-by-step type of person. I go, you know, worry about this, then worry about that, then worry about this. And sometimes you might have to worry about the other steps. But when it comes to finance, you almost don't have to worry about it until just before you maybe place an offer. You know, you need to know how much you can raise, which is the important part for me personally. But until you place that offer, then it becomes, okay, now I've got to start thinking about all those steps there as well, which is what you're focusing on, really. That's when you say it before, you got to focus on finding deals, placing offers, and closing deals. That's literally, they're the only three things as well. Everything else flows in between. I think it's, I don't know whether that's, some other people call it the inner critic though as well. Some people start to doubt themselves. Just follow through with it. It's just a system, and just follow through.
Focus on the next step. When you want to climb Everest, you're not thinking about the top. You got to focus on your next step, just your next step every day. Obviously, it's great to have the vision behind you, but every day you just focus on the next step, right? That's it. Otherwise, you're going to be overwhelmed and nervous, and nothing will work. So
yeah, actually, I was very overwhelmed and nervous as well. I actually forgot a step, man. It's so funny. I forgot to provide the seller with the proof of finance and the proof of funds. That's what he was asking me about. I was like, oh man. And I ended up emailing Chris, but it's all good now. But
it still works out. See what I mean? Like, you can still make mistakes. It's all good. We're all human beings, and people will be okay with you making mistakes as long as you'll be okay with that. You'll be vulnerable. Like, yeah, I'm sorry that happens. It's all good. People understand we're just people. We're just human beings.
Yeah. It was very very interesting because I just had a business owner call me up today, actually, small on my behalf there as well. He just came back from a small holiday from his business, and it really started to set in. He was like, Dean, I just came back from holidays. I still like the idea now. I can see why I want to leave my business now, because I'd love to get back on holidays and do it. So it started to set in for real deep. It was really deep. And he says, Dean, I can really, as soon as we sat down together and started speaking, And I was very happy that you walked in. He said to me, he was like, I wish I was like you at your age. I wish I'm game enough to open up a business, but now I'm in my 60s and 70s, and look at me now. You know, I just want to be able to see my business and what I wanted to do with it through you. Is that okay with you, Dean? I was like, hey, let's organize a coffee for, let's say this week. When are you free? Wednesday? He goes, yep. Let's catch up for a coffee. He goes, I want to share with you what I want to do, where I want to go, and well, the main thing is, but when he shared with me, his daughter is actually in the business. So she works as the administrator for the business, and she just bought her first home. The big motivator for her to keep her in the business as well. And I was like, you know what? I said, what's his name? So this is so bad. Chris, his name's Chris. I said, Chris, I want to make sure that your family's looked after as well. If Rebecca, her name was Rebecca, wants to stay in the business, hey, I'm more than happy to accommodate for that as well, to make sure she can get her home as well. And so it's really just really connecting, because at first he said no to vendor financing. I'm very open about vendor financing. I said, yep, 100% vendor financing. I can give you any number that you want, deferred over this X amount of years. I say, very open about that. And if that doesn't work, then I guess I'm going to have to put my shoes on and start walking the pavement and start, finding investors. But that's just how it works. But if you can get vendor financing, for me, I'm like, that's great. And small hint on this, guys, as well. I've been sharing with small people that have reached out for help. I Googled vendor financing, businesses for sale. You would be surprised how many businesses come up for sale that want to be vendor financed.
Yep.
As well. And if it's your first deal, hey, like for me personally, I would have been happy to jump on it as well. But after the negotiations, he says, look, Dan, I'm very excited. I want to move to the next step, which is the letter of intent, which I've got all typed up. I've got all the vendor finance terms, agreements all set up as well, which the broker from my first deal helped me out. He sent me all the templates. So I was like, okay, well, you've just given me all the templates for my second deal now. And so it's just all moved on very well. I'm looking for my next business, but I don't know whether I should blend a third business in just yet. I don't know. Because normally I'm in deal mode. I'm like, yep, I've got to find the next one. Yep, I've got to find the next one to keep moving the momentum. But maybe I should hold back for now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's really up to you and how you feel about that. Like, I don't want to force, push you too much. That's really just sense it with yourself if you can really handle all of those. But dude, go with your guts. I mean, it's all good either way. You'll find a way. There is no right or wrong here. You see what I mean? Yeah. There are companies out there who are buying thousands of companies every year, literally growing by acquisition. Yeah. So 3, I mean, it's your first ones, but it's like it's real. It's own.
How much time do you have, Moran? Because I'd love to. How much time do you have?
Yeah, so I'm good. If you want to ask me something in private, I'm good to stop the recording, and then feel free to ask me other more questions or any other last words you want to.
Probably just be like general questions, like I guess.
Go ahead.
If you were 24, what would you have done differently? My age. If you were my age, what would you have done differently?
It depends if I looked at life the way I do right now or the way I did back then. The way I look at
the way you do now.
The way I do right now, I would focus on just one industry, and one industry that is able to add the most amount of value to the most amount of people. It's a very generic answer, but that's what I would do. Yeah. So just focus on adding value, literally adding value, and focus on just one thing, right? Because the younger, like right now, like when I was your age, and again, it's like we have, like when I was younger, I was like all over the place. I was like, I just want to be involved in too many things at the same time. And right now I see it as like, yeah, it's not a big deal because I just like enjoy that. But I know if you want to have the biggest amount of like wealth, like liquidity event, you just need to focus, on just one, become the expert in that one business, one sector, and you will kill it, man.
Yeah. No,
and don't forget to breathe and enjoy life. That would be my second probably suggestion. Remember, it's a process, it's a journey, and results. In the end of the day, it's not about the results, right? But you only understand that after you get the results. That's the problem.
No, I understand, but I make sure I try and. In fact, it's probably my partner that pulls my head down. I actually asked her at the start. I go, you're probably needing to pull my head in when we need to go on holidays, when we need to just go out for dinner, just do those little things together. Just it's all the little moments, even in my head, are like all those little moments that are added up that create a whole memory roll as well. Usually when you remember as well.
Exactly.
So definitely right there as well. Hey, what do you? I don't know whether this would be good for the groups, but what do you do for fun then? Having said that.
So I'm going to visit this weekend my family and friends back in Israel. So yeah,
Which side of the world are you based in? Like Europe?
I'm literally all over the place. Like I'm in Cyprus right now. I'm going to be in Panama next week, and then we'll see wherever life takes me. So, but what I do for fun, it's funny. Like I like to go out, visit friends, like enjoy party with them and shit like that. But it's like every now and then, just be with people I love. But my day to day, I never like partying with friends. I'm not getting fulfilled by that. If you know what I mean. Just like temporary. It's temporary fun, but it's like I don't even know it's like a release anymore for me, because it's just getting me more tired actually when I'm getting back. Like I'm getting the most amount of fulfillment by doing good things, by creating good things, by just not making a progress here, but creating valuable things. I'd say that would be a good way to put it.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense there as well. I didn't want to drill too deep, don't get me wrong, but
it's all good. Nothing to hide, man.
No, that's good then. Well, hey, that's pretty much all on my behalf. I know maybe people want to probably find out more, but you can always reach out to me personally. I'm happy to obviously jump on a phone call with anyone in the group as well to help out as much as I can. I've noticed the closer I came to the end of the deal, the more people I helped. Because I understood how it worked. I'm like, okay, it's coming to an end. I'm going to help as much people as I can, to the point where I've been calling people in Africa in the middle of the night, like some of my friends that are in this space as well, just trying to, do you need help with anything? Are you sure you don't? Just trying to make sure.
How good that feels. How good that feels to just help and give back.
Yeah.
It's like
anything back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like someone told me, like, I don't care how many amazing cars you drive, it's not gonna be even close to the feeling of giving something, of giving someone your car to drive it and see him enjoying that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
So yeah, dude, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all that. I'm sure if anyone have a question, we'll post it in the Facebook group. Just post your comments below or something, and I'm sure both of us will be happy to answer. But dude, thank you so much for sharing it all, and go and keep killing it, dude. You're doing an awesome job, and I love seeing you're just out there executing. I think that's the biggest lesson. You're out there doing the work, right? Like learning all that, it's awesome, but you're out there, you're taking action. That's, I think, the biggest thing people should look out of it. So dude, thank you so much, and keep killing it and keep us updated.
Perfect. Thanks for the call, Warren.
No worries. Take care, man. Have a good one.
See you, man.
Bye.
do that. So we're recording. There you go. Hey everyone. So I'm here with Cliff, and I'm excited to go through this interview. Hey man, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm all good, thank you. Thank you very much for taking this time and doing this interview. This is for our community, for everyone in our acquisitions community. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe you want to share it's call about you. I want you to talk. I want you to share whatever you want. Where you were before you joined this, kind of like where you're at right now, and whatever you want to share that you think will add value to everyone.
Okay, cool. Well, I've been in the staffing business for about 20 years, and for the last couple of years, I've been very bored and just thought, just been thinking, what else can I do? It's like I heard Gary Vee say, you're around 50 years of age, that's kind of halftime for your life, you know, and for your working life. So I'm thinking, this is halftime. What, you know, for the other half of my working life, I'm a young. I turned 50 yesterday, actually. So I'm a young. I'm still pretty in my mind. I feel like I'm 25, but anyway, I'm still young, and I know I've got some years left. So I want to spend them doing things I want to do. So the pandemic hit, and all my clients, 90% of them went away, and thankfully the ones I kept, the 10%, we closed all those. So it hasn't been a difficult time for us. But in the beginning, I was thinking, what else could I do? You know, and what kind of side hustle, what kind of anything, you know? And I was Googling and came across your information. And, a side story, I hesitate to say this because it may sound weird to some people, but I literally, over the last several months before I ran into you, I literally was praying for a Jewish mentor. And I know that's kind of weird, but I'm a Christian, and we support the Jewish people, and but there's something special about the Jew that it is. I mean, in America, I think they're less than 10% of the population, make up 40% of the millionaires. So something, there's a special anointing or blessing on the Jewish people. So when I saw that you were Jewish in the program, I was like, I don't know. And that's just me. I'm speaking from my own personal opinion. I don't care what anybody else thinks about it. Who cares? I'm just talking about what I was looking for. So, so I bought the program, and that was in April, I think, the first week of April, I believe, and really enjoyed the program. I devoured it, went through it in a couple of weeks, I think, and I always consider myself entrepreneurial, but you kind of made it feel like we could really, the mindset part of it is I could do this, and I didn't. And then between the mindset of saying, hey, I can do this, and then the practical training of how to approach things was really awesome. And it really helped me in dealing with brokers and talking to people. It was like, I don't give a crap. You know what I mean? It's like, I can do this, and they need me, that type of thing. And it was really, it was good. I really devoured it. So anyway, in the meantime, I'm looking up different companies. I'm thinking about four or five different industries to get into, and not settling on any of them. I'm calling all over Florida, different companies and things. I think I looked at, storage places, medical, and some things in the medical realm, just all kinds of things. It finally dawned on me, and this is the thing that I really want your subscribers to get, that I think is really that it dawned on me. I finally quit looking for a particular industry or pick a sector. And I said, you know what, I live in Jacksonville, Florida, and I want to work from Jacksonville. And so I started looking at all the other criteria that you put out there. Like, the ideal would be a company that's been around for 25 years, someone ready to retire. The numbers, I think the formula you have is, doing around $1 million in business, kicks out about $250,000 of income. You can buy that for about, $500,000 to $700,000. I was looking for that formula. And really within a short period of time, I quit trying to figure out industries and sectors and all that, and stuff outside of Jacksonville. And I looked at that, the other criteria. And within a short period of time, I found a great boring business that, that hit those other aspects. And I was like, this, holy crap. I was, this is really, a possibility. And it's not far from where I live. It's not like I got to fly. I mean, some of your people trip me out talking about their jet setting. They're going to go, fly to Europe and look at a bit. I'm like, what the hell? Just find a freaking business in your backyard. There's probably dozens of them, and keep it simple. You know what I mean? And so that was my biggest, aha moment was, maybe your sector chooses you. You know what I mean? I'm looking, I was looking for something, a solid business. And the particular business I found was actually two guys doing the same business under the same roof. They'd been friends for 30 years. And they're selling their businesses together. Each of them did a little under $1 million a piece. And so basically I'm buying a $2 million, according to last year's numbers, a $1.8 million business. I'm combining their businesses together. I'm buying it for $1.1 million, and it kicked out last year $440,000 of income for the owners. So according to those numbers, after I pay my SBA payment, it'll be around a $300,000 income based on those numbers. Now the good thing is this year their total revenue is up 13%. And the net income is up 18%. So it's up to 2.1 almost. And the net income is 570. So back out my SBA loan, I'm like I'll be over 400,000. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? That's going to be double what I'm normally, what I'm used to.
That's a good surprise to have when you're buying a business.
I'm excited. My wife's tripping too. So she's like,
so good.
I'm a genius right now, but anyway, I digress. But we got the SBA, we went through the SBA process, and I was originally told we needed 5%. And the good news is if you close it by September 27th, the government pays the first 6 months payments, which I think is wonderful. My payment's going to be around $10,000 a month. So that's $60,000 back in my pocket the first 6 months, thankfully. But I lost track of what I was about to tell you something before that. But anyway, the SBA they're swamped. So it's taken, our original closing date was July 15th. I think I wrote that on the page one time, but it's just been taking longer and longer. So we're looking like we're closing hopefully on September 1st. Now we're waiting. It took so long for them to approve it. And then my general liability insurance has taken a little bit longer, and then I got to get another license. So it's all, everything's waiting for me to get my license, my liability insurance and license. So,
where you got the financing for like SBA? Did you just pick up the phone, or what was your process getting the SBA?
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, so when I first got the program, I'm thinking, gosh, maybe I can get into a business for nothing. You know what I mean? And find some schmuck that'll let me come in and but I was on the phone with a business broker who's turned out to be a real help. And he said, hey, I know a SBA lender who's done a couple deals with me, and just give him a call. So I called him, and I'm so glad I did, because he said he looked at the numbers. The numbers were so good. He looked at everything and said, I think we can get you for 5%. It cash flows really well. And so I'm thinking, we're selling it for 1.1. I'm thinking I can get it for $55,000, and I was going to by hook or crook, figure that out. I actually had a rental house I was going to sell to finance that. But the funny thing is, and this is a trip, and this is another thing I'll tell your viewers, is a lot of times, what you think you're going to do, that falls away, and then something better opens up. So what I actually figured out was I couldn't sell my rental house because all the investors that want to buy those kind of houses, due to COVID, they can't kick my renter out. Like in a normal economy, you can kick somebody out if they wanted to stay. Right now, and so they didn't want to take a chance on that. So I'm thinking, well, crap. So now what's my plan B? Well, then I ended up selling I wanted to keep my current company and run that, but ended up selling that company. And we're actually going to close on that this week. And so we'll finance the down payment. But even after all that, the SBA came back and said they needed 10% down. So you know, there's seems like there's going to be surprises, and I think you have to have faith that, you know, as obstacles come, you know, you just, you know, you figure things out, you move and you pivot, you know.
Yeah.
And so and then on top of that, the SBA wants you to have living expenses, you know, that they say. So that was that came out to be about $25,000 just based on my, you know, a couple of expenses that I have. So I've had my mother-in-law giving me a check for $30,000 that I'm going to give right back to her to cover the living expenses requirement. So I deposited a check from her yesterday for the gift letter, but I'll give it right back to her, you know, after we close.
What are your thoughts about people who are afraid to go to people they know or just family members for money on deals? A lot of people scared to even ask their members. Do you think? What do you think?
I tell you, I can appreciate that. My dad, you know, he was kind of a final resort for me if I needed, and after it's all said and done, I needed about, you know, $25,000, and he was even prepared to help me with that, but I wanted to. In the middle of the night, it was so funny because I'm thinking, gosh, I don't want to I'd rather not involve my parents, you know. But in the middle of the night, I thought, hey, my mother-in-law, she's got money. So I just asked her the next day. I said, listen, I need about $25,000 to finalize this, and I'll pay it right back to you. And thankfully, you know, if I needed that money, not just for the living expenses, but for the other, right now the SBA, you know, I'm saving the money I'd be making the payment back to the SBA, so I could have paid someone back quickly. And that was my other thing. If I needed any more money, I'd ask my dad, and then I could pay. I could show him where I could pay it back pretty quickly because the SBA is making my first 6-month payments. So yeah, I get it, but it's like sometimes you got to think about what do you freaking want, you know what I mean? And I think like what you said, if you really believe in the deal, it'll give you the power and the energy to talk, you know, talk to people. And that, I think that's important, because if you got, you know, maybe sometimes it's going to take time to find a good deal that you really believe in, that you can sell and be convincing. But if you do, I think that your family, if they know it's a good deal, most of them automatically want to help you. So it's a win-win for them. But I think it's important that it's got to make sense to them. So,
yeah, it's not like you're buying, you know, run and think like this is going to bring you 300, 400,000 potentially each year. I'm not even talking about potentially bringing those people as investors, right? This is almost like a favor, like you said, like a gift. But to give even family members the opportunity to invest in those deals in some capacity, I mean, those are great opportunities. And when you see what's going on right now in the market, I mean, we might be headed towards a recession. So I don't know where else they're going to put their money, you know? So I think one of the biggest challenges.
The funny thing is the business broker that I had to talk, that is their broker, the seller's broker who I had to talk to, he literally told me this 2 days ago. He said, Cliff, I literally was going to ask you if you wanted me to invest $100,000 in this deal. Or he wanted to give me $100,000.
So good.
And so I think, and it's because it's a good deal. He knows it's a good deal. Everybody that I've talked to, my attorney, everybody's like, crap, this is a good deal. So I think if you find a good deal, the money will come out for you. I mean, it's been that experience with me. Yeah. I think it goes back to, and I know it takes a lot of faith for people, but if you start down the road and maybe your first light is green, but not all your lights are going to be green. You know, you're going to come to yellow and red lights. I think if you by faith, just push the gas pedal, go through the first light, you'll come to the next stoplight. It's going to be red, but you'll figure it out. And you know, that's the encouragement I would give your people is press the gas, and the next stoplight will turn green when you'll figure something out the next time.
Love it. So good. Love it. So tell us maybe a little bit more about, did you have any conversation with the business owner, or was it mostly with the broker? And did you have problems positioning yourself with the broker? I know a lot of people have challenges there. What happened
Listen, your positioning with the broker is genius. The way that you set that up and the way you, I was surprised at how many times before I found this business, I would be talking to a broker and just really verbatim what you would say in a lot of times email as well. Because, you know, if you're afraid to say things, you know, face to face, you can do an email and it's like all of a sudden you're getting these, you know, the numbers back, you know, and you're like, crap, that worked, you know. So I think it's important to have faith in your system. I'm talking to your subscribers in the system that, you know, the verbiage works and it'll give you that confidence. And then you're playing at their level. They have no idea that you're, you know, a schmuck or whatever, you know, but at least you know, from on the phone and email, you're at their level. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with that.
And then you had conversation with the owners as well, with the owner of the business as well?
Yeah, I got on a Zoom call with the owners and I told them a lot of the things that you told us that they want to hear, that we're going to protect their legacy. We're going to protect their employees. We're going to treat their employees well. And that was they had interviewed about 5 prospects before that. And they told the business owner that they knew that I would treat their people right. And that's why they picked me. Seriously.
So good. Love
so
it.
You got to shore those people up. Like you're going to protect, you know, what they built and their
That's
people.
what they care about. I mean, some of those people worked on those businesses for all their life, right?
That's
and those
amazing.
employees are like, that's their family. They want to make sure someone's treating them the right way. So, you know, it's simple, it's common sense, but most people don't do that. They think they need to go and, I don't know, go to war with those owners or employees for some reason.
Well, they told the broker, they said, you know, we've talked to people that that they're just all about the money, you know, and they're just, you know, and it's like, it's not about the money, it's people, you know, and you got to make money and we're going to make money. But I think it's the people piece is what sustains and what gives us sustainability of what's going on. So
good. Yeah. It's all about people in the end of the day. And then in terms of making offers, did you had any back and forth, or it was usually just like the broker told you, yeah, that's the offer, you raised the capital from the SBA and that's it? Or you had some back and forth in your negotiation?
Well, like I said, I think the broker did me a favor. He priced it right. And I knew that he did once I did the numbers based on what you said the numbers should be. And then in talking to my CPA and my attorney, I knew it was already, and I didn't want to go back and forth. They're good people. I'm going to be working with these people. Matter of fact, one of the owners is going to be an employee of mine for 5 years.
Nice.
He's 60. And this is the genius of going after a company that they're close to retirement. This guy's going to work for me for 5 years as an estimator and mentor, you know what I mean? And, I wanted a good relationship with him. And I said, you know, we'll give them what they're looking for. They had to come up with 10%. Initially, they had to do 10%. I can't remember what they call it.
Seller financing. Yeah.
Yeah. Pay it later, 10%.
Yeah.
And I initially had a 5%, I had to come up with. So it gets confusing, but anyway, I didn't want to confuse them and I didn't want to aggravate them. And so I said, I'll give you what you want, you know, and the business is already worth more than what I'm buying it for based on this year's numbers. So I'm happy and they're happy, you know, and so you know.
What about due diligence? Where you got your attorneys from? You have accountants. What's your process there?
Okay, definitely. Like you say, the attorney and the CPA they're all about getting paid at the closing. So I have not paid my attorney or CPA anything. And it's like common, you know, language with them. And I've never done this before. And I just said what you said to tell them. And they're like, yeah, you know, we'll at closing. Even before there was a guarantee that we were going to close. I mean, they were doing work for me. So the one attorney, I was referred to him. He's an SBA attorney. He works with does a lot of SBA deals. And so he's familiar, and he's working for me today actually. And then my CPA, my current CPA that I've been with for 10 years, he was all about it. He knows he's going to grow his business. I've got this is going to be much more business for him from me, and so he's working, you know. But even without that, he would have. I mean, they're very familiar with getting paid at the end, you know, at the closing. So
love it. What about plans post deal? So you said one of the owners is going to stay with you. Do you have other plans on how to grow this business, maybe, or how to manage it better?
Yeah, here's what. Excuse me, I apologize. I'm getting a little frog. They do no advertising. It's all word of mouth. The business is. So I actually spoke to a marketing company today. A friend of mine actually owns a marketing. We're going to put together a brand new smart website. Their websites look like they're, you know, they've been around for a long time and they're from a 60-year-old, you know. So we're gonna upgrade the website. I told the guy that's going to do that, I said, you know, I'm going to get working capital back from the deal and a line of credit. So I'll pay him from that because all my cash is going to buy this business. I'm living on my credit card right now, so don't tell anybody. But anyway, all the cash is going to buy the business. But once we close, like I said, I'm getting quite a bit back at the close. So I'll get him starting on a new website, and my plan is it's at almost 2.1 million now, up from 1.8 last year. So I mean, significant growth even to this year. Mm-hmm. But my plan is to do some marketing and advertising, and I'd like to grow it. And you know, I've got some goals to grow it, you know, and eventually hopefully nobody knows these people. I want to sell it. I'd like to double it within 5 years and then sell it, you know.
Love it.
You know, it'll be doing like 5 million in 4 to 5 years, kicking out about a 1.2, then sell it for 6 million. And I mean, when you talk about that strategy is really, really out there. I mean, I've always thought about, you know, buying real estate and holding them for 30, then I'll have whatever. But this strategy, friggin', you know, grow the business, and it'll be a 5 multiple of 1.2 if I get to 5 million. Sell it for 6 million in 4 to 5 years. That's what I really, you know, don't tell anybody, because hopefully nobody is in Jacksonville and can figure all this out. I don't want the owners to know that's my strategy. But anyway, that's really what I'd like to do.
Yeah, and that's before potentially buying other businesses and doing some bolt-ons. Yeah.
So
good. I love it. Anything else you have in mind that you want to add?
No, I'm honestly your program is giving me an escape from my current situation and scenario, and so I'm just thankful for it. And I think you know, it's the teaching is going to help me, you know, duplicate what I'm doing now, because I really, you know, if I put a manager in this situation with the owner and the manager, it really could possibly, you know, not have to be a part of it as much, and maybe I do this again with another business. That's what I'd really like to ultimately, you know, buy another and or build this one quickly, sell it, buy something else. I mean, you know, that sounds exciting to me. And I feel like I've always had this in me, because my dad was an entrepreneur, and he bought, you know, and sold businesses in real estate and stuff. And I've always felt like this was in me, but I just didn't have a way to get to it. And my dad's been more, you know, kind of protecting his nest egg as opposed to wanting to invest or whatever. So it's all good. But anyway, I feel like this is giving me at least on a new part of my life that I'm excited about. And I feel like it's going to be really good.
So good. Hey, really, really appreciate you sharing those things. And I've got no doubt it's going to add a lot of value to everyone who's going to watch it. And, you know, I mean, you make it sound really simple, you know, just go out there, do the work, right? You don't need to make it more difficult than it is.
Well, I tell my wife all the time.
Yeah.
I was telling someone else, it's almost, you know, I'm a hustler, and I've, you know, been in business for a long time. I know what it means to hustle and strive and grown through, you know, this process has not been that way at all. It's been pleasant. And one of my goals, I'm reading, what's the other guy, the $1 Billion Man? You know, I've listened to some of his stuff, and somebody said, how to, you know, set your goals and doing things where it's easily done, and where you're not feeling like you're striving, and it's like, you know, you're aggravating yourself and others. And that part, I've just made a mental note to enjoy the journey. And that's what, you know, that's what I think if you set your sight on that, and you're intentional about that, you can find a way to keep things where you're not feeling stressed and not feeling aggravated, and you're enjoying it. And that's what, you know, that's what I've done, and that's what I want to maintain and enjoy the journey.
Love it. Hey man, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
And there you go. Hey, so we have Juan here. Hey Juan, how are you, man?
Hi, Moran. How are you?
I'm good, man. Thank you for taking the time and doing this interview with me, and I appreciate it. So Juan is just close the deal. So I'll let you talk, man. Tell us whatever you want to say about maybe a little bit about background about you, first of all. What background you're coming from. I think that'll be cool to share.
Okay, no, so I am like a businessman, but without the right information until I found the course. I start doing the course, and as soon as I get the information, I start applying it, and the results start coming. So I just I just apply it, and things go on, and in 2 months, in the first conversation with the first business owner that I talked, we closed the deal. And it wasn't a really easy deal because there was many issues involved and situations in the business situation, in our own situation. But we were really much in the vision that we have, that was to grow the company, maybe sell it later or no, but have the possibility. So in that vibe and in that connection, we made it. And I just was really clear, really honest, and really sure of myself that we can do it. And we managed to build a real relationship with this person. So we now not like doing business, and but persons trying to figure out how to make something that we both want to do it. So maybe the course is not like something really complex or hocus pocus or really amazing, but that's the point. It's very simple and very real, and it's very traditional, maybe even, but it's the stuff that you need to make a company work. And I've been doing like commercial stuff for many years, but it's very different to be a commercial in the position and in the view of a business owner.
So maybe share about that a little bit. What's your background a little bit? What do you do for a living? What did you do before that?
So I quit university as soon as I knew that I want to make business and to make my own money and create stuff and be free. That's it. But I run into the real world like without nothing, without a mentor or anything. So I started doing marketing and commercial stuff and communication, and all of my money I have earned in the sense of, you want something, I bring it to you, and then you pay me. So I never be like an employee with commitments before I earn them. I don't know. So I start building like confidence, and I really wanted to be the guy that was not in the position of working but creating. So I have maybe too much confidence in myself, and I make mistakes. I do it in my own way, and it doesn't work. I even have my own company, my success company, but I was really consumed by it, and I really don't know how to make it grow without myself in every aspect of the company. So I sell it. In exchange for a debt. I pay all of my debt, and start to travel and to find myself. And I finally managed to match a purpose in my life in to make business, but to create good stuff in the world. That's it. Not like the old paradigm of businesses for bad people, or money is bad or something like that.
Yeah.
So the moment I found your content, I really connect with it, and I believe you. I think you are telling truth and you are being real. So I bought it, and I managed the way to do the course because I was in debt. I am in debt, but just it's a matter of time because not again in my mind, you know.
Yeah.
And was well, like, I don't know, maybe some information that was missing myself to get into this and make it real, you know.
Love it, man.
Obviously the part of you doing your mindset and be the person that you want to be and then have what you want to have is the real point. But for example, building the deal flow, the pitch to enter the business owner, the way.
So let's talk about that. Let's talk about that then. How did you pick the sector and how did you find then the business owner?
Okay, I picked the sector just by what I wanted to do because my background is marketing and commercial, but I don't like it. It's not my passion. It's something that I can do. I can talk to people. But I picked the sector because I let myself think big, you know, just imagine. So I want to build a city. I want to build spaces. I want to build spaces to live, not just to spend the life. So construction was my sector. Also because in Colombia, construction is like the biggest sector. Is the pool of the economy, and even in pandemia and also is growing, you know. And I like architecture, homes, and the business in around. So we pick sectors around construction, which are renewable energies, transportation, even, and all the tiny little stuff that are around the construction. So my strategy is to build acquisitions around all of that, and maybe even later to build our own projects, so we can pull all of that companies. And it's working really good. I using my background in marketing, I built a landing page with kind of what I thought was the business owners were looking for, and you said a lot of that. And a video saying, hey, this is Novelty Business. We are looking for partners in and we do this. Please talk with us. And I put up like a formulario. How do you say that? Like fill some spaces.
Oh, some forms. Love it.
Some forms. Okay, some forms. So I can talk to them and pick which of them talk to or not. And the position of not doing, hey, please, can you talk to me? So, but hey, I want to do business. I want to help you. I can help you, and I want to choose if you are the right person or not. Was really useful, and not only in a fake mode, but you really are doing that. If you are doing that, so I have a lot of business owners in a daily basis, really talking to me. Maybe 3 to 4, and some more. Sometimes I have to turn off the ads because I am kind of overwhelmed. And this special case that we closed was weird because wasn't the case of this person saying, I want to get up to my business, please take it. No, he want to grow it. But he was a really good partner, a real person, an honest person, open-minded. He's really welcome to every idea, and he's in the company, you know. I don't know if you're hearing me.
Yeah, you're it's all good now. Yeah.
Okay, so
broken up for a second.
The last 3 days have been I traveled to Medellin, which is the base of the company, and we start to building the fundamentals. It's really weird that companies that are doing really great in revenue, in employees and everything, they don't have fundamentals. It's one person trying to do everything somehow. So only that is real value. And my mission is to be really kind and careful to do the change with softness.
What was the negotiation like with the business owner?
It was weird because we start asking for the 100%. Then we start. He say no. Let's do it for the 60. You go for 60 and still for 40. And in some point we were getting in debt in a personal guarantee, and it was here is not the way. I don't want this. I don't have to do it. So I picked the phone and said to him, I'm sorry, I was trying to find a way to give you like what you want, but I can't do this. So the only way that I can do this is da da da. So we bought the company with zero money so far. And my financial partner was like, that's impossible, and I was no, that's not impossible, that's the way. So we made it, and in like I told you, in a strategic place is a really good company for start building all the other stuff. And it's a company that if you build the fundamentals right and be consistent in the control of that, it's impossible not to grow.
I love it, man. What would you say for people who say that, like, you're making this work in Colombia, right? Some people would say in my country it's not possible, but in the end of the day, business is business all over the world, right? What do you say about that?
That if it's possible in Colombia, it's possible in any other part of the universe.
Yeah.
Colombia is hard, it's difficult.
Yeah.
We have our weird mindset. We have travel. It's not easy. So I am doing it, and it's possible. It's real possible.
Love it.
And all over the world, people are changing, and companies that are not changing are just dying. So you can do it. You can do it if you believe it.
Yeah, I love it, man. So what's anything else that happened that helped you close the deal that you want to share, maybe?
Well, obviously, for you to have in your mind 13 different ways to close the deal is enough if you have a little of common sense. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think that the key point is really being in the intention to, okay, let's find a way to find a win-win.
Yeah.
And if both parts have the intention, it's just a matter of time and conversation to make it. But also in the very meetings, be really pointful. What are we trying to address? What is the problem? What are we trying to? Okay, this is not the way. This may be the way, and I start doing it. Yeah. I also give him the opportunity to think about things. So for example, sometimes I call him. Others I just send him a mail with the proposal, really detailed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. One day later, I call him and, are you okay with him? Some doubt or no? Okay, you know. But also happened that once we send him the offer, and we wait some days, and when we start talking again, he was confused. So he wasn't thinking the right proposal, you know. So that's important to be really clear, so he can choose and not start again.
Yeah.
But we have to start again 3 times to find a way, and finally we find it, and we say like, okay, this is the last, we can do it or not, and we get it.
Love it. So it was all collaborative together. You're not fighting anyone, right? You're building it with him.
No at all. And maybe you can find some tense in some situations, but keeping like chill is just finding way, and people don't know how to do, but that was very, like I told you, we find very value this partner in our business, and it's a person that is doing for 20 years, that like it, and want to grow, and is saying, please help me to do it. Okay, come on, let's do it.
Love it. So talk to us maybe about the team that you had and financing, or some of those.
Okay, I have like a mental block myself that was the finance and all of that stuff. So I really think that I need that person. And I started looking for people that I wanted to be. I end up with a really close friend of myself from the school even, that is really good. And I pitch him a little, and he say, okay, let's do it. I just want to do it, to say we want to do it. And I say, okay, I have an appointment tomorrow. So we made it, and that with that part covered, the numbers game and the money game, really, the way to how do we want to handle money, I can focus on the other stuff that is like the strategy and the vision and how to build the relationship with this person. So that was a key part. But also in these 2 months, I also partnered with another person, which is really good in the commercial strategies and structures, and have a really, really good connections in all of the building and construction and stuff. And just with one call, we can grow the company with new customers. So I asked him to join, and he said, let's do it. So we are now in a really good team. And I found I prefer to lose some equity and shares, but have people around me and stuff going on and working less.
Are you open to share how much equity you give them? Some of those people?
In this very case, the finance guy is having 5%, and the other guy another 5%.
Nice. Did you have other people in your team to help you close the deal? Like, what do you use for legal and stuff like that?
We have to make the paper, and also another friend is gonna make it. But we build the sketch. And we say, please make this professional.
Got it. So you have the template ready, all the agreement. I see.
Yeah.
Love it.
For us, what's more important than the both parties were understanding the document rather than an attorney doing something fancy.
Exactly. Yeah. So what are the plans then moving forward with the business?
Okay, so like I told you, we create the fundamentals, and we are going to grow to Bogota, which is the major market in Colombia, and they are not really well positioned. And that's the very first step. And also building digital marketing, which they are doing really bad. They are not doing it really.
Yeah.
Also on e-commerce, and there's another person that have a digital agency, and they do that really well. So I asked him that partner with us and share some utility in the work for building the e-commerce, the landing pages, the emailing, and all of that stuff that is really hard work. You know it. So we are ultimating that details, but he's going to do that part.
Love it.
We also we have a showroom that is very, very big, and we don't need that. So we manage the way to partner with other brands that are like us, and we build like a co-working and a co-showroom. So it's really about creativity and not being afraid to ask him, hey, you want to do that? Are you willing to do this? Maybe yes. Okay, on the way.
I love it. What else? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
We have nothing to lose in this case, so we are relaxed. We are just doing what we can, and no afraid, no nervios, decimos acá.
Yeah. All good. So what else would you recommend to people in our community who are going to watch this? What tip would you give them?
I recommend not to overthink anything. I recommend to start a lead flow as soon as possible, because I think that is the fuel of everything else. You have stuff going on and options and ideas, and that will build up confidence and the sense of abundance, just that abundance. So you will approach the business owners in the right position, and you will have to do stuff. You have to be in the meetings. You have to do something for the business. So that's important, and really think what you are going to do once you close the deal. Because, for example, the first meeting I was sitting there, and if I haven't the tools of the fundamentals, I have to just make it up, and maybe you can fool yourself in that situation. So think, what are you gonna apply in the business? What are you gonna do once you have the deal? The deal is just the first step. I really don't celebrate that much, because I know it's just the first step. I know it's coming so much more of this.
What would you say helped you the most in the program, in the uni program?
For me myself, was first the statement that this is something you can do it. You can buy business in this way. You can buy business that are doing good. You don't have to be millionaire to buy business. And these are the ways you can do it. For me, that was very, very important.
Love it.
I was missing that, really.
Love it, man. Anything else that you want to share with me or with anyone who's going to watch it that you think might help?
I don't know. I can talk like for days, but I don't know. I think that's it. I know that the course is getting really well. I entered again a few days ago and was completely different, better. Just don't overwhelmed, and keep it simple. Keep it simple. is the key.
Yeah, we're trying to always update it with more stuff and make it better. Awesome, man. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Juan.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone, so we got Julian here. He just closed the $1 million deal in Paris. So I'm excited to talk about the deal and let's get to it. How's it going, Julian? How you doing, man?
Yeah, good. Very, very excited. I just bought my first company last Friday. So yeah, it's great.
Nice, man. Yeah, I'm sure everyone would love to hear the story. So let's get started from the beginning. Maybe tell us a little bit about your background. Like what did you do before you joined us and started working with us a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So before that, I used to work in like public relations agencies, and then I decided to quit my job and to start an e-commerce store. And it was pretty good. I mean, business was good, but I don't know. I was like feeling I was like doing drop shipping, but I was feeling it's not like a serious business and stuff. So I just decided to find out about like acquiring businesses, buying companies, and I just found your training, and I was like, yeah, wow, I just want to do that, you know. So I just focused on doing that, and yeah, it has been great.
Love it, man. What you didn't like about dropshipping business that got you into this acquisition space? I'm just curious.
I don't know, like I felt like I was hiring people from all over the world, and I just don't know. I wanted like a business like in a sector in France, and I wanted to manage people and to have like more like human relationships and stuff. Yeah.
Cool, man. So let's get started then. Tell us from the beginning, what even got you to pick that sector, or were you just weren't going sector agnostic, and where did you find the deal? Maybe I'll let you talk about whatever you want about the beginning, the sector,
Yeah.
how you find the deal. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. At first, I picked a sector like public relations sector and communication because it's my expertise. So I was like, maybe it would be easier for me to get into that sector, but I feel like I didn't find that many motivated sellers in this sector. Not so many, mom and pops wanted just to retire. So I was like, okay, I don't know, maybe I should switch the sector. And in March, I decided to switch and to go into the construction sector because my dad works in this sector. So I kind of had a good storytelling, with the business owner, saying that, yeah, my dad knows the job, so he can help me after that. And I don't know, I had a good connection with business owners. And I just sent letters and did like cold calls. And just found one highly motivated seller. And, yeah,
love it. So cold call there. So what would the average call looks like? Can you give me an example? Like you call them, hello, ring, ring. Then what did you tell them?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing like cold calls in the communication sector and in the construction sector, and it's really, really different because in communication, you barely never reach the business owner, but I have the impression that in the construction sector, it's more easier to reach the business owner, and just ask him to. At first, I was like, yeah, I'm looking for opportunities and stuff, and now I'm like, hey, do you want to sell your company or not? And it's much easier. I mean, I have better energy and I don't waste my time with people who just want to talk. So yeah, it's better.
Love it, man. Awesome. So you called that business owner. I guess you got to know him a little bit, ask some questions. Then you got access to their financials, and then how did you make the first offer? Did the first offer get accepted, or walk me through those steps there?
Yeah, I was like, I just read the financials and I decided to go there and meet the guy. And because I don't want to, meet guys before I receive the financials, because before that I was doing that, but I was wasting my time. So I just told him, yeah, just send me the financials and let's see. So I was like, yeah, it's a good company. The challenge was like, for the past year, it has been quite bad. So I was like, I talked to him and he was really motivated to sell. And at first I was like, okay, I can buy a company for €1 and then I give you more like in the next few months. And he was like, yeah, okay, we can do that. So I was like, yeah, great. But actually, he talked to his wife during the weekend, and on Monday said, no, actually, I want the money now, please. I don't want to sell for €1. And I don't want seller financing. I just want the money now. So yeah, just went to the banks and find the money,
So let's just give clarity for people. When you say the company is doing so, you told me before we started, it's doing like $1 million a year in revenues, right? So it's not like a $10,000 a month or a year business. So that's
no,
clear, right?
No,
it's
actually, actually, it's really good company. Like 3 years ago, it was like 3 million in revenue. 2 years ago, it was like 2 million. So I don't know. I feel like the business owner kind of gave up and didn't want to manage his team anymore. So the revenue kind of decreased. But last year was a bad year and still 1.5 million. So it's pretty good. The thing is, the company has some debts. So we are planning a strategy to eradicate debts. And but it's still, it's a good company. Like there are a lot of clients, and it's
how long would it take you? How long would it take you to start something like this from scratch? A business like that?
I don't know, like
too long, yeah, too long.
Yeah, I guess my dad owns kind of the same company. It took for him like 10 years to reach this level.
Wow, amazing,
yeah.
Dude, that's freaking amazing. Just save 10 years of your life like this, dude. Yeah. Well done. So maybe walk us through a little bit. So you said you went to banks. So what maybe walk us through that process, banks and financing in general for that deal.
Yeah, just talked to 3 banks, and I told them that I was in a hurry because like the seller is really motivated to sell. So actually, I bought the company for 50,000 euros because they're kind of debt. Like there is 200,000 debts. So yeah, I think it's a good price. And the 2 years ago, the EBITDA of the company was around 70,000 euros. So when the bank saw that, they was like, yeah, okay, take the money, it's okay for us. And
so they gave you everything. They gave you everything.
Everything.
Did you need to sign personal guarantees or anything like that?
Yeah, I had to sign for half of the amount, but I was like, I don't know, I was really excited by the deal, and I was like, yeah, let's go for it. And I don't know, maybe it's a limiting belief, but I feel like in France, usually for the first deal, it's more easier if you have like personal guarantee. So I was like, yeah, I'm looking for a company. It's been a year, so let's go for it.
Yeah, I mean, people don't understand. Even if you sign personal guarantees, it's not like they're going to run after you from day one. Like their interest is eventually to make the business work. So even if something happens with the business, unfortunately, they will still renegotiate with you to make sure that they'll help you continue to run the business. They might even refinance you to give you more money to run the business. So especially if you don't have like millions in assets to lose, it's like people are, I think, too afraid to do that. So first of all, congrats on doing that. Did they ask you for any equity kick to put yourself? Everything came from the bank?
Yeah, everything.
Beautiful.
Came from the bank.
Yeah. So walk us through then the closing. So I guess you made an offer, the offer got accepted, you got the money from the banks. What did due diligence look like, and how did you get people to help you, accountants, lawyers? What would that look like?
The thing is, I have with me like 2 guys who help me to analyze financials and do due diligence. So yeah, the due diligence was good. Like we saw like there are like kind of a lot of debts, but it's okay. I think we can eradicate it in the next few years. But yeah, they help me with that. And
how do you pay them? You just gave them equity in the business, or you
I gave them equity, and I told them after that we can pay them after the deal closed, we can pay them. And the tricky part is about the lawyer, because in France, like success fees are not allowed. So you have to, for me, like I have a friend who is a lawyer, so it's okay. He just helped me for free, and I'm gonna give him a check after I mean in the next few months. But yeah, I can understand for French people sometimes if they don't know any lawyer, it can be tricky because lawyers ask to pay at least 5,000 or 6,000 at first. So,
but I love what you just did. Like, look at the resourcefulness, right? Other people literally would give up. They'll be like, "Oh man, I can't do deals. No way," right? You found you find, and even if you don't have that friend, you can find someone to do a favor
Yeah.
with, you know. It's like, it's just a matter of are you resourceful enough, dude. Well done, seriously.
Yeah.
And then yeah, paying him from the business cash flow. And even if they ask you for $5,000, there's a deal we're doing right now, and the lawyer, the first lawyer we talked to is like, yeah, I need like $2,000 to start to work to show me that you're serious. We didn't even negotiate it. It's like, yeah, cool, take your money, let's get to work. So even if you need to pay $5,000 or $2,000 or whatever, just to show that you're serious, just do that. You know, it's not a big deal. Or heck, I mean, everyone can get access to $2,000 or $5,000 if they really want the deal. The question is if the deal is worth it. And obviously, $1 million a year in revenues, like you said, it's like 10 years. Skip pretty much like this. Good job, man. What else? Maybe what else you want to share on the closing or your plans for after right now to grow the business? Whatever you think will help others. What do you think?
I think about like funding a company, I think, I don't know, I felt like there is a difference between a highly motivated seller and just a regular seller, because I met some sellers, they just want to know the value of their company. So they are like, oh yeah, send me the offer, and after that, nothing happens. So yeah, just be careful, not waste your time with people like that. And you will see, like for me, for example, for this company, the guy sent me the financial the same day when I call him, and he just 3 days ago, he was calling me back to, hey, did you check the financials? Okay, this guy is motivated, you know, and it's much easier with motivated people. Yeah.
Love it. So smart, man. Yeah, I saw people literally wasting months just trying to build rapport with someone who don't even want to sell it. You know, it's like, I'm good. Like they basically, the only way they will sell is if you'll pay them like, I don't know, 10 times on the revenues, which is not what we want to do. Great lesson, man. And even with I love it that you cold call people, because other people might say they never want to cold call people. You're like, damn, let's just go straight to it. Let's just ask them if they want to sell. So I love it, man. Good job. What else, man? What else you think good lessons that you had or anything you want to share?
Yeah, I think there are like a lot of opportunities, and you just have to go for it. And I think I don't know. Sometimes when I see what I've done, I have the impression that I could have done faster, doing more cold calls. But yeah, just choose your rhythm and just go for it, and it's okay.
Yeah, man. Tap yourself on the back. Like, good job. Seriously. What would you tell others who are afraid to even pick a sector? They think, oh my God, this sector is not perfect. You know, they're afraid to even start. What would you tell them?
You know, I think if you are serious, you have to take action. You know, feel like a lot of people want to acquire companies because they see the money and stuff, and but just take action and be strategic. You know, I had to switch sectors, but it's okay. You know, I just learned a lot in the communication sector, but maybe it wasn't the right fit for me, and just decided to switch and not give up. And you just have to be strategic. I have the impression that in France, like a lot of companies in the construction business, like there are a lot of owners who want to retire. So maybe it's a good opportunity to go in this sector, but pick the right one for you, but don't be stubborn, you know. If it doesn't work out, just switch the sector. It's okay, you know.
Love it, man. What's your plan right now moving forward with the business to at least sustain it or grow it?
Yeah, the challenge we have right now is some employees quit the company like a few months ago. So the team is really small compared to before. So I just decided to hire a new manager, a guy who used to work for the company for 7 years. Like he just quit like last year, and he wanted to come back. So just be the manager, and we're gonna recruit new guys, and we're trying to maybe manage better the cash flow, and I think it's good because we have clients. It's not like a problem of clients. We have the clients, so we just have to manage the team right, and manage the cash flow and the cash available. Yeah,
love it, man. And what do you want to do day to day? What is your ideal scenario?
my ideal scenario is to really focus on the financial side of the company and let the manager run the day-to-day business. But I feel like at the beginning I have to be there because, for example, one of the employees really want to talk to me because he want to be sure that I'm gonna do things right. So I'm gonna see him tomorrow. And yeah, but clearly I want to buy another company by the end of the year. So I have to focus on finding deals, you know.
Love it. So you're not stopping, eh? You're moving to the next deals.
No, it's just the first step, you know. Yeah, you always told me that the first deal is really important because I don't know. I think maybe your beliefs and your credibility change, and I have this impression now. Yeah.
How do you feel now? Right? It's like, yeah, I'm there now. Let's just like you proved yourself that it's possible. You know, that's I think the biggest thing here. You proved yourself it's possible. And now let's just continue to do whatever you did so far. It's the same, you know, same process to do another one. Man, good job. Cool, man. Any other last thoughts?
Yeah, really like I really want to try maybe 100% seller financing for the next deal. It would be a good challenge because I don't know, I didn't find any owner yet who accepted that, but I think it's possible. So that's my focus for the next year.
Think about this. You almost bought this business for €1 and some seller financing, if not the wife, right? So just find someone who's not married or something.
Yeah.
But yeah,
next time I will ask if the wife owned the company, and I will know if I can. Yeah.
Love it, man. Good job. Thank you very much.
So today, guys, first of all, thank you for everyone who joined. I know I see some familiar names. Some of you are probably here for the first time. But either way, we're going to try and make the most out of it. I'm going to try to make it engaged as possible as well. So feel free to be engaged with me in the group. It's going to be me teaching a lot of what I'm thinking are the steps for you to take in the craziness that we're experiencing right now. For those of you who are new to the program, this could be a great jump start. So you could start action right away and pretty much close deals literally in the next week if you're serious and committed, because a lot of the deals that we're seeing right now are companies that we can literally take over for free. If we know, again, how to just build relationships, find them, position ourselves the right way, and know a little bit strategies on how to then potentially turn them around or pivot the businesses in order for them to not collapse and eventually make some profits. So I'm going to get started right away. Now we can see properly, Ari. So can you guys see this Google Doc that I have in front of me? Because I see from Ari that you can't. So please just let me know that you can see it. Sweet, awesome. So you can see it, great. And worst case, I'm just going to go through the notes, so don't really worry about it. Cool. So is this our biggest lifetime opportunity? I think potentially yes. I don't think there's ever been a better time to start relationship with businesses to eventually buy them. I think if you're combining the baby boomer situation that people just want to retire, you take that and you combine it with what's going on right now with the coronavirus thing, and you get a lot of people who are just motivated to leave their business or just suffering. This is by far going to be and starting to be already, just check that I'm recording, the best opportunity to buy businesses for almost free or $1 down deals, which is basically just to take over the business from the owner and do him a favor. And you legally need to have just $1 to show that there's just a mutual transaction. You can do a lot of 100% earnout deals, seller financing deal. We're going to go through that as we go. But guys, if you weren't committed so far to the process, now is the time to change that and recommit to the process, because I'm telling you, this is the time. Like, there's never been a better time to do that. And even if you're thinking, a lot of you are probably thinking, hey, why should I buy those businesses? They're suffering, they're losing money. You should understand that in order to get to a point where they're at, it can potentially take them years to get there. to get to a point where you have a lot of employees, a list of clients, like all those different assets that a business need to build over time, right? Equipment, inventory, things like that. Just understanding on the market and clients, even if you decide to start something like that from scratch, will take you a lot of time. So appreciate the fact that you can ride on people's experience and hard work, that sometimes we're talking about people who own businesses for 5, 10, 20 plus years. So don't think that you buying a business, even if it's in a distressed situation, isn't still very, very well. You need to understand that distressed businesses many times can be businesses that making millions a year in revenues. Even if they're not really profitable, by you making a few changes, you can make them profitable super, super fast and bring in cash flow and make it really, really good very, very fast compared to you trying to do it from scratch. Now, few things. Here's the thing. The main program, if you go through all the videos, I'm mostly talking about just how to buy good, profitable companies, right? Like companies who make good money and have a distressed seller, right? So distressed seller, but a good, profitable business that have good track record, et cetera, recognition in the market. With what's going on right now, we're going to find a lot of businesses. So the program mostly is all about how to get good businesses with distressed sellers, right? People who are motivated to go out, go through personal health, divorce, just want to retire, whatever their situation is, but the business is good, right? That's the main program, and go through the full program. Obviously, if you didn't, right? They're going to go walk you through step by step on how to do that. With what's going on right now with the coronavirus situation, we're going to find a lot of businesses who are just almost going down, right? Almost like, I don't know what's going to go on with the market, but if it's going to continue for a few more months and potentially years, man, it's been a lot of businesses potentially going down and filing bankruptcy and just shutting down their doors. Now, the difference between those businesses to begin with is when you find a good profitable businesses that have a lot of cash flow or enough cash flow, you can go and hire a CEO or general manager, someone to run the day-to-day for you, right? When you don't have a lot of cash flow, which is what's going to happen with a lot of those businesses right now, not a lot of cash, not a lot of cash flow, you won't have enough money to hire someone else. So you need to be willing to go and do the dirty work, be there day to day, make sure you turn around the business, manage the employees, go out there and do whatever needed to use the assets that you have with that business and leverage that to grow, or at least turn around and get back things to stabilize them. So you just need to understand that there's a difference between being an owner investor, someone who can buy a business and let someone else run the day to day, and you just be the owner investors looking at KPIs, setting goals with the management team, et cetera, versus if there's not enough money to hire a general manager, then it can be you. And probably the best thing for you, the best way for you to learn about the business, for those of you who never owned a business, is to own a business and manage a business, right? To learn things that we're going to go through later on how a business even looks like, what should you do to grow a business and add value to the market to make money. And that's why you have the few fresh modules in the program in order for you to learn the fundamentals of business. Because if you don't have that, it's going to be very, very difficult to even manage someone that's running the day-to-day for you. You need to understand that every business has got some marketing, sales, operations, support, finance departments, things like that are kind of like basics in a business, that if you don't understand, that's going to be difficult for you to run and own any business. So the businesses that I'm mostly going to focus on in this session are businesses that are about to run out of cash. Like I said, you're going to need to get your hand dirty to go and do turnaround, or at least stabilize things, potentially to fire people, right? There's not enough money to run or hire CEO or general manager. A lot of times you can find those businesses and buy them with like bad reputations, right? Maybe they stopped paying suppliers or start to have like not delivering products to clients because whatever their situation is. So you need to be willing to accept that if you want to go and jump into the water. So if you're willing to do those deals, you can close them really fast. And like I said, you can go them and buy them for literally $1 because you're doing the business owner a favor. You can inherit debt, like all the liabilities, and I'm going to show you how to protect your downside because you got to do that. Otherwise, you can mess things up. So as long as you know how to position yourself, find the right deals,
negotiate those deals, and then know what to do to turn them around, you can take a business that may be doing $1 million a year in sales and making no profit if you know how to turn it around and potentially pivot it, because right now everyone is in lockdown. So if the business is somehow connected to being in a lockdown, and you can maybe pivot it to more of an online business, which I'm going to get to later. Like I'm looking at a lot of gyms, for example, are in a shutdown right now, but then I see a lot of gym owners or personal trainers who are making a lot of money by taking all their clients online, right? And still taking pretty much the same amount of money, but doing lessons online. So that could be a great pivot if you are willing to go and do the work, you know, renegotiate the lease agreement, fire whoever isn't needed in the business, and then move things online. That's just one idea, right? So if you're willing to go and do the dirty work like that, like I said, you can get those businesses for pretty much free. And I'm going to show you how to protect your downside as well. So that's the general idea, the intro. And I'm going to dive into literally each step of the process on how you should do it right now to go out there and buy those businesses. And I'm telling you, if you're going to be committed and you're willing to do the work, a lot of you will be literally able to buy a business within a week, because I'm going to show you in a bit. You don't even need to do due diligence when you close those businesses. You can literally just go buy them because you don't have any risk. When you put no money, you buy it for $1, there's no risk. You can do your due diligence after you close the deal. So you can go buy the business really fast. You tell the seller, hey, look, we got to close the deal. Otherwise, there won't be any business here to turn around. Let's do the deal right away. And then I'm going to show you in a second how that works. So I am going to start a little bit with mindset, because in the end of the day, I think it's more about mindset than anything else. By the way, before I move on, any question before we get started with kind of like the step-by-step? Because I don't want to try to keep it as engaging as possible, although I do have a full session here. Just put something in the chat, show me that you can at least hear me. You know, I'm not talking to myself. That'll help me. Yeah, can you guys still hear me? Everything as well? Because I see no messages in the chat. Just want to make sure we're good. Yep, I'm going to get to it. Awesome, sweet. Don't worry, I'm going to go through all of the steps. Thank you. So it looks like there's just a small delay with the chat. Sweet. So first of all, I'm going to go through it real fast, go through the mindset lesson in the program, because I think it's super crucial. But I'm going to go through it really fast so you understand. In the end of the day, it's on you guys. I'm not, you know, no one can do the work for you. No one can save you. No one is coming to save you. This is the time for you to put your blinders on. A lot of people are going to tell you, hey, it's impossible. You can't do that. But nothing is impossible. Nothing is possible before you do it for the first time. Even when you ride, you know, first time you go and try to swim, like it's difficult. Like you just need to jump to the water and give it a try and trust. In the end of the day, the process works. It's not like I invented buying businesses and mergers and acquisitions. You know, people are buying businesses for ages. So it's about you trusting that the process works and just jump into the water and understanding that you'll find the answers when you jump into the water, and then you could rewatch this lesson or all the other lessons in the program and learn that way. I'm going to get to it, Ari, but when you buy distressed businesses, again, and I'm going to show you how to protect yourself, but if you're buying it with an SPV, separate entities that are not using your name, then you don't have any downside. So even if you find out that there's a lot of lawsuits, etc., after that, then worst case, you liquidate the business and you shut it down. Now, I'm not saying that we're going into a business with that attitude. We're going in order to save it, but just so you understand, there's no downside. The reason to even do the due diligence is usually when you raise capital, right? So for financiers won't even give you any capital if they're not doing due diligence, and they know that you made sure that there's no lawsuits and things like that, right? So usually the reason we even do a longer due diligence is for the capital that you raise. Just to give you an idea, right? Common wisdom said you got to have, 8-12 weeks due diligence. That's mostly for you to have access to capital. But if you're not raising capital from banks, financial partners, any of those things, you don't have any downside. Worst case, you liquidate the business, and if you protect yourself behind SPVs or LLCs or LTDs, depends where you are in the world, whatever the name for that is, and ideally between two separate entities, then there's no downside, and I'm going to get to it. Anyway, blinders on, write your goals. If your goals is to buy a business, let's say you want to buy one business in the next month, 2, 3, 5, 6, whatever, write it down. What's your goal?
I want to own one business, and write down how you're going to feel. And daily remind yourself how you're going to feel like if and when you own that business. Put yourself in that state. The more you're going to feel that way, the more your conversations, even with people, are going to come from a different place of certainty, place of comfort, place of I need to be here. I'm worthy of being here. Focus, guys. Don't start, I don't know, Shopify business and social media. I don't know. Like, you're here, give it a fucking fair try. Go out there and focus. Make it your one thing. There's a great book, Essentialism. There's another great book, The One Thing. Focus, guys. Fucking focus, right? Another great important thing. Production versus consumption. If all you're doing all day long is being on YouTube, watching podcasts, listening to podcasts, reading books, whatever it is that you're doing to learn, even if it's good learning, it's not good. You're not going to get results. Like, you're here in the program, give this program a first chance. Watch it, binge watch it, and then go and implement. And then re-watch it when you're implementing, because I swear to God, you're going to learn some new stuff when you're going to implement, right? For me, ideally, if I have something that is important to do, first thing in the morning, do it. Eat the frog, right? Eat that frog, book by Brian Tracy. Do the most important thing first, the difficult thing first, then the rest of your day is going to be much easier, right? For us, what are the most important things to do? Talk to sellers, talk to financial partners, make offers. And in this case, when we're talking about distressed deals, we won't even need to talk to financial partners. But obviously talk to them, because you don't know, many of those deals are still going to be good deals. So have financial partners around you. Make offers. Talk to sellers. If I had to pick your one thing, it's got to be one of those three things when you start the program. If you're not sure what you need to do, go and watch the training, right? 4 things max, right? Make commitments. Keep yourself accountable, right? Track and punish yourself. That's why I support you. I tell you in the program, and go and watch the program, of course, if you didn't yet. But I think this is going to be a great start for you if you didn't watch the program yet. But go post in the Facebook group. There's a lot of small nuances in the program. Go watch through it all. I'm sharing with you years of experience. Jeff sharing with you years of experience. Go and post in the Facebook group. Find yourself a dream team. Find yourself an accountability team. Tell yourself, I'm going to talk to whatever, 100 companies this week. I'm going to call them, letter them. I'm going to go through the details in a bit. If you're telling yourself, hey, I'm going to talk to 100 companies this week, and you're not doing it in the end of the week, you didn't do it, punish yourself, burn money, do something. It got to be painful. Otherwise, you're going to be like, fuck it, I'm good. You know, you're stuck in your comfort, and there's nothing wrong about it. But if you want different results, you got to step outside your comfort. Daily consistent action. This is about consistently daily. Put 1, 2, 3 hours a day, as much as you can. It's more important to do that versus have like a one-time sprint, and every 1 month you tell me, hey, I just did 10 hours of work this month. Focus on actions versus results. So if you tell yourself, I want to buy one business in the next year, focus on the actions that get you there. Don't focus on, hey, oh shit, I want to buy a business. Why am I not buying a business? Ask yourself instead, what are the actions I need to take? Why the fuck I'm not taking the actions I need to take? What are the actions? Which is talking to sellers, talk to financial partners, make offers, right? Focus on that. Make that your goal. Keep yourself accountable for actions, not for results. Because results are not on you. Actions are on you. You are responsible for your actions, not for your results. And a great quote that I like, success isn't owned, it's rented, and the rent is due every day. You're not becoming successful and stay there forever. You're in a downward hill all your fucking life. You either go up or you slide down. So daily, you got to wake up and rent is due. Uncertainty, uncomfortable, being uncomfortable, fear is okay, all those things. Of course, it's going to be uncomfortable for you. Of course, you're going to be scared. Of course, you're going to say, fuck it, I want to give up. I'm going back to my comfort. In the end of the day, success is in direct proportion to the uncertainty that you can embrace. You got to jump into the unknown and trust that you are worthy, trust that you are enough, trust that you can get there. The more you're going to trust yourself, the better you'll be. I'm giving you everything so you'll have more confidence to step into the unknown, to jump into the water. But in the end of the day, you got to jump. I can't jump into the unknown for you. I can't jump into the water for you. You got to trust. It's like, when you're a little kid and you jump into fucking water from like in whatever, I'm thinking of something scary that all of us had to do when we were young, jump from somewhere. It's like, everyone can tell you, everyone can jump before you and show you, yeah, it's cool, it's fun, but there's a point in your life where you got to jump yourself. You got to trust that you'll be fine. And in business, you got to do it again and again and again and again and jump, and almost, you know, it's almost like an internal suicide that you got to have on a daily basis, and trust that you'll be fine. Trust that you won't die. Trust something. If you believe in God, in spirit, whatever, trust. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You're not going to die. From calling, you know, again, from talking to financial partners, talking to sellers, making offers, you won't die, but you got to jump in there, because it's easier said than done. And be okay with failure, you know, imperfect action, fail your way to success. If you're not failing, ask yourself, did I fail this week? What did I do? What kind of failures did I have last week? If you're not failing, you're not taking enough action, period. If someone didn't tell you to fuck off, or that he hates you and your offer, you're just not taking enough action, period. Right? And I guess that's giving you an idea on why you're even making those $1 offer. Just give it a try. Some people just want out, and come from a place of help, add value to people. You know, if you're coming to those business owners like, dude, fuck you, your business sucks, give me your business, fuck you. Why would anyone give you? But if you're coming from a place to help, to add value, then you can definitely get those deals. A lot of you guys, and I know, like, it's interesting to say that, but a lot of you guys probably are not eating well. You're not sleeping well. Sleep at the same time every day. Sleep the amount of hours you need. I don't know anyone who can live on 3-4 hours a day that I know in person who can is actually sane. Seriously, I don't know. I know that for me, I gotta go to sleep same time every day. I gotta eat good food. I gotta do my meditations, take my vitamins, dopamine. You gotta, you know, let go of fucking anything that's giving you notifications. If you have notifications on your phone, on your laptop, get rid of it. If you have social media on your phone, go and delete it right now. Delete your Facebook, your Instagram, everything that's giving you a notification, get rid of it. It's freaking destroying your life. You can't get focused this way. Sweet, I'm gonna move on. I don't wanna make it a fucking mindset video, but it's so crucial. In the end of the day, it's fucking crucial. Cool. Any question in the meantime, before I move to the next bullet? No questions, or it's just, again, a delay. So first question people asking is like, why the fuck, why would someone sell me the business, right? Few reasons: legacy, employees, like they're embarrassed, right? And this should be to fire. They're embarrassed that all those employees, some of them worked with them for 5, 10, 20 plus years. They don't want to fire them. They feel bad. They don't want to be the bad guy. They have debts, they have liabilities, or like, fuck it, I made enough money in my life, or I'm like, fuck it, I want to retire. Maybe they're divorcing. Right now with the coronavirus, businesses are just fucking going down. There's just no cash flow. So that alone could be for some of those baby boomers, like, fuck it, I don't want to, they're like, I don't want it. It's like, it's too difficult. I don't want to work so hard to get things back up. I don't want to wait. I don't know if someone can take it from me, can take the, you know, take it away from me. I don't need to be the bad guy. He can deal with firing the employees. He could go and I can just tell everyone, hey, I've done my best. I sold this business to this guy. He's going to do his best, but it's not going to be on me to fire people. And if you're going to come in and tell them, look, man, I'm going to do whatever I can to save your business, to protect your legacy, to take care of the employees, that's all you need. So keep it simple. Don't think that you need like a crazy, I don't know what. Like, if you'll start having enough conversations with business owners, you'll see that a lot of them just want to sell their business. And they just look for the person that they like and trust enough. So that's why I have this. The best way to get someone to give you his business for free is to get him to like you. In the end of the day, it's a relationship business first. Help first, relationship game first. People always ask me with brokers, with business owner, why the fuck the business owner is not responding to me, or the broker is not giving a shit about me. Look, man, if you think that you're going to message, you're going to download hundreds of information memorandums from broker websites and you're going to do deals this way, sorry, this is not this game. The game of business, fine businesses, is relationships. The more you're going to get to know a person, to like a person, to get him to like you, the better. The more conversations you're going to have. Meetings, obviously now it's difficult to do meetings, but you can do everything on Zoom and Skype. But have more conversations, get in, you know, be interested in that person versus interesting. Ask questions, be there to listen. Don't be like, hey dude, fuck you, give me your business for free. No one talk that way. No one's doing business this way. Be nice, care about someone. Check what are their problems, you know, see if you can provide solutions. And sometimes you put in your time is the only solution that they need. Someone who care about them, who show them, hey, I'm going to do my best. I care about you. I'll be here for you. You know, I'll try to protect your legacy. I'll work hard 24/7 to make sure your employees are fine. I'll be in the business 24/7. You know, value, value, value. Always think, how can I add value first in life in general, not just business. Any question before I move to positioning? Why people sell you the business? And send the questions, please, not in private. Send them to everyone so everyone can see. What happens to their existing unpaid loan to the bank? How do we make sure we can pay the loan if we didn't receive any finance to buy the business? I'm going to get to it, but in general, so that your question is what happens to their existing unpaid loan? Obviously, if there's liabilities and debt to the business, you can go in. You need to go in, and you by you taking over the liabilities, that's one of your selling proposition. Hey, let me go in. I'll take the liabilities. I'll do my best to turn around the business. And yes, it's going to be part of something you need to handle. And I'm going to show you at the bottom after we buy the business. I'm going to get to it in the end of the call. Is what you do after you close the deal. How do you turn it around? How do you make sure that you can pay those liabilities and different loans and debts that you have to different, you know, suppliers or banks or whatever? We're going to get to it. But any questions, please ask me questions about the steps. And trust me, look, we have a lot of pages. So we're going to go through each step. Don't worry. So next question, everyone's asking me, how do I position myself? I don't know how to position myself. Why would anyone take me seriously, right? Yeah, you got to learn how to position yourself. In the end of the day, if you don't know how to position yourself as someone who's reliable, someone they can trust, then it's going to be difficult, right? So the first thing you got to do, you got to learn how to position yourself, right? How to make sure that they take you serious, how to know that you can go there and have enough confidence and comfort to talk to them. So the way to do it is, first of all, you're saying that there are a few ways to position yourself. One of them is just, hey, I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah, I'm looking to help entrepreneurs. I have some, whatever your knowledge is, use it to your advantage. So if you're an engineer, if you're a marketing guy, if you're a finance guy, yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I have background in whatever, finance, marketing, whatever is your background. And I'm looking to buy businesses. I'm looking to invest in businesses. I'm looking to help entrepreneurs. Whatever you feel comfortable with, it doesn't matter. In the end of the day, you gotta, you know, tell them, yeah, I'm looking to buy you, right? So don't hide your intention. Obviously, share your intentions out there, but there's few ways you can position yourself in the initial conversation. I'm an investor, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm looking for joint ventures. It doesn't matter. Everything can work if you believe in it. So for me, I'm just saying, yeah, I'm an investor, I'm an entrepreneur. It doesn't really matter. What matters is what you say after that. How you position yourself in a way that shows, hey, I care about you. I position yourself in a way that shows, hey, I'm a reliable buyer. I'm a worthy buyer. I have skills. And by you being in this program, by you just watching this video, you'll have the skills. You will have the skills to turn around any business. So it's about, are you going to have enough confidence and you're going to be comfortable enough to know that this is all you need? I'm going to give you everything here, right? So it's about your comfort. Are you going to be okay with that? Investor, all of you guys are investors. You're either investing your time, value, skills that you have, or money. And other people money counts. I don't care. Show me the richest people in the world. They're not just using their own money, and they're investors. And let me just show you a cool story that I like on how to show you that you are investors and can get access to capital. Is that it all depends on the deal. If you have a good deal, you'll find access to capital if you think it's the deal of the century. For example, if I told you today, hey, I have a Ferrari to give you, I got to sell it right away. Dude, I need to sell it so fast. I'll get it to you for $10,000, but you got to give me this $10,000 by Wednesday, right? Ferrari that you know worth $250,000. And at the same time, what if I also told you that I need to sell you that car, and then in a different state, I have a buyer for you to buy it for $300,000. You just need to go and take it. I just can't. I just got to sell it to you right now because whatever, I need to do something with the money right away. Are you going to be able to raise $200,000, $300,000 in 2-3 days? If you know for a fact you already have a buyer, or you know what, let me give you a week. Are you going to be able to do that? If you are resourceful enough and you trust yourself enough and you're like, fuck it, I'll do whatever it takes, you're going to be able to find a way, even if it's by going out there to the streets. Or now you can't really go to the streets, but you're going to do whatever calls you need to do to get that money. Why? Because you know the Ferrari is worth it, and because you know you already have a buyer to buy that for you for a lot more money. So the question you need to ask yourself is, how much do you believe in yourself, in the deal that you're going to do? the same way that you will believe in the Ferrari deal. That's how you need to look at deals. And the reason for you to believe in your deal as much as the Ferrari is because you need to see yourself as a Ferrari. You need to see yourself as worthy, because you're putting your time, you're putting your effort. That alone is worth a Ferrari, right? That's how you need to see it. Yeah, and if you have an existing business, you can always say, I'm an existing business owner in X, and I'm looking to grow it by acquisitions, by buying similar businesses or complementary businesses, or just diverse myself into different sectors. That's the way you position yourself. In the end of the day, I found out there's so many ways you can position yourself, and there's no one way fits all. There are many ways, many roads to the top of the mountain. It's what you're comfortable with, right? Don't look for me to tell you word by word what to do. You need to trust yourself. You're all capable, guys. You are all worthy. You are all good enough. I'm sharing you with what worked for me, what lessons I learned in my life. But in the end of the day, it's on you. You got to go out there and trust yourself. And like I said, jump into the unknown and believe in yourself, and understand that, you know, it's okay. But believe in, and if you don't believe in yourself enough, go with what you have and fail, and go out there and fail and fail and fail. Because if you're not failing, you're just not growing. You're just thinking, you're thinking that you're growing, but you're not. You're just afraid to take action. So just jump into the water and be okay with failure. Again, if you're not failing on a weekly basis, you're just not taking enough action. Positioning. When you go to those businesses right now with all the coronavirus, you got to position yourself as the good guy, as someone who's out there to save the day. Don't, and again, if you think it's going to work for you to position yourself as this fucking asshole business owner, entrepreneur is trying to buy businesses and destroy everyone, give it a try. For me, it never worked. I don't think it works. And especially if you read The Diamond Cutter and Karmic Management, you understand my way of looking at life. I believe that by you coming in as the good guy, as the safe girlfriend, and someone who's going to take care of whatever problems the person has. And like I said, many times, all you need to do is just be there and listen to them, and just be there for them and spend your time with them to show them you care, in order to literally buy those businesses for them. And yes, certainty is everything. Remember, why not you? I mean, at the end of the day, there are so many businesses out there suffering right now. You can go out there, and by the fact that you here in this program invested in yourself, you are worthy of owning those businesses. Your time is value, your time is money. And by you going out there and even willing to put yourself out there in front of those business owners, you are worthy of being that owner. And one big important thing that if some of you guys already had conversation with business owners, you got to position yourself as a problem solver and not as a blank check. Because initially, when you position yourself as a business buyer, investor, some people look at you and they're like, oh, there you go. Here's the guy who's going to put money into my business without knowing what the fuck we even got going on here. So be careful from those deals, especially if they're fast growing companies. Those guys don't need your help. They just look for money in order to grow their business faster, right? So you don't look for those deals. Look for businesses who kind of like stabilize or grow slower or have super motivated sellers. Those are the people you need. You're not looking to go to Uber right now, you know, or Uber, any business is not a good idea right now, literally with what the fuck's going on in the world. But you're not looking to business who's growing like this, like 10x a year, and be their business buyer. They're not looking for those people. They're just looking for capital to grow faster. So understand what's the difference, and understand how, as quickly as possible, how to find out if that someone is just looking for a blank check from you, basically, or for some, or if it's someone who actually have problems. And at the same time, be careful, because many times entrepreneurs, business owners usually always think that money is their solution. But many times there's a leaking bucket, that the fundamentals of business are so bad that many times you putting more money into this leaking bucket is not good. So you need to fix fundamentals first. But you, with your eyes, with the skills that you're learning here and in the full program, you need to see the difference. You need to see, okay, the guy wants $500,000, but why he wants that? What's the real problem in the business, right? So pay attention to those things. And your goal, whenever you're having conversation, is to find problems, and then to find solutions with your offer, to provide solutions with your offer. In terms of websites, your positioning, I suggest you at least have like a premium email, you know, so you won't send emails from a Gmail. I don't think it's looking professional. So just first idea to begin with. And I'm talking about it in the full program. It can be as simple as your website with your name, or it can be whatever company name you want to pick. Please don't spend more than 10 minutes on picking your company name. It doesn't fucking matter. And yeah, premium email or website, you can say, yeah, we are, or I am an investor looking for acquisitions in X sector. Or if you don't feel comfortable with you knowing the sector, delete that. If you don't know, for me, I don't know how to build websites. I'm just freaking outsource. I just like to outsource everything. So go to Fiverr, go to Upwork, write in Facebook groups. I'm sure people could help you build a website with like $50 nowadays if it's just a simple template. Don't make it more complicated than that. Please, guys, people underestimate simplicity. Probably the biggest thing you can do to yourself is keep things simple. Everything is simple in life. The more simple you're going to keep things, the better. Even nuclear science is actually simple. From someone that I talked to, it's simple. It comes down to a few principles that you got to follow again and again and again and again. Cool. Now, in terms of niche sector, how do you pick your industry? Ideally, pick something you know about, or just be sector agnostic. Please, please don't overcomplicate things. This is probably the biggest question I'm getting. What sector to pick? I'm worried about my sector. I don't know what's my website. I don't know what's my sector. Please, please, please. And yeah, Ari, thank you for sending the website. So yeah, please, guys, don't overthink about a sector. Ideally, pick a sector that you can add value in. But in the end of the day, what matters is the fundamentals of business. Do you understand about cash flow, about numbers? Do you have a vision? Do you have the right people? Do you know how to lead people, which I'm going to go through later as well? In the end of the day, if you know the fundamentals of business, this is much bigger than having a sector skill. But obviously, if you have background in a sector, if you have like 10, 20 years background in a sector, then consider that, right? And in terms of deal size, ideally look for 500 to 5 million revenues. Bigger businesses, a lot of time you'll just have competitors, private equity firms, which means they have a lot of money. So it's going to be more difficult to compete with them. But at the same time, I'm not going to be the person to hold you back. If you want to go and give it a try, go for it. I'm just sharing again based on my experience. Smaller deals going to be difficult as well, because many times it's going to be one-man show. And you want a team. You want something that you can actually play with. You actually have a balance that you can work with and turn things around, which I'm going to get to later. But in the end of the day, again, those are my suggestions. Go and do as you wish. Not sure which sector, go all in, and over time find what not. So if you're not sure, if you're like, oh, Moran, I'm still not sure about my sector, please, guys, please keep it simple. This is the biggest question I'm getting, and I'm just frustrated to see. It's like you're literally like, you're not sure what sector to pick, so you're getting overwhelmed and procrastinate on the sector just because you don't want to take any action. Fuck it. You're not sure what sector to pick. Let's make a decision. If you're watching this video now or in the replay, let's make a decision to pick a sector today. So the way to do it, think about your contacts, right? So let's do this. Think about your contacts, your experience, and your passion, right? Think about the first 1, 2, 3 sectors that come up to your mind, write it down. Then imagine you have a gun pointing to your head. I'm pointing a gun to your head right now, and I'm asking you, hey, what's the right sector for you? What is the answer? I'm going to kill you and your family and everyone you love unless you're going to pick a sector right now. What's the sector going to be? You picked one, great. Keep that sector. If you're still unsure, just go sector agnostic. Go all in on every deal you can find. That's another way to do it, right? Just remember, as long as you have fundamentals of business, which we're going to go, and we're going to obviously going through in the full program, but you're going to go through later here today, then it's okay to just decide, you know what, I'm going to pick any, I'm going to shoot into the, shoot into the wild forest, and then hopefully I'm going to find the pasta sticking on the wall. That's okay as well. And obviously, as you're talking to business owners, you can decide what you don't want to deal with. That's another way, and it's all good. But please, speak, doesn't matter. And yeah, just adjust as you go. Please, please, please don't spend more than like 10 minutes a day on just deciding what sector to pick. You're not sure what sector to pick, just pick all of them and run all in, and then decide as you go. If you get an offer accepted, just decide, you know what, do I want this deal, yes or no? And you can decide, no, you know what, I don't want it. But I'd rather you have an offer accepted and stop and be like, you know what, I don't want to be in the sector, than not start at all. Please, just don't overthink things. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Next steps, how to find deals. Everyone, any question here? Any thoughts about the sector, please? Because I know that's one of the biggest questions I'm getting from you guys or everyone who messages me all the time. Please don't overcomplicate things. Any questions on that before I move to how to find deals? I assume there's no questions, right? Sweet. Or I'm just not seeing the chat, but yeah, it looks like there's no questions. So cool. Okay, so how to find deals. First, remember it's numbers game. Numbers game. All this business is numbers game and a relationship game. If you had to ask me, hey, Moran, what's the 2 important skills to have when you're buying businesses? Is first, understand it's numbers game. Second, to understand it's a relationship game. The more you can build relationships, and to build a relationship, you don't need to be a freaking Casanova. You just need to be there and listen to people. That's it. If you're able to listen to people, you can get deals done. If you can care about people, you can get deals done. And numbers game, and be consistent, daily, jump into the water, talk to business owners, make offers, talk to financial partners, keep it simple, right? And trust me, I can super complicate the lessons for you and the program, and giving you like fucking crazy modules and numbers to look at and make it all sophisticated and cool, but it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you get results. It's going to overcomplicate things for you. So please don't think that you need to have like a Harvard degree. Yeah, you can go and pay $100,000 at Harvard, but they're only going to teach you theory. I'm going to show you things that are fucking working for me and all of our clients that you're seeing results like crazy nowadays. Anyway, numbers game. Aim to build like your goal in mind is like I said, focus on actions. What are the actions? Talk to 100 companies, talk to 100 people, build relationships with those people, have daily conversations. At my peak, I was having, I swear to God, like 10, 15 calls a day, conversations a day. Go all in. And leverage what's working right now, right? A lot of people want to reinvent the wheel. Use tech, use social media. I'm going to go through that, but use things that are working right now. Use the script that is proven. I'm going to attach to the recording all the scripts, but they're all in the program. The script for the deal flow is in the deal flow module. But I'm going to attach it again to the replay, so you'll have it all there as well. And add. So what you can do is use the script that we have and just add your own, personality on it. Add your own unique words to it. It's all good. But you don't want to test things from scratch. You don't want to rebuild everything from scratch. Like, trust the process. Those things work. Best way probably to find deals, if you had to pick one, is if you have the network. Go and open your phone, scroll through it, ask yourself, who is a business owner, who's connected to business owners, who I can talk to on the phone and just ask, hey man, I want to talk, I want to see what's up, I want to ask, how's it going? Social media, can you post on your social media? Can you message people? Hey, how's it going? I thought you might be, someone who can help me find it. Maybe as a business owner, just go and ask, hey man, just wanted to ask, how are you doing? I know you're a business owner. I know you run in company, ABC company. Man, I just wanted to reach out and see how you're doing with this crazy coronavirus situation right now. Go out there, ask people how they're doing right now in this craziness. Call people. Obviously, I like events are the fucking best. The best way is to build rapport with people, also obviously face-to-face. All right, but I'm going to get to it. But in the end of the day, now use Zoom this way, build rapport this way, have video calls. So use social media. If you're a business owner, check your receivables, your debtors, see what companies you have there, what suppliers, what companies maybe struggle that you can just call and see, hey man, just wanted to reach out and see how you're doing. That's the way to close deals. It's not about calling and be like, hey man, how are you? Just wanted to ask if you're doing at least $500,000 a year. Are you looking to sell a business for 100% seller financing? No, fuck you, dude. Who the fuck will sell the business this way? Right? Go build rapport, ask for help, ask how they're doing. That's the way to do business. People do business with people they like and trust. The way to get them trust you is to get to know them, is to ask them, is to be interested, not interesting. Don't be an asshole. Obviously, you can talk to professionals, accountants, lawyers, wealth managers, factoring companies, all those different companies. Think who's in touch with business owners. Accountants, lawyers, they probably know what's going on in the business better than the wife of the owner of the business. If someone wants to sell their business, they're going to talk to accountants, lawyers probably first. Same with wealth managers, manufacturing companies, to call them, say, hey, how's it going? Just want to reach and see what's up, See maybe if you have clients who might be open to sell right now or just need help, you know? Compile a list. I like to do it very much is go to Upwork or Fiverr and look for database. Just buy database. You can tell them, hey, I want companies in that sector or that size, and if you remember, those are private companies. They're not promoting, they're not sharing their private numbers online. You're not gonna find P&Ls of private companies most likely online unless for some reason they share it. But you can go and look for clues, see how many employees they have, you know, go and just call the owner, you know, and ask them over time, hey, by the way, I'd love to see if we can help, but we can only help companies doing between above $500,000 in sales. You know, are you guys there? You know, just ask, don't be afraid. How do you find more deals? Companies like Endel, Dun & Bradstreet, Hoovers. There are bad credit check firms right now that you can go and just Google and check. And if they have bad credit, you can potentially reach out and try to help as well, especially nowadays. And nowadays, I swear to God, if this shit's going to continue, every company is going to be in a distress situation. I'm talking especially companies who are, you know, have anything to do with the shutdowns and are affected by the shutdown. So you don't even need the credit check. Like, I swear to God, if things are going to continue as is, everyone's going to be in some kind of a distress situation or need help. So keep that in mind as well. And remember, it's a relationship game. It's a marketing game. It's a few touch points game. So the way I think you should approach it is, yeah, you can send letters, and like I said, we're going to provide a script that you can use for letters, for emails. Send letters, ideally home address. And like I said, for me, I just like to buy the database. It costs me whatever, a few cents per line of data. A lot of them will give you their phone number, their address, their email, everything you just asked for. So in an ideal scenario, touch all of those points, right? Send letter, reach out on Facebook. You can even do some ads. If those of you who want to do ads, just go to Facebook advertising and promote an ad and say something like, hey, I'll buy your business. I'll make you an offer next week. You know, give it a try. I know we have clients who get a lot of success with that. But it's up to you. Do you want to spend money? If you don't want to spend money, use a cheaper one like letters, or just go to LinkedIn and connect with people and send them a message privately. At least 50% of people you're going to connect with on LinkedIn are going to accept your request. You can cold call, you know, again, call for help. Hey, wanted to reach out. We're all in shutdown. Just wanted to see if we can help. Just wanted to tell you about me. This is what I'm up to. This is my background. Share your story a little bit. Man, just want to reach out and see if I can help. This is what I do. I help entrepreneurs. I also buy businesses, invest in businesses, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself, but go out there, put yourself out there, have conversations. I like email very much as well because you can automate it a little bit. There's a software that I like. You can just put in a database here and just automate your emails to people, and always follow up. You never know when someone's going to be back to you and actually be willing to do a deal right away, right? So I have people messaging me back, I swear to God, like a year or two after I reached out to them, right? So don't be afraid to follow up. Just after a month, 3, 6, be like, hey man, just want to reach out, see how you're doing. All right, that's it. Keep it simple, guys. Brokers, a lot of you are asking for brokers. Like I said in the main program, I don't like brokers. I think there's many times conflict of interest. A lot of them just ask for flat fees from their owners, from the business sellers. Plus they're promising them like premium. I'm gonna get you a question in a second, Agency. Plus brokers are promising premium amounts. They're like, hey man, they're going to sell us like, hey, come and sell your business with me. Pay me $5,000 a month, plus I'll take a percentage, 5, 10, whatever they negotiate of the purchase price, and I believe I can get you 10 times multiples on your EBITDA, right? And in the end of the day, they care less about their exit, they care more about their retainer, and that's why many times I don't like brokers. And again, there are some good out there, but in a general rule, I don't like them. You want to go for businesses who are not for sale. You want to go for businesses who have no competition with you, right? You don't want to be the only, but in the end of the day, we have a lot of clients who bought businesses from brokers. So there are good out there. I would say keep this as a minimum. Like if they're listed for at least 6 months with a broker, I would say give it a try. Because then it means that the seller is kind of like frustrated, the broker is like frustrated, the contract is about to end. Usually they sign exclusivity with the broker. So those are good times to actually try some of the creative structures that we have. And yeah, with brokers, you can always negotiate with them, right? So if they're asking for a lot of money, just be like, look, man, I'll pay you more on the commission, but I want to defer it over time, right? And with brokers, like everyone, guys, please don't do this business on email, right? A lot of people are messaging me. They're like, hey, why the broker is not paying attention to me, blah, blah, blah. Because you didn't fucking talk to him, right? You just emailed him, and his job is to filter people like you who are not serious, who are pretty much not a qualified buyer. The way to become a qualified buyer is to get on the phone, is to share your stories, to tell about you, is to position yourself as someone who is doing them a favor to even work with you, right? And you can always say, they're like, hey, what about that? I'll be like, dude, look, man, I'll provide proof of funds even when I make an offer. Right now, I don't even know if I want this deal. That should be your attitude. I don't even know if I want this deal yet. It's like when you're going to buy a house, you know, you're not going to make an offer in a house before you saw it. Same here. You want to see the numbers first. And NDAs, I don't have problems with that with the NDA. I found out, like, in the end of the day, you can leave it empty as long as you position yourself well with the broker on the phone or in a meeting face to face. You'll be fine. But in the end of the day, when you talk to brokers, just be a baller in a quote. You know what I mean? Just be like, leave it empty. Be like, look, man, I have the money. It's not a problem. We have debt, equity, all those different type of financing. But in the end of the day, I don't even know if the deal is for me. I'll provide proof of funds. You can make it even and when I make an offer. Right now, I need to see the numbers to see if I even want to work on this deal, right? That's how you handle brokers. Only on the phone, only on meetings. Don't deal with them on emails. If you just email them like, hey, give me a number, they're like, fuck you, I don't know you, right? Who the fuck are you that I'll give you the number? You email me from a random Gmail, and you know, next thing is you telling them I'm from Nigeria, and you know, they're like, that's their work, to filter people like you. So pay attention to that. So that's brokers. Goals: get on the phone, meeting with the owner, and book a longer call. So yeah, your goal, in the end of the day, your goal in those conversations, in those letters, is to either get them to call you, and ideally, if they call me, I like to reschedule it so I keep the positioning in a good way. It's like, hey, they talk to you like, hey, did you send me a letter? I'm like, yeah, it's a bad time. Can we reschedule for tomorrow? Then I just like to keep my positioning better. And either way, your initial conversation is just about to build rapport, to ask them about them. I'm going to get to it in a bit. To ask them about that. By the way, in the perfect meeting, in the full course, there's a full questions you can ask business owners. And what I was about to say. Oh, so your goal with those calls is to tell them, and I think I'm going to get to that in a second. Yes, I'm going to get to that. Your goal is, by the end of the day, is to sign an NDA. And remember, the NDA is not for you, it's for them. It's for them to feel comfortable. If this seller don't want to sign an NDA, you don't have to. It's not for you. You know what I mean? It's for them. So if you feel like he's not comfortable, you can always say like, look, I'm happy to sign an NDA for you to feel comfortable sharing your numbers. Happy to provide my template, which we provided to you guys in the program. Or if you want, send me whatever you have. Guys, sign NDAs. NDAs are freaking, I don't like to say it, but they're not worth the paper you sign on. Literally, no one will sue you for an NDA. You probably won't sue anyone for an NDA. I'm sorry, but that's unfortunately the case. The NDA is just something that is common to do in this business space, you know, just to share information. So remember, if the seller don't care about signing an NDA, you shouldn't care either. You just want to see the financials. So yeah, the goal, get on the phone, get on the meeting with the owner, and book longer meetings, ideally after you see some financial as well. So any other questions before I'm moving to some part of the negotiations? But question from Jancy, maybe I'm done, but I've been testing to get databases of businesses for sale with Fiverr, but maybe I just don't formulate the question good enough. I get the same data that is on the broker website and back to the same, got stopped by the Amadi proof, and then I just got stuck. Yeah, first of all, you probably just email them. Second of all, you don't need a database of brokers. Third of all, like I said, that's one of the reasons that I just don't like brokers. You're dealing with assholes a lot of time, and many times you emailing them back and forth is not the way to get it done. So the way to go through the broker, gatekeeper is to position yourself as someone who is a credible buyer. The way to do that is not to show how much money you have in your bank account. It's quite the opposite. If you have money in your bank account, the last thing you're going to do is to show people how much money you have in your bank account. But it's just to speak with a lot of confidence and certainty and be like, look, man, I'm not here to waste your time or mine. Trust me. I wouldn't spend a fucking minute on you on the phone if I wouldn't be serious about this deal. So are you going to share with me the numbers, yes or not? If not, I can move on. But at the end of the day, I'm going to provide you proof of funds if and when I make an offer. And if it's a deal that's required for you to raise capital, I'm going to get to it in a second. You're going to go and talk to financial partners, institutions, and get expressions of interest for finance for them that you can then use to the broker. Brokers are not the ways to get $1 down deals. Many times, not even 100% seller financing deals. Because remember, they work on commission. They work on cash at closing and retainer. Unless you are able to convince the broker to get a really amazing upside by you potentially giving him another bonus, then most likely you won't get 100% seller financing or earnouts or things like that with brokers. Hence why I just don't recommend brokers. Again, unless it's a deal that is listed for a long time and then they're giving up already and they'll be open for more opportunities. So I hope that makes sense. And then when you build a database when you buy a database of companies, you don't necessarily need them to be for sale. You don't want companies for sale. You just want any company. And after you have conversations with those owners, you find out if they actually have some motivation to go out of the business. And many times, no one even reached out to them so far with that opportunity. You're the first one. And they're like, holy shit, someone want to buy my business? I want to run away. Amazing, right? Those are the deals you want. Not deals that are already listed with brokers, sometimes have competitors with you on a deal. In regards to before, are you looking for gyms as potentially to buy or partner on, or just use as a transition example, how to use the situation in a positive way, like you say, convert more into big businesses? This is just an example. The gyms are just examples on things you can do right now. It's my situation. I'm not in a rush to do anything right now, unless some of you guys have an amazing opportunity and is willing to do the work and be the manager. For me right now, I'm waiting for the dust to settle before I make big moves, at least on my end. But again, the reason I'm waiting for the dust to settle is because I'm not in a position that I need money, and I'm not in a position where I have to work at all. At my point, but for you guys, a lot of you guys never done deals before, and want opportunity to make money. This is the opportunity for you to go out there and buy businesses for $1 down, or 100% seller financing, or 100% earnouts to do work. Obviously, you'll work. I'm at a point of being more of a passive investor because I just want to invest money versus just do work. But for you guys, a lot of you are looking to do work versus have money and just want to invest it. So if you want to do the work, this is the best time for you to go out there, buy those businesses, get your hands dirty, go into those businesses, turn them around, and get them better, or at least back to where they were before in terms of profitability and cash flow. Do you think automotive is going to recover? Which sector would you avoid completely now? I'm going to go through how to turn around businesses in next pages. I would say after you look at the notes that I have there, when you go and look at businesses, ask yourself, what can I do with those turnaround ideas in that specific business? And if you can do those things and you think you can turn them around, I would say you can go in there. If you don't have any ideas, or you think that business is just done, then potentially I would rethink if you want to even get yourself there or not. For some of you guys, it just might be a good idea to get your hands dirty anyway, just for the experience, right? So that's another way to look at it, especially if you don't have a downside and you're just buying it for $1. In a worst case, you just shut down the business and liquidate it, right? And you don't have any personal guarantees. That's okay. I'm not saying that it's the ideal scenario. In the end of the day, we have employees. We try to save their jobs, their clients. We want to do our best. But just so you know, worst case, you shut down the business, you liquidate it, and you're fine if you're going to follow the steps I'm going to share with you here. Anyway, when you go into negotiations, it's all about them, all about what they want. What is their motivation? Find win-win. Again, don't be selfish. Don't think about yourself, right? Ideally, face-to-face meetings to build more rapport. It's so much easier to build rapport face-to-face. People ask me, hey, where should I buy businesses? I'm like, start locally. If you don't want to buy businesses locally and you just want to get away from your wife or something, then you can buy businesses all over the world, right? But obviously, it's going to be more challenging to build rapport with someone on the phone or on Zoom calls versus face-to-face. It just, common sense, human connection stuff. So I would say if you want and have the opportunity, start locally. Nowadays, everyone is in shutdown, so Skype and Zoom calls are a better option. Ideally, do video, stuff like that. Any way that could help you build more rapport, right? And you just, in the end of the day, you just tell them, hey, my strategy is to buy companies with combination of debt, equity, and seller financing. But again, relationship first. And that's just a quote that a sentence that I put here that you can position yourself when you talk to anyone. If anyone is asking you how you're going to finance, what you're going to do, everyone's going to ask you how you're going to pay for it. This is your answer. When it is combination of debt, equity, and seller financing. That's it, simple. And it's good to say seller financing right off the bat, from the get-go, because it just gonna, when you say seller financing, you can look at the seller eyes and see, okay, is he even open to that? If it's not, it's like, okay, thank you, bye, right? But if you're like, if it's not like, okay, fuck you, then you know you have something to talk about. You're at least in the ballpark. List of questions to ask, we're gonna attach here, but it's basically the file in the program that we have about basic information you want to ask a business owner. That's what you want to ask in a phone call as well, but ideally just do it face to face. So yeah, what you want to find out is like, you just want to find out what they want and why they want it. So if they're telling you, yeah, I want $1 million, you ask them, cool, yeah, I love it that you want $1 million, just curious what you're going to do with it. Like, what's the goal here? You know, what's the goal? Is the goal to go on a vacation? Is the goal to buy a car? Because if it's to buy a car, you can potentially buy the business and then pay for that car with the business cash flow on a lease. You see what I mean? Just like those simple things that might help you with different deal structures in the future. So that's why I always ask, what's the underlying motivation? Why you want this seller? Why you want this? Cool. Why? You have this problem? Cool. What do you think will happen if you're going to fix it? Why? Always find the underlying motivation. Any question before we move to the next step? There is a hotel for sale in Paris. The guy's a motivated seller. I'm sure that I can make turnaround. It has some considerable debt. Do you think that I should go for it for my first business? Yeah, like I said, every deal is a good deal to start with. Cool, let's move to the next step. I'm gonna stop share. I'm gonna take, sorry, I muted myself. I'm gonna take a minute break, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom because we have a long call here, and then I'll be back in a second. If you have questions in the meantime, please put them here in the chat, and we're gonna get back and continue with it. All right, guys, any questions so far? Do you like it? Do you even like the content so far? Let me know if you love it or hate it, so I know if we need to continue. All right, questions. All this advice, all that's why I was able to structure a deal and also get massive discounts on asking price by putting this question from perspective on solving problem together, sitting the same time. Exactly. Guys, we're doing the best way to do deals is to get them to like you and do deals on the same side of the table, is to build the offer literally together. Love it. Good stuff, Omkar. Very good content. Sure. Love it. Awesome. Great. Love it. Thank you, guys. What should be my strategy if I will buy business right now? That's what the full video is about, my friend Ori. So just follow the video, and if you just joined right now, rewatch it, because that's what I'm talking about, and I'm going to walk you through everything as we go, of course. So let me share my screen again. Sweet. Just want to make sure I see the chat so I see your questions. I've been trying to call business owners for a while now, but always resort to email them. How do I build a mindset to stop listening out of calls? Get your accountability call going and pick a price that will hurt you if you're going to burn it, and tell them, look guys, I'm going to make X amount of calls this week. If I'm not going to make it, I'm going to burn X amount of dollars. That's one way. Second way is to send them that money in advance and tell them, hey guys, send me that money back only if I'm making X amount of calls and I can prove it to you. That's the best way that I know to get shit done that you're afraid of doing. A lot of you won't do that because it's scary and you don't want to burn money. But if you want to take action, that's the way. Have you done a deal in the past where you bought the business and paid the seller strictly out of the profits of the business over time? Let's say 5 years, 50-50 profit split, and then start executing the business to the seller. Then start executing the business so the seller can move on to other things in their life. Then pay the seller from the share of the profits from the business over time. After 5 years, you know the business fully paid off. Is this a good strategy? Yes, it is, Adam. That's what we call seller financing. Sweet. Going to move on to the next steps then. I'm going to show you this. Cool. So here's how you do conversations with business owners, right? So right now, we learn how to pick a sector. Just fucking pick one. Pick one today. You don't know, just fucking pick everything and just go all in. We know how to find deals. We send letters, we call them, we social media them, we go to events, we ask our contacts, we do ads. We just build a pipeline. It's numbers game. The more you're going to do, the better. You want to have so much deals around you, you just follow the scripts. I'm going to attach here, follow the script for the emails, for the letters. Just go and do that. Now, some of them are going to call you back. Some of them you'll call right away and get on the phone with them. The way to interact with those people is this. First of all, just listen. Just fucking listen and ask open questions. What, where, what? Ask and listen, right? Ask them, where are you right now? What's your story? Share them about your story. Ask about top line numbers. I'm going to share with you in the basic information file, basically everything you need to ask. In module 4, in the perfect meeting, there's a lot of more questions you can ask a business owner to build rapport, to show that by literally just asking the right questions, you can position yourself as the expert. By you asking smart questions, they will say, oh shit, that person is smart. You know what to ask, right? So just follow those questions. Ask them, why you want to sell? Why now? Ask them about their goals, their wish lists, what they want to do after they sell the business, why they want to sell, what they want to do, right? Always recap, always active listen, always show them you care and listen, right? And then tell them, cool, so if you could achieve your goals, your wish list, you'd be happy? That's what you want? And find out and write down everything they're saying. Have those notes in front of you, because in the end of the day, your goals is to find out where they at, where they want to be, what's their problems, and see if you can fix them and help them with their problems by you buying their business or minority or majority or whatever the solution is. It's about finding what they want, where they want to be, what's their problems, and see if by you coming into the table, you can provide solutions. And again, we're going to go through very, very soon on ways to turn around the business. And by you learning how to listen, by you finding what's their problems, and then looking here on how to turn around business and go through the full program again, you can find out ideas on how to potentially add value to their business, or at least try to add value to their business and get equity that way, right? That's your goal, is to provide value and get equity for that. Obviously, if you can raise capital, that's a bonus. But in this masterclass, this is all about how can we buy businesses with no capital whatsoever, literally to buy them right away, no due diligence. We can do due diligence after we close the deal. So always recap, always listen, always tell them, look, so you said this, you also said this, right? Like listen to them, show them you care. After you do like an initial conversation, be like, look, man, I think we might be able to do something. Happy to sign an NDA. So I could receive more information about your company, and I could come back then with my thoughts and potentially an offer. Would that make sense, right? That's it. That's your goal in the first conversation, right? Just build rapport, build rapport, get their numbers, get their financials, listen to their problems, sign NDAs to get their problem, and that's it. And then have more conversations. If you end the call and you're like, oh shit, I have more questions to ask him, go and have another call. Go and have a second meeting, second call. Meet them. The more you're going to meet them, the more touch points you're going to have, the better. The more they're going to know you, the more they're going to trust you. It's not a go all in and that's it, one call and that's it. It's about building rapport, building relationship. The more calls, the better. The more conversations, the better. Right? Always curious, always care, always compassion, always care about them. People want someone to care about them. The more you're going to show them you care about them, the better. What do you want for this, right? Let's build a way to build, yeah, or let me help you. Yeah. So the way we look at deals overall is you ask him, cool, so did you think, what do you want for this? What is your goal, right? And the way, let's say they're telling you, hey, I want $1 million. That's cool. Everyone wants $1 million for the business. Your answer should be, cool, let's see if we can find a way to get you there, right? That's the way you need to look at the world in general. That's your goal. Those are your problems. Cool. Let's see how we can fix you those problems or how we can get you to your goals. Any questions before I move to the next step? My latest experience show that most sellers want someone who carries on their baby. Exactly. Someone who will be operatively active in the business and will not sell the business after 2-3 years. Exactly. Would you assure that even if you are not sure about it? It's up to you. For me, it's like, I will tell them, I'll be honest and transparent. So if you personally care about the person, care about their employees, and that's important to him and important to you, for him to care about you and for him to, to close the deal, then just be honest. And you can tell him, look, man, I don't believe in lying. That's first of all, right? Let's put that out there. And if you're personally just thinking, hey, I just want to go in and go out, then maybe that's a way for you to renegotiate things. And look, I'm going to come into the business. I'm going to fix things. I want to make things better, more profitable. And you know what? I'm even going to let you retain 20% of the business. So when I'm going to sell the business in 3 years, you're going to get a second exit, right? Basically a back-end exit too. So you're going to have 2 exits. So don't be afraid to put your intentions out there. Like, don't hide things. That could be another negotiation strategy for you. But if you feel like you don't know, just tell them, look, I don't know. Like, I think I might keep this for life, but I might sell that. I don't know. But it's up to you. I would say, obviously, also think what will help you close the deal. If you think that will make or break the deal, then rethink with yourself. Do I want to make or break the deal or something like that? Right? It's open, all open to negotiation. Sweet. So no worries. So I talked about that. Analyzing deals. So this training is all about basically distress training, $1 down, 100% seller financing. I'm going to show you the deal structures in a bit. If there are profitable companies and you need to analyze deals and go into the details, go and look at the training in the full program. My screen has gone blank. Anyone else can't see my screen anymore? Adrian just told me my screen got blank. So please tell me in the chat if you can see my screen or not. Also black. Let me stop sharing and come back then. Can you see it now? I can see it. I can see it. All good. Sweet. Thank you. I don't know. Some of you guys can see, some of you don't. That's weird. So yeah, I'm just gonna go through the notes anyways, guys, and don't worry about it. It's not like I could see it. Now I can see. Let me stop share again and reshare again. What the fuck's going on with this Zoom thing? All right, can you guys see now? Jesus, yes, some no. So I'm going to continue, guys. Sorry for that. But it looks like some of you work, some of you don't. Try to maybe go out and come back in if you have a problem. Fixed, cool. All right, sweet. Cool. So we went through this. Analyze deals. Yeah. So if they're profitable companies, they're good companies. Just go through the full training. Either my deal analysis video, which is very kind of like straight to the point, or if you want more in-depth training, Jeff did a great training with his modules. Go through it. At the end of the day, it's not about the deal analysis and all that. Numbers are great, but in the end of the day, what matters more is who's going to run the business, who's going to make sure the business is going to run well and make money. That's what you should care about more than specifically how much you pay or your debt to service ratio. Yeah, try to have like at least 1.5, you know, cash flow to debt service and all that. But in the end of the day, you need to think more about who's going to manage the business and at least sustain the business. That's your goal. And you should think more about what are the terms for my deal in term versus what multiple I'm paying. Valuation for a good business is usually multiple of profits, right? What multiple you pick doesn't matter as much as are you able to close the deal with the deal structures that you decide with, right? With those deals, with the coronavirus situation, you'll see a lot of those businesses are just going to not be profitable, right? Even if they were profitable 2 months ago, now if you're going to ask them for financials, which you always should, by the way, ask for latest financials, always ask for latest financials, right? Right now, you should probably ask everyone, hey, share with me numbers from the last month or two. That's how you can only value a business right now. So a lot of businesses are not going to be profitable. So the way to value business that isn't profitable is usually there's basically no value. If there's no cash, nothing, there's no assets, assets like there's basically in a month or two, there's no business, right? You'll have to liquidate the business. Then that's when you can offer very, very good deals for you, like $1 down, earnouts. I'm going to go to the structure in a bit. But again, if those are larger deals, profitable deals, go back to the training, the full training, and just remember that we're offering a multiple of EBITDA or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's more about, again, can you make an offer that you can finance and that can help you sustain the business at least? That's what you should worry about. Don't go into the details and nitty gritty of what the exact financing and module and whatever cash flow analysis. Yes, those things are important, but business in the end of the day is about people. Do you have good enough people to run the business? Do you have good enough product that you can sell to people? Do you have a market you can even sell to, right? If you have a real retail store right now, those are the things you need to worry about in the end of the day. Always think, what am I going to do with the business after I'm going to buy the business? Yes, before that, it's crucial, but what's more important is how can you make money after that, right? So always keep that in mind. But obviously in the full training, we give you everything you need in order to analyze profitable deals and all that. Now, raising capital. Again, this training is more about, like, I want you to keep this focused on like buying distressed deals right away, but I want you to still talk about financing here because a lot of you are like probably have that in mind, especially if it's the first video you're going to watch. So I'm quickly going to go through it. But again, go through the capital module in the training. You're going to go a lot of that in that, right? So a lot of you, if it's the first time you're looking at things, you're like, holy shit, I need millions of dollars in savings, to buy businesses, right? You don't. What you need is different deal structures and other people money. A lot of our deal structures don't require any capital if you know how to structure things well and how to position yourself well. That's what you need to worry about, right? I'm going to go through that. Nowadays, at the same time, remember, banks only make money from lending, right? Especially now, basically zero interest. So that might be a very interesting time to raise capital. A lot of those banks or institutions won't give you capital right now, unless I know a lot of asset lenders are still working very, very well, actually. At the same time, remember that, like, I know SBA got some issues, but SBA is what you can do is potentially close the deal with the owner and then telling, hey, let's close the deal. And then I have to pay you whatever in the first 90 days of the deal from the lenders, from SBA, that you can raise money for existing business, but it's difficult to raise for acquisition. But you can have an agreement with an owner, hey, I'll buy your business. Let me get it down right now for $1. And if and when I'm going to raise you the capital in the first 3-6 months of me owning the business, and if I'm not able to raise this money, I'm going to give you the business right away. You're going to have a clawback to get the business back, right? So you can do deals like that right now. And obviously, you can tell him, look, continue to run the business. I'll be there with you to help you anyway. Within 6 months, if I'm not able to raise the capital, you'll have the business still anyway. And if I'm able, obviously, we can get a great deal for you. When you look for raising capital from banks, having a good management team in place can always help you, of course. And people think, and I'm going to go through that with the board and all that in a second, because I know a lot of you have that in mind, even when you need the board and all that. But when you position yourself in front of banks or institutions, you need to prove yourself that you are a good buyer, that you can run the business and not going to run into the ground. That's your goal. And it can be as simple as telling them, look, we're going to have a seller who's going to, like the seller is going to be the CEO, is going to run the business. He have a lot of experience. You have 10, 20 years experience. Obviously, he grew the business to this point and he's going to sustain it. Plus, we have employees that we can promote if and when our sellers decide that it's not for him. But right now, he's going to stay for at least X amount of years or whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and the seller is obviously comfortable staying. always, of course, have a transition period with the seller no matter what. So you can learn about the business, etc. In terms of people asking me, when do you need to talk to financial institutions, partners, all that? My best answer for that is as soon as you get financials on your first ever deal, start to talk to financial institutions or financial partners in general, right? And I'm going to go through that. But as soon as you have a sample of financials, go and talk to people and tell them, look, here's a deal example. Here's a sample deal. I'm not sure it's going to be this one, but even if we're not going to close this deal, my deals are going to look something like that in the future, and then have conversations on those deals. Because you're going to be much more, you're going to be looked as a much serious and credible buyer versus you coming in with nothing. Call everyone and ask, so call everyone and just ask for their lending criteria and ask for expressions of interest, right? So everyone you talk to, your goal is to just build rapport again, build relationships, share your story, ask them about what they're looking for. And if and when they think that it's a fit for them, obviously ask them, what's their lending criteria, what they're looking for, what they need to do, what did they need in order to get a deal accepted or in order to invest in that deal, and provide them what they want, right? And give them the info about the business if needed, or whatever they ask you for. And your goal is to get some kind of an expression of interest, some kind of a term sheet, whatever you want to call it. It's the same. There's obviously different words to the same thing. And then you can take that expression of interest also to brokers, right? And you can literally use the same expression of interest for all of your deals with the brokers. That's another way to show proof of funds, by the way, or the best way. So who can you raise capital with? Asset lenders, they're working right now. Just be careful right now. You don't want to put too much debt on the business. If you decide to put debt on the business, at the same time, receivables, it's revolving facility, so you're not really putting debt on the business. It's just an ongoing thing. So all I'm saying is be careful, especially nowadays with putting any debt on a business. And this I mentioned, buy the business, then raise the finance. But obviously talk to everyone you can. Talk to cash flow lenders. In the program, we have a Rolodex of more than 300 institutions. You can call, you can email right away and talk to them and see if they're even in the business deal, see what their lending criteria is. Talk to private individuals, angel investors, right? Just Google them, your city, your state, your network. You can search for angel investors network in city. Ideally, look for angel investors who can add value to your business as well. And with everyone, relationship first, right? Then if they're asking you for, hey, send me a one-pager or a pitch deck or whatever, in the capital module, in the full program, I'm giving you some kind of like a pitch deck template of what you need to show to them if they're asking you for those things as well, to show them that you're serious and you know about your deal and you can provide financials and you talk to the business owner enough to know what even the deal that you're about to buy. Because you need to know about the deal as much as you can before you present it to an investor, right? Remember, those investors, one way to look at it is you're doing them a favor by providing opportunities to invest and get great returns. At the same time, remember that you need to look serious. The way to look serious is to do your homework, is to know enough about the deal. The way to know enough about the deal is to talk enough times with the sellers, to build rapport, to ask a lot of questions, right? So that's the way to deal with them. Again, we have the financial Rolodex in the program, or just Google all those different things, right? In your state, in your city, in your country. And a lot of our Rolodex in the program, by the way, they have branches all over the world. Just see if they have branches in your city, country, state. But other than that, just fucking call them. I've done an interview with Suhail, if you watched it. He said more than 300 institutions before you got his deal financed. So please, no excuses. Just talk to many institutions. He's done it, I think, in like 2 weeks, he said. Talk to 300 institutions. Same way, just numbers game. Same way to financial institutions. Same way when you talk to getting deals, right? Deal flow. So any questions before I move to the next step? What about size in terms of number of employees? Is there a minimum number of structure to avoid key risk man? So like I said in the beginning of the video, and if you didn't watch it, rewatch it in the recording, but I said go to for businesses doing at least $500,000 in revenues. Usually it means they have employees. It depends on the deal and the industry and the sector on what amount of employees you'll see per per business and per size. The more techy the business, the less employees you'll usually have. But just use common sense. Again, if you're looking for businesses in any country, just look at like an average salary for an employee, which is usually around 50,000. If you add a few more thousands for like employee, like all the other benefits, etc. Let's say you can assume up to, let's say, 100,000 expenses per employee on average. That's how you can somehow assume what kind of revenues you'll see in a business at least, right? So if you have at least 10 employees, you can assume that they at least making $1 million a year in revenues, right? Those kind of assumptions. Again, depends on the industry, depends on the sector, depends on the type of employees, right? Obviously, developers, engineers, those kind of employees are taking more. So just the general rule. How do I find good management for the business? I'm gonna go through that down later when I tell you how to turn around business. But like I said, right now, if you're looking to turn around businesses, you want to be the person who's going out there and basically, go out there and get your hands dirty, and you need to be the person who's willing to be out there, do the work, right? The way to be there and be a good manager, I'm going to show you what you need to learn about business fundamentals. But in the end of the day, learn as much as you can from the employees, from the seller, in order for you to be there. If it's a profitable business and there's enough cash flow and you can hire, the way for you to get a good manager is there's few options. One of them is you either keep the seller. Many times the seller just don't want to do the business. He's just an artist. You want to do his art, right? Whatever is his business. Maybe he's a developer, an engineer, whatever. You just want to do his art. You don't want to deal with business and finance and marketing and sales and operations and managing, right? So he can be the person who's basically taking that role or continue to take that role, and you just becoming more of the kind of like the owner investor. If there's enough capital, you can promote people from within to keep everyone accountable. Or if you have, like I said, if the business is profitable enough, what you can do is just hire from the outside. The way to hire people is like you find deals. You just go out there and look for good people. Ideally, what you can do, I don't like to say this, but that's probably the best thing you can do, is to find competitors for those businesses and to offer them to join you for either better salaries, better bonuses, or even equity in the business. That could be, by the way, one of your investors as well. You can find someone that is running a similar business to the one you're buying and telling, hey, look, I'm going to buy this business. Do you want to invest in my business? And I'm going to let you run the business, and I'm also going to give you equity, right, for investing in the business. So that's going to be a much better deal for him versus him just working right now in a salary. So those are some of the ways to find good management team. So yeah, keep it simple. It's either you, the existing owner, combination of those things. You promote someone from within, or you hire from the outside. The way you find them is the same way you find deals. You just go out there and use numbers games. You call them, you use letters, you use social media, you go to events, etc., etc. It might be on the capital module, but can you explain quickly how to manage the financing if the bank asks me down payment? Well, in the end of the day, it depends on the type of financing. It depends on how you position yourself. It depends on many different things, on even when you're going to get asked for down payment, right? So if they're asking you for a down payment and you can negotiate it, the way that I like to do it, especially if it's an asset lender, the best way to do it is to remind them, hey, look, you're going to have the assets in the business as collateral. So if something going to happen to the business, worst case scenario, you're going to liquidate the assets. You don't really need me. Why you don't need me, right? Another way to look at it is like position it in a way where the equity is coming from the seller, right? So it's like, yeah, we're all going to do it. The seller is going to bring in a percentage of the deal, and it's basically the seller financing. So it's all about, again, building a relationship and seeing what will work for them. Many times it can be as simple as just adding 5% more seller financing. Many times it can be as simple as renegotiate different structure or paying more interest. So it's all, banks are literally like flea markets. It's all negotiable. It's all about how much they trust you and how much rapport did you build with them, and how much can you renegotiate different terms. And sometimes, yeah, it depends on, again, the type of financing. Sometimes they'll ask you for different down payments, and then it's about how creative can you be, right? And I think I'm going to go there later, but if you'll see the interview that Lyle did with me, for example, he was able to raise, nice tip about the asset lender. Yeah, so if you look at the interview I've done with Lyle, he raised the down payment from suppliers, right? So if you have the business you're going to buy, they have suppliers, they're working with them for years. you can ask them for some kind of a down payment in order to keep exclusivity on working with them, right? There's all of the different things that I mentioned in the capital videos, like you can ask the seller for a loan, right? Ask them for a loan to give you for the down payment. He's going to get interest on it, right? What else is going to do with his money? You can pay him 5-10% interest. Where else he can get that money, right? So you got to be creative. And I'm giving you in the full capital module more info and tips about that. But that's the time for you to be creative. You either renegotiate with your bank, you go to talk to other banks and institutions, or you raise it from private investors. Cool. So board, advisors, yep. Sweet. So any other questions before I move to advisors, board, and all that? So a lot of you are probably thinking, hey, do I need a board? Especially if it's the first video you're watching and you didn't really watch the full program yet. You probably just make sure I'm recording still, because they'll suck. Stop. Yeah, sweet. So board, do you need a board? Who, why, and who, right? So here's the thing: when you're buying businesses that are not profitable, the way to do it is it's the question: are you confident enough, right? When you do $1 deal, $1 deal, you don't need anyone around you. You just go out there, you present yourself as someone who can solve problems, and you get the deal done in $1. That's about the due diligence. So what I'm saying is, when you raise capital and there's debt in the business, you will need due diligence. When you do $1 deals, you don't need due diligence. You can just buy it and do due diligence after you close the deal, literally, because there's no downside. Now, do you need a board? Let me go through all of those notes, and then it will make sense. And if you have questions, I'll answer them, right? But first of all, how you even get a board, right? And what do you pay them? So in terms of equity, you can give them anywhere from 1 to 30%. Again, it's all negotiable. What do they want? What do you want? How much work they're going to do? Some people will tell you, I don't want to do work just for equity. I want you to pay me per hour. It's all negotiable, right? It's all about how much do you sell yourself? Are you able to sell yourself in a way that they see the vision in what's possible, right? Chairman, people think they need chairman because they're not able to position themselves well enough. They think that if they'll have someone on their website, they'll then, I don't know, people will look at them like they're Jeff Bezos for a second. Can it help? I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't have any certainty in yourself, and then you have someone on your website that you can say, hey, he's the big boss and I'm learning from him, and it's giving you confidence, then yeah, maybe you can do that. No worries, right? It's all good. But if you have confidence enough to position yourself as a buyer and just have enough certainty, rapport, that's all you need. Like, I remember I talked to this billionaire. I was like, hey, can you be my partner, be on my board? He's like, yeah, no worries. But he told me, remember, Moran, you don't really need me. You think that you need me, but you're not. I'm not going to do the work for you. No one's going to do the work for you. Having my name on your website or anyone's name on your website is not going to do the work for you. No one's going to go out there and do the calls and do the work, So you need to ask yourself, why do you need someone like that? Why do you need a chairman, right? Again, if that's the only way to give you confidence, then get it. The way to get them, just message them and tell them, hey, I'm looking to buy businesses. I'm going to provide free equity for everyone just to be involved and be my advisor. Do you really need that? No, I'm sharing with you in the program the full process that you can buy a business fully on your own, literally without accountants and lawyers if you don't want. I'm not saying that it's smart to do it. I'm saying, especially in the $1 down business, you don't even need those things, right? And again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm sharing with you what I've done and kind of like my experience and what's possible, and to help you think for yourself. I hope that makes sense. So that's in terms of chairman. In terms of CEO to run the business, or you, right? Someone's going to run the business, or you ask who's going to run the business, who's manager in the business. So yes, you need someone to run the business. The question is it going to be you? Is there going to be enough money to pay someone else? Like I said, you can go to find someone in the sector or competitor to run the business. Ideally, there's transition at least with the seller. So in that period, you can find someone to run the business, right? All those different ways that you can think of. With a distressed business, it's you need to go in and get dirty, and be willing to be the CEO yourself and do the work. In terms of accountants and lawyers, so there are basically two ways to get accountants and lawyers: internal accountants and lawyers, or external. Yeah. So the way to pay accountants and lawyers is either dilution of equity, especially if there's someone internal in the team. I'm not talking about talking to an accounting firm. I'm talking like someone who's just, you know, working as a freelancer or something, an accountant. You can give him equity in your company or in your future acquisition in order to help you do the work. Or you can pay them from the business, pay from business. Yeah, so a few ways to pay, right? You can pay them one time after you close the deal, and you can pay them deferred. Again, it's all negotiable. I saw accountants doing everything. I'm going to go through it in a second. With $1 deal, I would suggest to you the best way to go is to get ideally lawyers to review the templates that I'm providing in the program already for LOI, for sales and purchase agreement, and just either pay them per hour, equity, or deferred. If I'm doing deals right now for $1, I don't even need lawyers and accountants because I just trust, I guess, myself. But I'd say if it's your first deal, just get a lawyer to look at the sales and purchase agreement to make sure that you're safe and at least to give you some comfort. You can pay with equity, you can pay him per hour. If you are using the templates in the program, you will literally need him for like 2-3 hours max just to look at the template. And I'm exaggerating. So it will cost you maybe a few $100, right? But again, with the $1 down deal, I'm going to show you basically the way to buy a business is to sign a sales and purchase agreement with someone else that have the permission to do that. That's it, right? You don't need crazy due diligence and things like that. You don't need finance due diligence because you're not raising capital. The institution don't care about it. And you, in your mind, are going to do due diligence after you buy the business. The best way to know about the business is when you own it. So after you buy the business, you can do post-deal due diligence. That's a way to look at it with the distressed businesses. And that's how you can close deal literally within a week. That's how we had clients who bought a business literally within like a week or two in the program. They just went out there, boom, got a distressed deal, $1 down, done, right? If you raise capital, there's that, then yeah, you need the due diligence, mostly for the financial institution, because they won't allow otherwise. They won't give you money. So like I said, if you decide to bring internal team, you can give them equity, you can pay them per hour. If you decide to bring external team, it means you go either to accounting firm, to law firm, then obviously again, people are like, hey, where do I get accountants, lawyers, and success fee? Then in terms of where do I get accountants and lawyers on success fee? The way to do it is again to build a relationship, to share them about you, to talk to them about you, your story, and only after you have a letter of intent signed and proof of funds, that's where you get the deal done with them on success fee. With distressed deals, $1 down deals are distressed deals, and I'm going to share it in a second. I'm going to answer your questions after I finish. 1 second. So when you do due diligence on profitable companies and you're looking for accountants and lawyers on success fees, you got to have letter of intent signed from the seller, plus proof of funds from the financial institutions, financial partners. Your goal is to roll fees for the next deal or defer the deals or just pay them hourly if and when you close the deal. The way you do it is you build a relationship, and only after you build a relationship, you share the deals. You have like, yeah, we're working on this deal. We have an LOI signed. We have proof of intent. The way we do it is like assume that that's the way we do business. Like, yeah, no worries. Let's do the deal together. But we want to defer the payment after we close the deal for X amount of months. That's the way to do it. That's the way to negotiate with them. Assume that that's the way. The thing you want is at least local M&A lawyer and small business accountant. That's what you need. It's enough. Just Google and call them. I know there's a lot of conversation about Big Four and all that. Can you get Big Four? Yes, you can. They're going to cost you 10 times more, and in my opinion, are not worth it for the small deals. If you're going to do a deal doing at least 50 million a year in sales, then yeah, you can think more about Big Four firms. Unless you're going public right now, right away, I don't think it's necessary whatsoever to work with Big Four. How do you find accountants, lawyers, board members? Same way you find deals. People ask me, what agreements should I sign with board members before we have a deal? Before you have a deal, it's mostly about trust. If you can't trust them before you have a deal, please don't get into business with them. You're not going to trust them after that. You can sign an NDA, but like I said, NDA isn't worth the paper it's written on. You're not going to sue anyone on NDA, and they most likely are not going to sue you on any NDA. It's not like you're stealing technology from Google or Facebook that anyone's going to sue you, right? So I wouldn't worry about that until you close the deal. When you close the deal, you're going to have all the shareholder agreements and all that your lawyers can help you with. Yeah, so any questions about that? If and when you need a board and all that, does it make sense, or was that kind of like too much all over the place? Please let me know if you have questions. My Beam Capital. Okay, so I answered that. It's going to be on the website. Are you referring, Jency, to the video, the recording? Then yeah, it's going to be on on all over the place, like Facebook and inside the members area. I'm sorry, but what $1 deal means? Yeah, seller finance deal. Yeah, so $1 down deal is distressed deal. And please, again, post the questions for everyone, not privately, because I want everyone to see. $1 down deal are distressed deals. It means that there are companies that are, you know, are in a stress situation. Like right now, look at restaurant, for example, look at gyms. They need to pay different payments, different lists, like rent or stuff like that, or employees, whatever they agree with the employees, but they don't have any cash coming in. They don't have any revenues. Those companies within a few weeks or months, depends on their situations, are going to be very stressed, and their owners will just want to run away because they don't want to go out there and fire employees. They have rent agreements that they're afraid to negotiate, and I'm going to share with you how to turn around those businesses and how to at least try to turn around those businesses. Those businesses you can just take for $1 because that's kind of like just a good faith number that you want to use and have some kind of a trail paper, that some kind of a proof that you've done the transaction to buy the business. That's kind of like the legal way to have some kind of a business transaction. You got to put at least $1 down. So those are businesses that basically the owner's like, fuck it, I don't want to be here. I need to shut down the business. And you coming in is kind of like as a last resort to try and save the business. And again, those businesses a few weeks ago valued as millions of dollars, but now are struggling. And if you're willing to go out there and play in the dust, basically, roll your sleeves and do the work, you will be able to potentially turn around some of those businesses and make a lot of money when the dust settles. Or you could just literally make money right now to pivot businesses, right? I share two examples here that I've saw some people are doing. Is like, if you buy in gyms, you can pivot them to online trainings. If you have a restaurant, you can pivot them to delivery of food instead of restaurants, right? Things like that. Are you not assuming liability? Yeah, Deepak, great question. Unless it's protected by corp. Exactly. So we're going to buy those businesses with SPVs, with special purpose vehicles, with LLCs or LTDs or whatever you're from. And ideally, you have LLC that's owning LLC that then buying in companies. So it's not your name, it's buying companies, the company or companies at all. So that's the way to do that, to protect yourself. I came in a bit late, so maybe it's not too much to ask. Where do we find the $1 down deals? Yeah, just watch the replay, Leonardo. But it's basically the same ways that we find profitable companies. Just nowadays with the coronavirus thing, if it's going to continue, every business is going to be distressed. So literally, most of those businesses are going to be $1 down or seller financing deals, unfortunately. But at the same time, this could be huge opportunities for you guys, for everyone. Let me just quickly check something. So you asked me a question. If you have, I'm just going to check that I'm fine in terms of timing. Yeah, sweet, we good. Cool. So we're all good with the board. When we need the board, all that. Let's move to the next step then. So, all right. So here are deal structures, offer sequences, right? So far we found deals. We picked a sector. We sent letters. We did the calls. We did social media. We had conversations. We listened to the seller. It's not about us. It's about them. Don't be selfish. Be selfless. The most selfish thing you can do in life is to be selfless, is to care about them, to ask for their problems and that's their goals. And then you can offer to sign an NDA, to receive financials. You can start to talk to financial institutions, see maybe you can raise capital, but a lot of those businesses are going to be distressed. So you could buy them for $1 literally. But I just want to give you the $20,000, 20K view on the process. So, and if and when we need the board, we need to think in mind, who's going to run the business? Is it going to be me? Who's going to be there and do the work? And I'm going to show you what work you need to do in a bit. Or do I have enough cash flow in the business to hire someone else, which is what the full program is about. Go and watch the full program. This is more about, the full program is more about profitable companies. This is more about, let's get deals right away. So here are some structures, right? And offer sequence, all those different structures can be combined or used one of them, and that's it. But when you have conversations with business owners, you need to always keep those things in mind. What can I do in the deal structures to help bridge the gap between what they want and what I want and what makes sense for me? And yeah, like I said, some of the structures don't require capital whatsoever. So keep that in mind always as well, right? So those are, like I said, tools to bridge the gap between the valuation and terms and what they want and what do you want. And in the end of the day, the price doesn't matter, the terms does, right? So if someone's going to tell you, hey, pay me $10 million for my business, I'll tell them, yeah, okay, I'm happy to do that. I'll pay you over 50 years, right? And then I'm fine with that. See what I mean? As long as the business obviously can pay back. So let me go through some of those things. So $1 down deals are kind of like this simple. The business owner is kind of like, dude, I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm almost thinking about shutting down the business. If you want, go in and try to give it the last try before we need to shut down the business. And many times business is just not working because the business owners just don't know enough about any business fundamentals. A lot of those gym owners, they don't know anything about business. All they know is about lifting weights and training people, right? They don't know anything about business, about just basic business fundamentals and leadership and finance and numbers and cash flow and all those different simple things that if you can bring to the table, which you will after this video and after following the full program, you'll have a lot of value to bring. So by you going in there and trying to save those businesses, you can do a lot, right? So trust yourself. Again, like I said, jump into the water, jump into the unknown. It's okay. Like, don't be afraid. Buy and buy out. That's another way, right? So what you can do is just tell them, look, I'll see turnaround slides. Cool. So like I said, I'm going to teach you at the bottom how to turn around those businesses. You can tell them, look, the business is in distress. $1 down. So this is assuming 100%, right? The owner is like, fuck it, I don't want to stay here. I want out. Done. If that's the case, try to have at least a transition period. If it's a week, 10, 12, a year, whatever you can negotiate, right? Ideally, the more he stays next to you, the better, because you can learn more about the business. So that's the first kind of thing. Does the coronavirus teach us how deals should be structured? So that's what I'm teaching you right now, Deepak. Pay attention. This is how I teach you right now to structure deals. What type of business and in what sector do you think that's more likely to survive and become profitable in this pandemic year situation? Everything is going to go back up eventually. The question is what can survive right now? Like I said, gyms are a great example where you can survive and even thrive right now, even if you don't have the gym itself. Anyway, first deal structure, $1 down, you just offer to take it $1. Second structure is you offer $1 down for maybe just a small percentage or 50% or 60% or whatever you can negotiate. The way you do that is you listen to the problem. You're like, okay, those are your problems. This is where you want to be. Cool. Here's what I think I can get you there. I can get you, right? So you tell them, look, I think I can help with this and this and this, which I'm going to share with you in a bit, with your management and cash flow and and we can get your business online, whatever you can help them. I want 50% for that. I want 20% for that. I want 10% for that. I want 80% for that. Whatever is it for you. That's another structure. Another way to do it is like, look, man, I think I can help with this and this and this. I believe we can get to A by ABC, and you can make it contingent. Only if and when I get your business to X, I want X%. And again, feel X with whatever you feel comfortable with. There's no right or wrong here. There's no good or bad. It's whatever you can negotiate and feel that you're worthy of getting. It can be anywhere from 1% to 5% to 10% to 50 to 100%, literally. And again, it's all up to you and your creativity and your imagination and your skills to build rapport and get him to like you and trust you, literally. And then you can even tell him, look, man, I think I can turn around this business. I can get it from not profitable at all to making $100,000 in profit. If and when that happens, I want 50% of the business. And then I'll even give you an option to buy me at 3 times multiples. So then you'll have some kind of an exit strategy already. Earnouts. Earnouts are basically you telling him, look, man, I think that your business, whatever, you agree on some valuation. You're like, cool, I'll pay you that, but I'll pay you that. So let's say the business is doing $1 million in profits. You're like, or 100,000, or let's say it's doing no profits whatsoever, right? Which is what we're talking about right now. You're telling, look, man, you think it's worth X, but based on what the business is looking right now, the business is not making money. I'm happy to pay you if you're going to stay here and work with me and do the work
and I believe we can turn it around together. And then I promise to pay you 50% of profits if and when we achieve profits, right? Or if and when we get to X amount of dollars, we'll split 50-50 or 30-70 or 80-20 or whatever you negotiate again. Deferred are guarantees, right? So it's basically, look, I'll pay you X amount of dollars a month no matter what, right? Be careful of those things nowadays because we don't know what's going to happen. You can't guarantee pretty much any revenues at this stage with what's going on right now in the market, right? Be careful. That's why those are the structures you want to focus on right now, right? Focus on those at the moment. Deferred, yeah, this is more for profitable companies. You have amazing last 3 years, you know what's going to happen in the future. You have contracts with clients. You're like, look, no worries, I'll pay you X amount of dollars per month to bridge the gap between what you want and what I want. LBO is leverage buyout, what we do in program is go out there to asset lenders, cash flow lenders, and raise capital to help with financing the deal, right? A great way, which can, by the way, be applicable to all of those, is retained equity, right? Which is basically this or this. It's like, look, cool, no worries. So I think I can turn around this business, and you know what? I'll even let you keep 20%. I'll even let you keep 50%. I'll even let you keep 60% for even when I turn around the business, so you can have a great back-end opportunity to make more profit then, even when I turn around this business, right? Equity investors, those can actually work right now as well, especially private investors, customers, suppliers, right? Yeah, suppliers is here as well. So that's what I mentioned. That's how Lyle did a deal basically. You can get, there's a lot of cool things. If you look at all those opportunities, you can combine, you can switch, you can, go to investors and tell them, hey, you can go to CEOs of other companies and tell them, hey, come and join me and partner with me and invest in my deal or run my business that I'm going to buy. See what I mean? It's all about how creative and resourceful are you willing to be. You can go to customers and tell them, look, we're struggling a little bit right now. Do you want to buy, shares in the company? Or do you want to buy maybe some kind of a gift card and pay like whatever, $500 in advance, $1,000, $10,000, whatever the product is in advance in order for you to have future access to products, right? So private individuals, VCs and private equity firms, that's kind of like last results because they're going to look for most of the money. They also look for, especially VCs, they're looking for fast growing tech companies usually. Private equity firms, they have many type of private equity firms. So those definitely, you can keep them in mind as well. But again, with all those different type of people, it's about building relationships, sharing your story, what you want to do. Hey, I have this goal. I want to buy this business. I want to turn this around. I want to have this dream. I have this goal. I need help with this. I need help with Y. I think I can help with X. I can help with Y. And like I said, you putting the time is all you need alongside the strategies you're going to learn here. Get the seller to loan you. This is mostly for when you raise capital and you're looking for a down payment, get them to loan you. Post-deal financing. Now, this is great, right? You can get suppliers to help you with and all those different exclusivity with suppliers. Those are great. That's how Lyle did his deal. If you listen to the interviews I've done, he just went to suppliers of the acquisition target and told them, hey, give me a down payment. I'll stick with you for exclusivity for the next 2 years. All right. Those are some of the things you need to keep in mind. Cool. Any questions for now? Question, isn't it much more complex with angel VCs because they want large amount of the share? So venture capitals, yeah, 100%, they probably won't deal with you unless you're working in tech companies and have a lot of credibility and are able to really prove that you can do a lot of amazing things with the business. So I would run away. I would keep VC for like last result. Angel investors, it depends on the type of angel. So angel investor can be anyone. Angel investor can be your mom and dad and real estate investors or anyone who's basically looking to put money somewhere. And those people, it just depends on what you negotiate with them, right? If you raise capital from your cousin, or if you raise capital from someone who's investing in your sector for 20 years, obviously you'll get different valuation and different proposals and different demands because they all have also different expectations and different knowledge about the sector and the business. So it really depends on who you're talking to. It really depends on who you're talking to. What do you think about equity vesting? For who you're referring to? If you're referring for board members, I would say, yeah, that's a great idea to give them equity only if and when they work for X amount of months or years in the business. The way I like to look at it is like,
work with me for free until we get the deal done, and then you get the equity that you want. And again, it's all negotiable. It's all depends on what you want, right? And what they want, and just make it a win-win for everyone. Cool. Next step. Do you guys like the training so far? Because we still have a lot to go. I'm not used to talk so much. All right. Sweet. Thank you for those. Yes. I'm giving you some more. Don't worry. All right. How do you then make offers, close the deal? So, most important thing is same side of the table. First of all, you closing the deal with them. You're not fighting. You're not trying to win anyone. You're doing it with them together. So, LOI. This is kind of like the main program, right? If you go to the full program, you raise capital, you need due diligence. Usually takes 8 to 12 weeks, which you want to sign on exclusivity and a letter of intent. Letter of intent is not binding, which means you legally still don't have to buy the business if you don't want. There's templates in the program you can use for LOI. The exclusivity is just for you to do your due diligence. The way to send an LOI, letter of intent, or head of terms, whatever, different words for the same thing, is you can send via email, letter, in person. I like to send it and then wait. And then if they don't reply to you back, let's say within a week or two, you can just say, hey, just want to make sure you saw my offer, right? That's the way to send an offer. Then, like I said, if you raise capital, you need legal, finance, industry due diligence. Watch the full program videos. Industry due diligence can literally just be you going out there and talking to the business owner, the employees, etc., to learn about the industry and the sector. Or it can be whoever you bring who kind of like going to run the business to help you with understanding what's going on in the sector. In this training, I want to focus more on the $1 deal down. So, like I said, the way to close $1 deal down, distress deals, is just to see it as a post-deal due diligence. Because the best way to learn about a deal is after you actually own the business, after you see what the fuck's going on in the business. Because by definition, the seller knows more about you, about the business than you. So by definition, you won't know anything until you actually own the business. And unless you have, because you don't have any downside when you do $1 down deal, you don't have to do any due diligence, right? And you're like, okay, let's buy the business. Let's do the due diligence after you close the deal. Worst case, we just shut down the business. And obviously, I'm not saying go with that intent. Go with that intent to fix things, but keep in mind that you don't have any risk. If you, like I said, going to do some of the things I'm telling you, which is buy through SPV to LLC, don't use your name to buy business, etc., etc. That's why for all of you, I suggest use our template, and then in your first deal, just get a lawyer to review the template and pay him for a few $100 or equity in the business, or defer it over time. When you own the business from the cash flow of the business. So the way to buy $1 down is the same. You make an offer, you can build the offer together with him, with the seller, same side of the table, and then in order to actually, so like I said, LOI is not binding, but then to make it official, you sign a sales and purchase agreement, you send $1, ideally in some kind of an online transaction thing, so there's some kind of a trial, a paper trail for that, and that's it. Right, and obviously can get, like I said, can get one lawyer to just advise both of you, right? You can even tell him, look, man, in the end of the day, it's about me and you. Let's even pay one lawyer to just review our documents. But in the end of the day, it's about, if me and you are not agreeing on the deal, there's no deal anyway, right? So let's make sure that both of us agree on things first and write everything in documents. And the worst case scenario, I mean, let's just get a lawyer to review things and make sure we're kind of like legally following everything. Because all of you guys are in different countries, different states, I would definitely suggest you to do that in your first deal to understand the local rules. So yeah, the way to do it is like, look, man, and ideally, like I said, meet him in person. The best way to make an offer is with them together. It's like, look, you said your wish list is this. You also said your problems are this. So here's my offer to you. Here's how I think we can potentially fix those problems, which is some of the things I'm going to share with you at the bottom on how to fix businesses, right? We're going to do this and this and this and this. Here's what I think we can do. This is my offer for you. I'm going to take the burden from you. I'm going to do, I'm going to let you go and do your thing. You want me to fire anyone? You want me to renegotiate and deal with annoying suppliers and creditors and all those things? I'm going to deal with it. I'm going to take the burden from you. You're not going to be the bad person here. I'm going to do whatever I can to save it. And I mean, you can even give him some kind of an upside if the thing's going to turn around, right? And the way to do it is you tell him, look, we don't have time for due diligence. So a lot of them will tell you, hey, well, what's about the due diligence? Everyone's telling me I need due diligence. The way to do it is like, look, man, we don't have time for due diligence. I trust you. It's about trust. In the end of the day, we just won't have a business to buy if we wait too much, right? So I need to go in and start fixing things right away because time is in the essence. That's the way for you to answer that objection of why you don't do due diligence for yourself and for him. So the way to do this is draw the head of term, the LOI with him, and build fears and objections into the agreement, right? So if he's afraid of whatever, you don't want to fire people, you don't want to deal with the liabilities, whatever his objection is, just say, okay, we're taking all liabilities. We're going to handle all pissed off employees or customers, all of those different things, right? Whatever is it for him, you just need to be there to handle those problems. And like I said, letters can, and that's the thing you can tell him, look, in the end of the day, we can get the lawyers to formalize everything, but let's agree ourselves first. If we can agree ourselves first, lawyers are just going to charge us for a lot of money and it's not worth it, right? And the business can't afford that anyway. And yeah, obviously keep things in a scarce, be like, look, man, the offer is relevant right now. If you're going to wait next month, I don't know, things might change. We won't even have a business, right? We both know we don't have, cash is bad, cash flow is bad. We got to move forward right now. So my offer is relevant, whatever, the next day, the next week. You got to make it a little bit more scarce. And yeah, obviously deal with objections on the spot, right? It's like a sales process. You just being there and acknowledging them and appreciate them, and be there to listen, and be there as someone who's trying to help, right? So yeah, so why no due diligence? I'll have to trust you. I take a risk here, and there will just be no business to buy if we wait too much. So, and like I said, for you, there's no risk. Find out when in the business, fresh objective eyes, only upside. So the way to look at it is for you don't have any risk if you put in $1 down. Worst case, you liquidate the business, which, like I said, don't come with that attitude in the first place. But you need to understand you only have upside. Obviously, you and your time, right? Which is worth for some of you more, for some of you less. But if you're wanting to do deals, like I said, you can buy businesses right now that values a few $1 million a few weeks ago. You can buy them for free right now, right? And if you literally just bring them back to where they were at a few weeks ago, you can make a lot of money. So yeah, another way to negotiate those things is to ask him, look, man, are we even in the ballpark, right? Are we even close to doing something here? And if you are, then you can say, you know what, let's do a lockdown meeting. Let's go out in a meeting and let's figure out, and no one leaves until we either get a deal done or we just say goodbye and go home, and everyone go do his own thing. But you gotta put a limit on those things. You don't want to drag things, especially if a business is in a distressed situation. You gotta get in and try to fix things as soon as possible. So that's the way to look at it. Any question before we move to a very long, how to basically turn around things when you're in, and how to protect yourself? Questions. I have an advisory board in place, so I pay as a retainer every quarter. Do I need another type of board as well, like a board of directors? No, rewatch the training again to even ask yourself, why do you even need that board and why do you pay them? Because in this program, you learn everything to do on your own. But like I said, it's on you. If you feel like you need them, then it's on you, even how much you want to pay them. But yeah, that's all you need. I went through the board questions, so I hope that makes sense. And just rewatch the training if you weren't here. What is your take on business that are in the healthcare or other sector that should be growing in this recession type? That should be growing, I guess. It's a question in this recession type of environment. Well, obviously, if the business is growing right now, you need to think about it as well and understand that when the dust settles, you need to consider if and how much they're going to continue to grow. They're most likely going to go back down a little bit, right? They're not going to have a crazy, whatever, if they're selling whatever mask or something right now, they're not going to sell as much mask later, right? So you need to consider that in your valuation as well and explain it to them or share with them the fact that it's basically a one-time spot. It's not going to be consistent, and that's why you're not there to pay for that. You're paying for you're paying for future revenues, not for one-time spike revenues. Can you make sure you post this again and also link to this Google Doc? Yeah, definitely. I'm going to post this probably as the first video in the program for everyone to watch, because I think this is super critical for right now. This is the way for us to help. So it's going to be all over the place in the program, in the Facebook group. I think this is a way for us to right now help entrepreneurs, help business owners who are struggling. And like I said, call them, ask how they're doing, and see if you can help with some of the things I'm going to get into right now. So we have a lot of very, very good things. Those are the skills you need, by the way, if you want to go in, turn around a business right now. Those are the skills you need to keep in mind. So rewatch this as much as you can. This is what you can do to bring value to any business right now. And that's how you can fix them. So this is the procedures, how to even buy a distressed business. So always buy through SPV, which is basically a special purpose vehicle. It's just a new entity. You're buying a company from an entity, LLC in the US, LTD. Depends on your country. Just look for whatever is for you, right? Ideally, SPV owned by other SPV. So the way to do it, you don't have to register anything right now, but the moment you're going to purchase a company, you just register in the US, for example, it's just a few bucks to register an LLC. You can even get the LLC to own another LLC that owns the business you're buying. That's giving you more protection. But that's why I'm telling you, in your first deal, at least consult with your lawyer on the templates and make him suggest you. My suggestion to you is to have at least LLC that owns an LLC that then owns the business you're buying. So then if you liquidate anything, it's not going back to you. Nothing is going to go back to you, right? And like I said, if the business doesn't work, just liquidate and walk away, or invoice out assets. And I'm going to show you how to do that in a way that's protecting you legally as well. And yeah, if and when, and this is on the starting, it's not like the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, you bought a business, like worst case, you just contact like insolvency practitioner or in the US Chapter 11 practitioner to shut down, and the business will pay the fees for that, right? So nothing will come out of your pocket. And the way, so let's say you have good assets in the business that you just bought that you want to continue to trade in a different place, maybe as a new entity to try and do it in a different way. You can do that, especially if you have like an existing business. You can just take the assets that you want. I would say keep it as a last resort. Ideally, you want to try to turn things around, pay all the creditors as much as you can. But like worst case scenario, like you have nothing to do, this is what you can do. So what you can do is message all the creditors and say, look, in the best of interest of creditors, we stopped trading because we were trading insolvent and are going to sell off the assets, right? So I'm talking about assets like database, product, inventory. You also want to have a board meetings, right? You want to have board meetings where you say, hey, here are the assets we have. We try to sell those assets. We try to sell them on eBay or on Craigslist, right? The reason is because legally, your creditors are number one priority in liquidation process. So in order for you to take assets of a failing business and moving it to a different company that is yours, if you want to continue to use those assets with getting rid of the liabilities, right? The way to legally do that is to, first of all, message all the creditors about that, then to show them, hey, we tried to sell those assets on eBay or Craigslist. No one will really buy those assets because for every business, if you have whatever, like I don't know, I'm thinking about like a random equipment of a business, no one fucking going to buy a secondhand of that thing. It's only valuable to you or your or your list of clients or whatever, right? Those kind of things are valuable to you. So most likely no one's going to buy them. And then you can use them in the future, but you're going to ideally have a public place to show that you try to sell it. And like I said, keep some kind of a board meeting reference to cover your ass and have some kind of a paper trail on your plan. So it can be as simple as you like having a notebook with, hey, today we had a meeting with our board. It can be you and whatever, one of your employees or something like that. So it just again, to legally protect your ass. And only then, a new SPV company. So let's say if you have a company, so if you have company one that you just bought and you want to shut it down, right? You want to shut it down and you have liabilities that you want to get rid of, but then you have assets that you want to keep, right? What you can do is then create a separate entity, number two, and invoice those assets into the second company. And then you can contribute. And again, it's up to you if you have something to do with the assets and you can continue to trade it. If you feel like you can make money with it, you can then basically continue to trade with those assets. And then depends on what you negotiate with the creators, you can potentially pay them 2 cents on the dollars or something like that. Yeah, but only then a new SPV company can invoice the assets into your SPV. Then you can trade with the assets you want and pay creditors over time, obviously renegotiate terms from future cash flow. This is just, again, to protect your ass from the law. Check with your lawyer and all that, because I'm not a lawyer, and legally I can provide you law and any of those things, but that's, again, something you need to keep in mind. Personal guarantees. In the end of the day, ideally, you don't want to sign any personal guarantee, right? That's how, again, you protect your downside. It's worst case scenario, right? So a lot of those owners might have personal guarantees, some won't, right? So you need to check it out with them. The document you're reviewing is very blurry. Can you zoom in, please? Is it blurry for everyone else as well? I'm gonna get the text bigger. Is that helping? Or is it now? No, fine for you. Okay, so yeah, just do this. Yeah, that should be fine for everyone. Anyway, personal guarantees. So you sign personal guarantees on debt when taking loan. That's what happens, right? So what you want to do, some of those owners might have some debt or loans with the banks that they send personal guarantees on. So ideally ask for a copy for it. If they don't have a copy, the bank can provide a copy of the personal guarantee. You can dispute it. There's basically, you can literally get rid of it, right? That's one thing. Ideally, when you negotiate, you don't even talk about personal guarantees. They retain the personal guarantees until the debt repaid by the business you don't. So you don't sign any personal guarantee. Right? They keep their personal guarantee for them, and you just coming in as the safeguard, as someone who's trying to save the business. And you're like, look, man, you keep your personal guarantee for yourself. I'm going to come in to try to save the business. You can stay with me and let's try to save it together, right? And again, it's all negotiable, right? Some of them will tell you, hey, the only way I'll sell you the business is if you take the personal guarantee from me and you sign it, right? That's when you want to dive into the details, see exactly what he owes, what's going on there, what's the amount. Especially in the UK, you can insure personal guarantees, which usually cost like 1% of the amount. For other countries, that's what I know about. I'm not sure about other countries, how that works, but you can Google personal guarantees in different countries. And for a lot of you who I know have no assets to lose, remember that worst case scenario, if you sign a personal guarantee, and I'm not suggesting you to, but I don't want to scare you, because it's not the end of the world as well. If you sign personal guarantees and you have no assets on the line that you can lose, then there's a sentence that says you can't really fall from the floor, right? So keep that in mind as well. And remember that if you owe money to the bank, the last thing the bank will want is to run after you, especially if you have no assets whatsoever for those personal guarantees. And they'll do their best to renegotiate terms to help you sustain and keep the business running. So always keep that in mind as well. And even if you go bankrupt, like, it's not the end of the world. I'm not saying that any of you should aim to get there or try to get there. But if you have, let's say this, if you have assets on the line that you can lose, I wouldn't probably don't sign personal guarantee unless you can insure it, right? Or unless you really trust yourself and your ability to run the business the right way and to sustain it the right way, right? And it's up to you. What's your risk level? Remember, risk reward, right? If you'll see some of the richest people in the world, I remember there was the richest person in Brazil and there was another richest person in Israel. They were both buying companies. They became the richest people in their countries, and then they went bankrupt because they signed personal guarantees and their companies went down, right? So keep that in mind. At the same time, they became the richest people in their countries because they were able to take so much risk. It fucked them up in the end of the day, but a lot of the other richest people out there in the world are still signed personal guarantees on a lot of the loans that they took. So it's just a question you need to ask yourself: what's your kind of like risk and reward levels that you're willing to take or not? And I'm not the person to answer that. That's something you need to answer yourself. So yeah, any questions before I move to the next step? What solutions do we offer to the seller if after getting them to finance the acquisition, we as a buyer fails and promise payments? Well, what solutions do we offer to the seller if after getting them to finance the acquisition, we as the buyers fails to promise payments? Well, in the end of the day, obviously, you need to do your best, right? If you do your best, like forget the rest. That's the way I look at it. And I hate to say that, but it's like, you need to do your best. As long as you do your best, let go of everything else. And I'm not saying a lot of those business owners are struggling. They won't be even able to finance and give you money to finance the deal. So a lot of those deals, like I said, especially now with the coronavirus, is just you going out there, being the person to try and save the day one last time before the owner is shutting down the business, literally. And you take the business for free for $1, right? When the business is more sustainable, making profit for a long time, those businesses who are making the same amount of profit almost every year, the seller will have more confidence to give you money, and also obviously financial institutions and banks. Anyway, so after this is what we do to protect our downside, right? Buy through SPVs always, and ideally don't sign personal guarantees, or understand kind of like if you can insure, or understand also that if you have nothing to lose, you can fall from the bottom, right? Keep that in mind. Now, what do we actually do in the day-to-day in order to try and turn around the business? So this is where we start. And a lot of those things, by the way, are in the program in the first modules. So definitely go through the full program if you didn't yet, because there's a lot of small gold in there, and rewatch everything and again and again and again and again. Because when you take action and you go back to the videos, then you will just learn different lessons from different perspectives. Anyway, here's what you need to do when you go into a business. First of all, you need to bring all the employees together and tell them, look, guys, we're going on a war here, right? We either all go down or we all go together. And in order to get together, we need to have one vision that we all follow, right? We need to keep in mind, what is our vision? What we try to achieve here, right? And what values do we all have as a company here? Are we all going to be honest? Are we all going to keep our integrity? Are we all going to be committed to excellence and to hard work? Or are we all going to be following the values like, I don't know, be lazy, 4-hour work week vibe, right? What values are we going to have as a team here? You need to be the leader. You need to be the person who's going to be there. And, you know, they will follow what you, so employees will follow what you do, not what you say, right? So you got to, if you're going out there to turn around businesses, you got to lead from the front. You got to be the person who's like, come, follow me, right? So that's first. And again, go through the videos in the full program to learn more about all those things, about values and all those things. But in the end of the day, you got to have one vision, one target, one thing. Like I'm telling you guys to be focused. Same with your employees. We all have one goal, one thing. Let's go. Let's get focused. Let's go out there. Every team member need to know their role and their goal and their number. They all need to have a number. What number? What is their goal every week, every month, every 90 days? And you need to keep them accountable. You're gonna get there. And they gotta know, like you gotta go through literally each of the role and find out, do they even know what they're doing, right? A lot of times you'll find out those people don't even know what they're doing. Can you build a step-by-step process for each of them to follow to get the results that we can, right? If they don't know what they're doing, like you'll find out, like I said, all of those business owners never ran a business before. They're personal trainers. They're, I don't know, running a restaurant, but they just know how to make good food. They don't know how to run a business. And in order to run a business, in my opinion, the most important thing is to show your people that you acknowledge and care about them, and get them involved in decisions in the business. Make them feel like they're the owners as much as you, because they are. Your biggest client as a business owner is your employees. You need to sell to them first. If you can't sell to your employees, you can sell to your clients, period. And yeah, obviously share. Why is this important? We're trying to save jobs here. We're trying to, you know, help the community. We try to help our clients. We try to prove that we can still sustain things when the craziness is going around us, right? Be the leader, acknowledge people, care about them, get them involved. I don't believe in being an asshole to employees. If you think that being an asshole to someone will get them to do any work for you, I'm sorry, but good luck with that. Accountability, you got to keep them accountable, like you got to keep yourself accountable, right? Every week, what you're going to do weekly, monthly, 90 days basis to get shit done, to get to your outcome, to get to your goal. Another really, really important business fundamentals is you got to cut costs and increase profitability first. When you go into a business that is suffering, that should be your first focus. Cut costs. What can we cut? Look at your P&L, profit and loss statement. See every expense, every line, go one by one and ask yourself, What is it? Can we do better? Can we save costs? Can we delete it? Right? You can't, like I said, don't let people look at you as blank checks of someone who just going to bring in money into a business that is shutting down because you don't have a business good fundamentals. All right? Those are the fundamentals for every business. Most businesses, this is simple things, but most people don't implement those things. Stay lean. What can you do to stay lean versus throwing money at problems? I don't know. Use Google Sheet versus buying a CRM that costs you $100,000 a month, few $1,000 a month, right? Simple things. What can you do to save money? Are you maybe paying bills too fast, right? What can you do to stretch payments? Receivables, maybe you have clients who didn't pay you. What can you do to bring in for them to pay you faster? Offer discounts. Those little things can help you so much with cash flow. And cash flow is what's running. I'm going to get to there in a bit. Maybe you have too much inventory that you don't sell. What can you do to go out there and sell it right away at a discount? Your goal is to bring in cash, to bring in cash flow. That's your goal. As the business owner, when it's struggling, you got to track things daily. Track daily cash flow, right? Every day, track down what did we spend money on today, right? And how much money did we get in today? Every day, cash in. How much cash in? How much did we spend? Cash. I'm not talking revenues. Cash in. And yeah, businesses die from lack of cash, not from lack of profits. Get cash. That's your goal. When you're going in there and trying to turn around a business, your goal is to get cash, get cash, get cash daily. What can we do? Talk to your employees, have goals together. What can we do to bring in more cash? Can we get clients to pay us faster instead of paying over many, many payments? Can we call them, each of our clients, tell them, hey, come and pay us today. We're going to give you a discount if you're going to pay whatever you owe us, right? If you are paying service providers, what can you do to call them and renegotiate the terms, right? So if you pay them right now every week, what can we do to call them to pay them every 30, 60, 90 days? Because that will give us better space with our cash flow, right? Those small things, those little things could really, really help and literally save or break you, like make or break you. Sell and marketing. So there's only 3 ways to grow a business, right? You either get new clients, you get them to spend more money at each purchase, or you get them to come back and buy more times from you, right? So ask yourself, what can you do to reach out to old customers that didn't buy for a long time? What can you do to call them and tell them, hey, we have this offer, we have this product, come and buy again? What can we do to offer a few products at the same time? Bundles and discounts. Anything to bring in cash that won't cost you much, because this won't cost you much other than like a phone call, right? What can you do to upsell, to downsell? This is huge. Just raise price by 10%. Most businesses have a product, have a price that they're using for like, I don't know how many years, and they didn't raise the price. That's because they're used to it. But by you raising the price by 10%, that's a lot of money, all profits down to your bottom line that can make or break you. What can you do to do retargeting campaigns, that cost you less money? What can you do to do a referral program? Call to all your clients, tell them, hey, maybe you have someone who needs our product as well. We're going to pay you X amount of dollar per person you bring to the table. And keep everyone accountable. Bonus your team, what can you do to give them more bonus for your team members to go out there and get more results? Right? Measure them. Whatever you focus on, you get. Right? So go out there, tell your team, hey, we need this. I'm going to bonus you on this and that. And yeah, this is what you can do. Go and call all your suppliers and tell them, look, I'm the new owner, and I'm going to get to that in a bit. But this is one of the ways to renegotiate them. Look, I'm the new owner. The old terms are not working with me anymore. Right? Again, cash flow. This is king. Those guys, those are the skills. It looks simple right now, but most business owners just don't implement that. Every week, you need to look at each of those things and ask yourself, what can we do in each of those things to be better? What can we do more? What can we do more of this? What can we do more of this? Every week, ask yourself, ask your team members if you don't know anything about the business. Go to your team members. Hey, team members, what can you do this week to upsell, to offer a bundle? What can we do to reach out to old customers? What can we offer them? Right? What can we offer as a referral? Right? If it's a gym membership and we move everyone online, what can you do maybe to offer them a 1 month free online with our trainings if they refer a client to us, right? Think about all those things and every week think, what can we do to bring in more cash? Because if you don't have cash, you don't have a business, right? Cash and cash flow. More things. Find the giraffe. There's a cool business story. I forgot the name of the guy who said that he went and tried to turn around this huge billion-dollar company, and when he saw the balance sheet, the P&L, he saw like expense for like $250,000. When he asked the finance guy, hey, what is this $250,000 is for? And the answer was that they're sponsoring like a giraffe in like a, I don't know, like a Disneyland or whatever, right? And the business was like struggling, about to shut down every second, and they have like a $250,000 expense, right? Look for the giraffe there. Every business got the giraffe. Always ask yourself, what can we do? What can we trash or trim? Lean, lean, lean. Always cut expenses. What isn't necessary right now to bring in cash? If it's not revenue generating, what can we do to remove that? Right? Always keep that in mind. What can we do to delay, defer, or renegotiate contracts in terms with suppliers and receivables? Like I said, extend creditors' terms, right? So pay later. Rent, you can take rent holiday, right? You call them, especially nowadays with the coronavirus thing. It depends on where you're from, but a lot of companies are still paying their rent, and you can literally call and say them, look, we can continue to pay you right now. I'm sorry, I'm the new owner. I just joined. We just can't afford to pay you. I'm happy to renegotiate things, but right now we're insolvent. There's a chance we might need to shut down the business. We need a break from you for at least the next 2 months, and then we can renegotiate things again when the dust settles, right? Think about it. Most of the business owners are afraid to call to the owner of their property. All those little things that you can do if you have the balls and are willing to be the bad guy who's doing the work, can literally make or break a business, right? Some owners are just afraid to, unfortunately, just fire employees or just let them go for whatever. So by you willing to do that, you can literally make or break a business, save it or let it shut down. Another thing that I don't mention here is many times now, if you're going to buy a business right now, go and look at what your country offer businesses, right? A lot of business owners are getting offered different helicopter money basically, and every country have different terms. So by you literally going out there and doing that work and willing to do that work, you can get equity in the business by offering the business owner again to provide solutions, to tell him, hey, I'm willing to do, I'll do this, I want X% of equity for that. What can you do to sell inventory for a discount? Again, everything you can do to bring in cash. Ask yourself, how much cash do you have in my bank, right? And always plan for the worst case and forecast your future expense and fix things. Look at your bank account right now. How much cash do you have? Look at your expenses. Do some kind of forecast. Keep it simple, right? You don't need to be a finance genius. Just think with yourself, what kind of expenses I'm going to have in the next week? What kind of expenses am I going to have in the next month? Let's make a list. What that numbers looks like. It's going to be $50,000. Holy shit, I only have $30,000 in my bank account in cash. So what can I do to get rid of those expenses that are going to come to me? And do your best. What can I do to call this person or that person or renegotiate that, or literally call them and tell them, look, we're done with the payments right now because I'm the new owner. I need to do my due diligence. You can do that. We're insolvent. Otherwise we're going to shut down the business. I can't pay you right now. I'm sorry. Renegotiate. Be willing to do those things. So again, the only way to bring in more cash is get more money in faster, or get money you owed sooner. So receivables, like I said, tell them if they owe you money and they need to pay you in the next 60, 90 days, call them, give them a discount. Everything you can do to bring in cash right now and make less money go out, of course, right? So defer payment, cancel payments, especially nowadays with taxes. Again, depends on where you're at. There are a few tax relief situations. So go and figure it out, right? What can you delay? What can you cancel? So especially now, negotiate and see the rules in your country. And what can you outsource? If you look at expenses, you have expensive in-house. What can you do to outsource maybe? That will cost you less. Look for grant funding. Look out there. Who can provide you money maybe? Look for receivable financing, right? That can help you with cash flow. What can you do to maybe sell equity to your employees? Tell them, look, do you want to become an owner of this business, right? We'll sell it to you for X amount, or can you bring in a competitor or someone in the sector that maybe will even run the business for you and will buy some shares in the business? Everything to bring in cash, right? The only reason that your business will shut down is if you don't have cash. So when you go into a business to try to turn it around, your only one thing is what can I do to bring in cash today? More cash, more cash, more cash in that can cash out. That's your only goal. And all those are different ways that most business owners are just not taking on a regular basis. And like I said, this is what stop all payments means. You go and tell them, look, I took over this business. I need some time to turn things around. And I'm in a due diligence period. I'm right now in a due diligence period. So we stop payments. Otherwise, we're going to go bankrupt. So give me some time, please, to sort things out. Otherwise, you won't have anyone to pay you anyway. And trust me, especially if it's something like a lease or rent, no one will give you a hard time on it right now. So be willing to make the hard calls. Trading insolvent. Legally, when you can't pay debt when they do, when you can't pay your employees, your staff, all that stuff, what you can tell your creditors, when you feel like, oh shit, I don't have money to pay my staff, I don't have money, you can call everyone you owe money to and tell them, look, I'm looking at things. We may be trading insolvent. I can't pay anyone right now, or it will be clawed back when we go into liquidation anyway, right? Highlight the fact that it's illegal to trade insolvent and offer to pay 20 cents on the dollar at most if they're crucial suppliers to you, right? So if you're selling food, obviously you want to get that food because that's how you make money, right? But offer to maybe pay 20 cents on the dollars to pay less right now. Otherwise, tell them, look, otherwise we just have to bankrupt, to file bankruptcy and we're done, right? So negotiate those things. Be willing to do the hard calls. And yeah, pay only important and urgent suppliers that keep the business alive and bring you cash. Don't pay based on the one who screams the loudest, right? Go out there, renegotiate things. And at this point, pivoting, right? So restaurants to home delivery, and gyms to Zoom sessions, right? Call businesses and offer exclusive lessons, for example, right? You can call business owners and tell them, look, I know you guys don't have this and this and that. Sorry, I'm looking at the questions. I got distracted. So yeah, do whatever you can to pivot things right now, right? You got to be creative. Those are just two examples I was thinking about today. But think about, look outside, see what's possible, and come up with those ideas if and when you go into those businesses. Question is 20 cents on the dollar and the rest later, or just 20 cents and done? Well, it's all negotiable, right? You can tell them, look, this is what I can pay you right now. Take it or leave it. Next month, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay you that, right? And you can even tell you, look, this is my offer for the next week. Otherwise, I might just pay that money for a different supplier, right? Again, all negotiable. Because literally, and some of those suppliers might say, you know what, fuck it, I'll take the 20 cents on the dollar right now. This business won't even be here next month. And for you, it's great because you're going to save yourself cash flow right now. Plus, you're going to still keep your supplier that is crucial for your business. And for him, it's like, hey, at least I got something, you know? So keep those things in mind. So what's next, guys? This was a long session. I hope I didn't overwhelm you, but I wanted to share with you this crucial lesson, in my opinion, based on what's going on right now in the market. Here's my suggestion to you. Find 20 deals, build relationship first, and make 20, let's do this, $1 or 100% earnout deals, right? Can you do this? And when I'm saying 20 deals, can you do 100, right? And when I'm saying 20, I'm not saying 20 people that you just call and hang up on you. I'm not saying 20 emails. I'm saying 20 people that you had at least 1 hour conversation with, right? At least, even 2 hours. Ideally, you had 2 conversations with him because you know that they're struggling and you're at least in the ballpark of doing a deal. So let's say at least 20 of those. And make offers. Can you make 20 offers in the next week or 2? And I'm telling you, businesses are struggling right now. Go and find restaurants, go and find gyms. I'm telling you, you guys, if you have the balls to go in and roll your sleeves and do the work, you can do really cool and interesting things in this market. And that's my wish for you right now. And definitely reach out if you think like we can help. Me or anyone maybe in the network. Post in the Facebook group, email our support. And that's it. So that was a long one. Any questions before I end the call? Because that's all I got for you guys. And I hope you enjoyed it. Did you enjoy it? Give me a yes or something. Show me that my voice is is still well, my voice is still okay. IT, Alexis, it depends on the business, right? $1 down businesses are businesses that are struggling, where the owner is like, fuck it, I'm out. I don't want to be here. Those are the deals you can get for $1 down. It depends. I don't know what's going on with the IT businesses right now. It depends. You need to ask them, right? What's the basic script? What to say to the seller in order to get the $1 deal down accepted? Like I said, there's no script that will get you $1 down deal accepted. It's about building relationship and asking about his problems, asking about his goals, and then telling him, look, man, here are all the things that I think I can do. Like even mention some of those things, you know, here that I mentioned all of here. Here's all of the work that I'm willing to do. I'm willing to work 24/7. I'm willing to, you know, I'm willing to bring everyone together, be the leader here, roll my sleeves, do all those things to help with cash flow, to help with, you know, different terms, to help negotiate with suppliers. I'll do whatever I can to help maybe bring things online, to pivot the business, you know, all those different things that you can offer. And then you tell them, look, here's all the work I'm willing to do. Here's my offer. I'm willing to take over the business from you, right? The problem is you're looking for a script, Ronald, because you don't see yourself as bringing value to the table. You guys need to see yourself just by you going in there and be willing to take over that burden from them. That's you bringing value. And your offer in return is to take over the business for free, basically. It's $1 just because that's a legal official way to do that, but that's it. You're going out there to help them, to give value, to help entrepreneurs right now who are suffering more than ever, right? Business owners suffering right now. And if you are willing to go out there and, like I said, roll your sleeves, do the hard work, find them, care about them, listen to them, tell them that you'll work 24/7 to try and turn it around, and you have ideas and you have thoughts and you have plans, and all you need is for them to give you a chance, then you can do really, really beautiful things here. I'm telling you, I know gyms that in the last few weeks made more money than they made all of their, basically they had the best month right now because they basically just move things to online. A lot of people don't know how to do that, how to even use Zoom, how to invite their clients, you know, all those small things that if you can bring to the table can really, really be helpful to those business owners, and at the same time save them from the hustle of firing employees, of dealing with suppliers and creditors and things like that. We appreciate the replay. Yeah, obviously we're gonna share the replay as soon as it's up, hopefully by tomorrow, because those videos take some while to get up to Zoom and all that. Would you buy the business with an LLC with his debts and etc.? If the business go bankrupt and you didn't sign personal guarantees, are you 0% personally responsible for them? What if the business is defaulting in bank loans? Like I said, that's why I'm saying you in the first deal, definitely consult with a lawyer. I can tell you in the US for sure, if you're hiding behind 2 LLCs, you're not personally have any personal responsible unless you sign a personal guarantees. No questions, it's a massive thank you. We are at war. Yep. All right, guys. So hope you got some value here. I'm gonna drink some tea because I'm freaking, I'm not used to talk for 3 hours straight, but go out there, do the work, please, guys. Fail. Don't keep it simple. People underestimate simplicity, right? Simplicity, that's the key. Go out there, talk to business owners, build relationships, build rapport, and get it going. I think right now in this opportunity, I felt like it's my duty almost to share those lessons with you. And now it's a matter of, are you going to go out there? Are you going to make the offers? And keep us updated in the group. And read Diamond Cutter if you didn't. Go and help people. That's how you need to look at things. You're going out there and help business owners. And by you helping business owners, you're helping yourself. So go out there, help people, and share with us in the Facebook group any lessons, any progress, anything that could help others. Remember that you taking action and inspiring others might be the only reason that you helped someone to not stop and give on themselves, right? People see you go out there, talk to business owners, and they're afraid. And by you showing, hey, I talked to a business owner, they're like, holy shit, if this guy can do it, I can do it. Keep yourself accountable. Go out there, do the work. And yeah, I wish you the best with your health and everything, because I'm sure all of you guys are probably at home right now and it's fucking quarantine thing. But yeah, I hope at least this got you inspired on what's possible and what can you do with the opportunities out there. Remember, go out there and help business owners. Ask for what help they need.
what are their problems and what are their goals. Don't come from a place of greed and trying to take. Come from a place of providing value and trying to help, and that will get back to you 10 times fold. So again, thank you everyone for being here so long with me. I know it was a long call, but I hope you enjoyed it and got some value, and I'll see you soon. And I'll upload the replay as soon as it's ready. Take care, everyone.
All right, we're recording. So we got Bernard here. Bernard is just closed on a deal, doing a few millions a year. Not too bad. So hey, Bernard, how's it going? How you been doing? Tell us whatever you want to share with us, and let's get started. I'm excited.
Great. Well, yeah, I'm doing really well. It's a lot of hard work, I will say that. I've been kind of working at this deal for about 6 months now. I think what really slowed us down the most was the fact that when we were first getting started, we had to come through the holiday season, and a lot of, bankers and just people go on vacation. So it was a lot of downtime in the beginning. But essentially, the transaction or acquisition that we're working on is a film production company that basically makes commercials and video products for large scale businesses. They do some medium and small businesses, some government agencies as well, but a bulk of their business is generated from large scale companies like
How much is it doing in revenues, the company?
Last year it did 4.2 million. It's actually been growing at a rate of about 40 to 60% per year over year. It's a fairly new company. It's been around since 2015.
It's still almost 6
years
to get it done. How long will it take you to get to those numbers if you started a similar business from scratch?
Oh my goodness, there's some businesses been in business for 20 years and haven't made those numbers.
Exactly.
So it's a combination of aggression, and the owner's been in the industry for a long time, so he was able to leverage some of his past relationships to garner that kind of.
Why the owner wants to sell?
The owner, he's getting older. He's about 48 years old. He understands that in a few years he wants to retire. So I guess he kind of got a jump on it because he knows acquisitions take a long time. Or it takes some process.
Let's take a step back then. I'm curious, what's your background? How do you even got to?
I don't have any background. I'm actually a construction guy. My main business is general contracting for residential homes, which is the type of niche that I was actually working in, and that's what I was looking for. When it comes to acquisitions, but I was just kind of searching, and I saw this opportunity, and my brother's been doing film and production his entire life. Okay. And so I sent him the lead, and I was like, hey, what do you think about this? He said, yeah, let's go for it. And so that's what we did. And I'm basically using his experience because he does that day in and day out, just not on that scale.
Cool. So what were you struggling with, like, before you kind of started working with us? I'm curious, what held you back from buying businesses?
Just didn't know the process. I've kind of always wanted to do acquisitions. I just didn't know what to do, how to do. I didn't even understand that it was this common. I mean, I did know that a lot of the major corporations, they grow through acquisition. I mean, you got companies like Facebook, PayPal, like all these companies, they just grow through acquisitions. Whenever they see a market where they want to make a maneuver, they don't typically start something from the ground up. They look to see who they can acquire that already has the infrastructure in place. So it was something that I was always interested in. I just didn't know how to do it.
So what do you feel have changed since working together? Like, what do you feel like right now you have or learned that maybe it just comes down to having the confidence, right? Like
it was 100% confidence and just knowing what to do and knowing the steps. And then essentially you just got to implement them. This specific transaction is actually my third transaction that I've actually tried. The first two didn't go through.
Why didn't you go through?
Well, the first one, it wasn't really that great of a deal. The second one, it was 100% seller financing with a small down payment. But during this COVID situation, it was like a indoor kid facility. So she was willing to sell her financing because they're virtually closed. Wow. And with all the uncertainty of what was going on with COVID, I just was like, I don't think that's a wise investment because the business is going to have to be closed for so long. And it's funny because you just made a video about a very similar situation with that deal where she had pre-sold a bunch of memberships and she wanted me to guarantee it without transferring the revenue, but wouldn't give me a break on the price. so yeah, it was not a good deal. So I ended up backing out of that one as well.
Cool. What? So that's one of them, and then the second one you said wasn't a good deal. Cool. So what?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what would help our community in terms of like questions. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to ask, how did you pick that sector? And you pretty much said you just picked it because whatever your brother is in that sector.
Yeah, it was just an opportunity. I've been working with brokers to find these deals, and it was on listed on a broker's website, and the listing broker didn't even want to sit down and talk to us. He's just like, oh, this is too big of a deal for you guys. He wanted to pre-qualify us. And so I called up one of my broker friends and got him to get the guy to sit down and talk to us. And then within a few days, we were in front of the seller, and the seller's like, these guys are it. He's told us, now I don't know how accurate it is, but he told us he's turned down cash offers because he feels like we're the right people for the business.
Why? Let's talk about that, right? People think that it's beautiful with the small businesses, how it's sometimes just got to do a lot with just the rapport and kind of showing in there to take care of this business, right? So what it looked like for you guys with the owner?
The owner is super, I mean, just easy to work with. He's basically going to stay on. He's committed to work with us for 2 years in the transition process. He's seller financing partially deferred. He's like, I don't even need the money. He's leaving $150,000 in cash in the bank account and saying we don't have to pay him for it. I'm just trying to think of all the things that he's done. The first year he deferred his payments. He said, you don't have to pay me anything. I'm gonna work for the full year free of charge. What else? Anytime we've asked for information, he sent it within a few hours.
That's
he's just
seller,
huh? yeah, he's a godsend, I would say that.
How many employees in the business?
It's 11 full-time employees.
Cool. And what's your plan in terms of running the business after?
Well, initially I wasn't going to be involved in the day-to-day because, I have a construction business. But the deeper I'm getting into it, the more I'm understanding, like, I think I really have to be there to help, my brother. I mean, he's the production guy. He's the film guy. So he's going to be on set doing all the filming. And so that will kind of leave a gap with like the main office operations part of the business. So I'm feeling like I'm going to have to step in and kind of take care of that. I don't know if it's going to be part-time or if it will need to be full-time.
Yeah, what's your goal here with this business, or do you want to do more deals? You want to just keep this per cash flow, or what's the end goal here?
No, we're definitely going to keep making acquisitions. I actually joke with my brother and say, as soon as the ink dries on the contract with this one, I'm going to look for the next one to purchase. We're going to look to kind of expand, maybe another film production company, or we might go into another subsector of the film production industry, just to see how we can expand. Maybe there are several listed in New York and Atlanta that are already for sale just through brokerages. So we'll see if we can get our foot in the door and get the same kind of deal.
What kind of multiples those businesses usually sell for?
I just went with the typical 3.5, and that's what the seller was asking for. So that's what I'm thinking. It depends, because there's one in New York that's listed at a 5x multiple. And it doesn't have as much film equipment either. I mean, this company has a lot of film equipment. I mean, like stuff you film movies with.
Oh, wow. And it sounds like a fun.
It has a full green screen room, everything.
Oh, wow. It sounds like a fun business to be part of.
Yeah, it is. It looks like it's a blast. Yeah.
And keep me updated on future deals, because we're literally just launching right now our kind of like acquisition syndicate, which will allow us to invest alongside you if you need more capital for like the equity hit or whatnot. So super exciting, man. What do you use for lawyers and accountants? I know a lot of people are going to ask, like, what?
I have an accountant that was working with me on the first deal, and she kind of was the one that she would assume that she's the one that blew up the deal, because she was just like pointing out all these holes in the deal. So I think she felt kind of bad. So for this deal, she's basically worked on basically deferred payment. Yeah, we gave her a small retainer, but she superseded that because it's a stock sale, and those stock sale agreements are like super long and detailed, and having to iron out the transitions and different things like that. So
is she going to charge you premium for doing it on a deferred base?
Honestly, I don't know. I keep asking her for the fee, and she's like, oh, don't worry about it. You're good for it, whatever.
Okay.
So I don't think she's really gonna ask for anything. I don't know, but
so she handled all the financial due diligence. She helped you with looking at the numbers, finding some stuff in there.
Yeah, and the SBA, they do a business valuation that's included in the loan. So we didn't really hire an accountant. We just kind of did a lot of surface level due diligence and working with the seller and getting his accountant to send us documents and stuff.
What's your plan with the bank accounts? Are you going to keep the same account for the existing one? You're going to work on a new one?
We're going to open a new account. And the reason we're going to do that is because I guess when he first got started, he signed up for one of those manufacturing loans or cash flow loans, and they have access to his account, and he doesn't like it, even though it's been a few years. He just thinks that it's wise to just open a new account and start fresh so that no accidental debits come through.
Yeah, fair enough. What else people will ask? What about lawyers? What are you going to use for lawyers or used for lawyers?
I'm going to use the lawyer that did our purchase agreement. I'm going to use her as our kind of like legal advisor throughout the process. And he has an accountant that he's been working with for a while. So we plan on keeping his accountant on board.
How's the lawyers getting paid?
We paid her a retainer, and after the close of the transaction, I'm sure she's going to send us a bill, probably for like another $2,500 or something.
Okay, cool. What did you pay her in advance?
Just $2,500 retainer.
Not too bad. So like $5,000 to get the deal done, and that's it's funny because in the program I tell people always ask me how much it's going to cost to pay accountants and lawyers. I'm like, look, it depends on the deal, right? If it's a small deal, which I mean $4 million, it's a great deal. I mean, I'm telling you guys, put like 50,000 in there and you'll be more than okay, and usually you'll just have more to play with even, right? So it's awesome to hear, and that's a stock purchase, right? Agreement, and an asset sales, which would be even simpler. She's like an M&A lawyer or just a small business?
Yeah, she's a M&A and estate planning.
Cool.
Yeah, so she's good with all of that. Yeah,
that's exciting. It's super exciting, man. So the broker, we're talking about finding the deal. We talked about the sector. We talked about accountants, lawyers, financing, post deal. Did you talk to employees already? In the business?
Employees? No, he's really protective of them. Yeah. So he's like, I guess he wants us to get our official loan approval, commitment letter from the bank, and then he's going to sit us down. But that's the only thing he's real protective of. He won't let us talk to his employees.
Fair enough. I mean, I've heard some horror stories, man. Like I'm telling you, I saw some people, you don't necessarily have you're not a competitor in the sector, but I've heard horror stories of people trying to buy their competitors, diving into due diligence under an LOI, and then literally going to employees of that business and taking them away for like higher salaries and learning at the same time everything about the business, right? So I mean, fair enough that he's worried. It's crazy out there in that place, man.
That's unfortunate.
What else you feel like you want to share or you think will help others? Like what would you tell someone right now who's thinking about buying a business and maybe is afraid, kind of like what would you tell someone like that?
Honestly, I would say just keep working, never get discouraged, because I mean, there's been moments in this transaction that have been discouraging where things didn't quite go as planned. And you know what I do? I just take the news and just deal with it, not try to figure out what the issues can be, and just, do what you know to do. And just whenever those situations come up, just deal with it the best you know how at that particular moment. And, usually it all works out as long as you're willing to put in the effort and the work. I mean, it just doesn't fall in your lap. You do have to put some effort behind it.
You do need to do something in the end of the day, don't you?
Yeah.
What about, I forgot to ask, you said that you raised some of the capital from outside investors from the network. So what kind of deal did you offer to the investors? What are they?
Oh man, now that's the hard one. So that's some of the things you just got to take with with stride. So we have 3 different investors, and working with the SBA is very difficult when it comes to equity investors. Yeah. You got to keep them at a low percentage so that they don't have to personally guarantee the loan. But then on top of that, it has to be a fair and equitable percentage based on the percentage of down payment they're bringing. So that's really what took the deal so long. The bank's been ready since January, and we were just trying to raise equity, and here we are in March. They wouldn't even start underwriting until they knew who the equity investors were, what their percentages were, and proving the money. So that's a process. But we have 3 investors. We have 2. We have one that's bringing $100,000 because we need a $400,000 down payment. He wants 8% of revenues, which is his percentage. So based on the down payment amount, we gave him an 8% equity stake in the business. He wants for the first year, we basically tried to negotiate, like a preferred equity deal where they just get kind of like a flat dividend for, annually for 5 years. And the other investors went for it, but our biggest investor, he's like, nah, that's not going to work for me.
So what is the deal with him? He's taking X percent.
He wants 8% of the net profits for the first year, but the trick, but he wants a percentage of it paid out throughout the year, because what he's doing, he's basically taking money out of his account and he's investing it with us, where he was hoping to invest it in something that would produce some sort of like residual income. So he was like, if you could pay out, take the guaranteed flat dividend that you promised the other investors, pay that out quarterly. And then at the end of the year, the difference between what you've paid out and what the 8% of the net profit is, I'll take that difference in a lump sum. And then the remaining 4 years, we'll just do the flat dividend. So it got a little complicated with his.
That's okay. That's a fair deal. So in the end of the day, how much of the deal is getting in terms of equity?
So we're at the end of the day, everybody combined, we're at 19% that we've had to
for the investor.
Yeah.
So
they all mature in 5 years. So with no additional payouts.
So they're getting all getting 19, like all the investors together are getting 19% in the deal.
Right.
And only one investor is getting dividends?
No, they're all getting dividends, but their equity matures in 5 years. So they don't have equity for the life of the business.
Okay.
So it just kind of matures after 5 years. So I think at the end of the day, each investor is gonna get about 100%, their money back plus 100% on return.
How did you calculate that? I'm curious.
It's a high revenue business. So I just essentially told them that we would give them like a 40,000 flat dividend for every 100,000 for 5 years. So 40 over 5 years is 200,000. So they get their money back plus 100,000. And
then the upside, you mean on the exits that you calculated it based on an exit, or that's
no. How did I calculate that? I don't know. I think I just picked the number, honestly. I don't really understand how the dividends and equities part works. So I just made it up and they went with it.
It's okay. It's all good. It's just beautiful to see that, deal can still get done. You don't need to be an expert in finance, have I don't know, an MBA in finance or something. Beautiful, man.
They went with it because they're not really sophisticated investors, because even though it was a lot of money, it's not that much to where sophisticated investors would get involved in the transaction. So it was really just kind of like, I guess small, individuals that have money that aren't necessarily, investor savvy. And
then in terms of like structuring all the legal and stuff like that, your lawyer helped you with all of that?
She wrote up the equity agreement that we used for them, and they all signed it and they sent over their bank statements.
So they sent the money already to like a escrow account?
The money's going to go to escrow to them. That it's going to go in the attorney's escrow. So they haven't sent the money yet. They just sent the proof of funds statement, and they signed the equity investment agreement.
And your lawyer's taking care of all the like escrow accounts and all the legal stuff, and then
yes,
got it. Beautiful. What else could help our guys? It's pretty cool. So just so I'm clear in terms of the investors. So one of the investors getting a better deal. The other ones are just like, hey, you guys, like, join, here's what you're getting. You're getting some dividends. Plus my goal is to basically double your money in the next few years, right?
Yes.
Like that.
That's exactly it.
I'd be interested to see the subscription agreement, like kind of like the equity agreement with them. Would be really interesting to see if you open.
Oh, the stockholders agreement.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how you structure that because
yeah,
it's super simple, pretty straightforward, and it's I mean, like where else they going to put their money nowadays? You know, like stock market's kind of like in a weird situation. I mean, the world is going crazy. Like seriously, investing in small businesses now is, in my opinion, one of the best things you can do because
I agree.
There's only so like think about potentially the upside you can create with those small businesses, man. Small changes. Do you have some plans on what you're going to do with the business already to grow it?
Yes. So he deals mostly with large scale companies, and so what we're going to do is we're going to start, because we live close to DC, we're going to start going for government contracts because a lot of people don't realize that government actually spends a lot of money on film and production, whether they're doing commercials or any kind of video promotions and everything. So we're going to start segue into that market and increase our revenues at least 30, 40, X. Because, in the government contracting space, you could easily grow to a $50 million business in like 3 years.
And you have all the equipment, all the.
We already have all the equipment. We have the space. We have the green room. We actually have a secured room. So what he did was he invested in a room where you need like special key card entry so that you can work on secret projects. So like if Reebok is releasing a secret product, we can do all the filming and stuff in that room and nobody would know what was going on. So
that's exciting, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's really exciting stuff.
Yeah. So what's the end goal here? Like what's your 5 years, 10 years vision with this?
My end goal with this is to grow through acquisitions to see if I can, get some kind of expand into other markets. So have an Atlanta base, maybe a California base, a New York base, and then just kind of segueing maybe into some other markets and stuff that just to kind of build up the brand that expands horizontally as far as the services that we offer.
Yeah. Do you have like a number in mind that you want to get to? Like a revenue top line numbers that you have in mind?
I mean, I would love to make it $100 million revenue business, which is possible, especially in this industry. It's a big number, but just for this sector, that's what I'm aiming for. But I'm going to do some other sectors and stuff, maybe get back into construction and maybe do some technology. My brother, he's big into apps and gaming, so he wants to go down that rabbit hole when it comes to putting out some gaming apps, and he has some great ideas with NFTs that he can generate some good revenues. Yeah.
So but right now your brother is planning to be there day to day in that business?
Yeah, he's going to be there day to day. For the first 2 years, the first year, this is the owner told us, he said, for the first year, I just want you guys to come on board, sit back and just learn, because, with these large companies, they're not keen on somebody new just coming in and kind of telling them, different things. So he said, it's going to have to be a slow transition. So the first year, you guys just kind of sit back, you learn the business, you meet all the clients, you let them get used to you. And then by year 2, we think that you should be able to be,
and he agreed to stay in the business for how long? For a year? Free?
For 2
years, free of charge.
Yeah. Well, the second year he wants a salary, but the first year.
How much he got paid on a yearly basis? How much salary he took for himself from the business?
From this business, he took only like a $60-some thousand salary, but his dividends were ridiculous.
Yeah. But it's beautiful because you just saved yourself $60,000 a year in your first year, right? Plus that's
he wants more than that. As an employee, he's not getting the dividends. He wants $175.
Fair enough, but in the first year you're not paying them that, right? And then in the future you can use that cash flow to hire someone else potentially to do that work, right? If you want.
Right.
I don't want to be there and kind of like lead everything from within, you or your brother. Awesome stuff, man. Exciting. I think we covered pretty much everything we want. I don't know, anything you have to add that you think might be valuable to people?
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, just keep working hard and like you say, every day you're doing something, whether you're talking to sellers, talking to financial partners, talking to lenders, you have to be doing something. And then eventually you'll start to see, everything start to come together. And that's essentially what I do every day.
Yeah, love it, man. Is there anything you think we can do better in supporting you or anyone else who's trying to buy businesses now?
To be honest, I'm just kind of like a go-getter, so it's hard for me to say what you can do better because you've already provided so much information. So I don't really feel like I was missing out on anything. Because I even noticed the bank that we're getting from the loan from for the SBA is a bank listed in, even though I didn't go through it that way, you guys have it listed in your your
Rolodex.
lender Rolodex. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, the information is there, and we're using that lender.
Pick up the phone and tell you want to buy business.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I feel like you guys have done everything that I've needed you to do as far as, you know, providing the information and the knowledge. I even reached out for, you know, at client acquisitions, you know, at acquisitions.com to help raise equity. And so you even offer that as well. So, you know,
good stuff.
I don't know. What else can you say? What else can you do? You know,
all you need to do is go out there and buy a business making a few million a year, huh? Not too bad.
Yeah,
we're doing our best, man. I think we just need to put ourselves a bit more out there, because like everything out there, like 99% of the things out there online help people grow businesses organically. And I see success stories of people like growing business doing 6 figures a year, or growing from like $500,000 to $1 million within few years. And here it's like few months, bam, one business doing 4 point something a year in sales. It's like,
exactly.
It can't get better than that, you know? I mean, and that's just the first deal, right? So
exactly. And that's what's so exciting, is because, you know, this business is literally going to change, you know, the way our family, you know, lives. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh, wow.
On a residual basis. And that's the crazy part. It's not like a one-time lump sum, because I've done some fix and flips, and those are just like one time. All right, now you're only as good as your last deal. Whereas this is like consistent revenue coming, you know, over and over, and it's exciting.
Are you like married? You have a family?
Yeah, I have a wife and a son, and my wife is actually expecting a baby, a newborn.
Congrats!
Yes,
that's exciting. So
yeah,
it's I love to hear that. So it's kind of like it's helping you for more than just like, hey, let's make more money, right? It's like
yeah, because she wants to come home, and this is going to afford her the opportunity to not to have to work. So yeah.
I love it. Awesome stuff, man. Dude, that's exciting. Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
I think that's for me at least the peak moment of this interview, man. That's really awesome to hear. The exciting stuff. Awesome, cool. So I'll stop the recording now, man. I really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much. And
absolutely, not a problem. It's an honor, man. I really appreciate everything you've done for us. You know, just putting it out there, because I can't tell you how much I've literally wanted to do this my entire life. And then one day I'm watching YouTube and I see your video, your ad in front of one of the videos I was watching. And I was like, usually I skip them. I was like, this sounds interesting. So I watched your whole ad and then I clicked to learn more. And I think I talked to Angela, and within like, I made a decision that day and actually signed on. And it was funny because I like the way you guys do it. You were like, well, let's see if I can help you. Like I felt like I was interviewing to be a part of the team. But I mean, it works. Motivated.
Part of the team now. You're probably watching this ad. Who's this guy with his weird accent? They're telling me. Right. A few months later, you got a business doing $4 million, man. I think it's worth listening to this guy who's got a weird accent, man.
Absolutely, definitely.
Good stuff. Awesome, man. I appreciate it, Vernon. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you again for your time.
Hit the record. Cool. So we're recording right now. I'm super excited. We got Leo here. He just closed on a deal, and oh my God, I'm super excited to get started, man. How's it going? Maybe you get started by introducing yourself and tell us a little bit about your background. How did you even get to this space of acquisitions?
Wow, that's a long story. To give a little bit of a backstory, I come from, my name's Leo, as you already know. I'm from Nigeria. I was originally born, and bred in Nigeria. I'm currently staying in Ukraine, and I'm doing acquisitions in the US, which is also crazy.
so just to clarify that, you bought a business right now doing more than $1 million a year in revenues in the US, and you're based in Ukraine, right? You never even visited the US to close the deal.
Yes, I didn't even visit
right?
the US. Yes.
All right, so let's start with it. So yeah, let's get back to it. So what's your background? What did you do before that? Did you have any business before that, or any background in business or anything like that?
I had absolutely no background in business. I never knew what the meaning of revenue was and cash flow. Literally nothing. Like I was blank when I started learning about acquisitions. I found out about the possibility to buy a business, and I realized that you could actually do this without having so much money down. And because of my background, I'm not wealthy. And actually, the place I was in my life at that point in time when I found out about this, I was in a horrible place, right? Financially. And so, that's how my interest got piqued by, the idea. I was fascinated. I was a physician of medicine. I had a strong passion for music. I play about 25 musical instruments. But I come from, very humble background, so to speak. Right. And so, yeah, I was a blank check when I learned about.
I remember we had a call maybe a few months ago, or even more, man. And you were looking at deals in Ukraine, right? And you're like, man, I just need those few $1,000s or whatnot to buy a business in Ukraine. I was like, oh my God, business in Ukraine. Like, I don't even know the country. I don't know what's possible. Like, people are, again, with no judgment, but it's kind of like, you just don't know what you're getting yourself into. So what got you to then deciding to kind of like pivot and say, hey, okay, I'm going to go to the US then?
I had a couple of deals in the Ukraine and I just couldn't close them because I didn't have equity. And here, the generation is still in a stage where they are comfortable with not selling, right? It's very hard to find 85-year-old man who's built a business and who's grown that business such that he wants to exit and doesn't care, right? It's very hard to find such individuals over here because the generational span is not that long yet. And so all of the deals that I found, I needed some kind of an equity push to get them closed. And also a huge challenge that I had was the fact that there wasn't a lot of financial institutions that you could work with. And so that didn't give a lot of flexibility as far as how you could structure the deal or how you could finance. And there was like literally maybe like 5 investment banks that were financing acquisitions. And, while I was having all of these challenges and I was really frustrated because I knew here's a fantastic deal. Here's a willing seller. Institution wants to see, equity injection, and I just couldn't find the equity. And then I recall I was looking at, I was trying to reach out to international banks to see if there was any international, financial institution that'd be interested in financing a deal. And I was looking at this Rolodex, the one in the course, and there was like 500 banks, from the US. And like, hey, here I am working with just 4 banks, and here is 500 institutions. I feel like I'm wasting my time. And I'd spent like, close to 8 months trying to acquire a business. And I thought, okay, let me try to see what options do I have in the US if I could try to do this. And I started to think, okay, what do I need? What is the biggest challenge of trying to acquire a business while not actually being in the US? If you have a financial institution, if you have a willing seller, you have an asset that covers what the financial institution requires, what is the biggest challenge, right? And I put a plan and I started taking steps, one step at a time. And, that's how I, got to doing an acquisition in the US.
I love it. So how did you pick then what sector, like I know, or like, let's talk about how did you kind of like decided on that sector and how did you then go out and find the deal?
Okay, so at first, while I was trying to do acquisitions in Ukraine, I was looking at the most advanced sector that had lots of opportunities and, that lenders were most active in. And that was the agricultural sector. And it actually makes sense as a sector because, it's growing and food is always is always a deficit, right? And since things didn't work out there, and I was looking at the US, there was a lot more options as to, the options were endless, opportunities were, boundless. And I'm a physician of medicine. And I thought, why don't I look at something where I have a little bit of more credibility, right? Because I thought credibility would be a huge problem. And so I said, okay, let me try to, look at something within, my specialty as a healthcare professional. And that's how I decided that, healthcare, and I started looking at all of the different, facets of healthcare. what works best for lenders. I was just always thinking about lenders, right? What works best for them.
And it's exciting. You're saying your background is in healthcare, but it's not like you ran a multi-million-dollar business in the healthcare space before, right?
I was just an employee, like, you know, just an employee.
I love it. And that's what I'm telling people. Like, I don't care if you worked in Uber in the past. Moving forward, if you want to buy a business, you're saying your background is in transportation, period.
Yes.
And use that to your advantage.
And it sounds fantastic, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Awesome. I love it. So you decided in healthcare. Then how do you go out there and find a deal then?
Yeah. So I decided healthcare. I tried different, sectors, but I tried to, maximize my time. So I spend a week learning about a sector. I spend a week calling people in the sector, talking to people, talking to lenders, and trying to see, do lenders have interest in this sector? What do they want to see in this sector? And I realized there was a lot of interest in sectors that have, a little bit of assets, right? So it was very hard to find in sectors with no asset because you needed SBA. I wasn't eligible for an SBA, but I could be eligible for a sector that has assets. And the assisted living sector, it ticks a lot of boxes for me. It's a very tough sector as far as, its resilience to recession. It's a fantastic sector because, you just have residents and, they're paying you. There is work to be done, right? But it's very stable. The numbers are not hard to understand. It's resident fee and they have assets. Lenders love the sector. And there were thousands of assisted living facilities in every state I checked. I'm like, this, this ticks all the boxes for me. And that's why I chose the assisted living industry. I learned about, once again, what is the biggest challenge, right, for this sector? The license, right? How do you get the license? Nothing too complicated, right? I checked how to get the license and I knew that, okay, this is something I can do, right? Nothing out of this world, and I am eligible to be able to get the license once I have a facility running. And that's how I selected the assisted living industry and started, working all of my, hours into the industry.
Love it. How did you then go and find the seller? Did you cold call, use other strategies that we teach, or emails, LinkedIn, or what worked for you?
I tried to use everything at once, right? I recall you said in one of the calls in one of the meetings, I can't remember exactly, do whatever gets you, whatever gets you results, right? And everything was getting me some sort of results, right? But why not do everything together? Nothing stops me, even if I'm cold calling, nothing stops me to send an email, right? So I was cold calling, I was cold emailing, I was cold LinkedIning, if I can call it that, right? I was doing everything I could. Once I, get a hold of a broker, I tell them, hey, look, we can work together, right? If you want to get paid just like I want to get paid, let's find a solution. I have no problem making sure that from my end, I give you a percentage to keep you motivated to get the deal done, right? And, I got brokers reaching out to me with deals, from right, left, and center. And, I got people replying to my email. I sent like, thousands of emails, thousands. I would send like 150 LinkedIn messages a day, and I'll try to personalize them, so it was horrible work. But I, little by little, I got used to it actually. And so that's how I found a deal. And one fantastic thing about an industry where you have licenses is the fact that there is usually a directory in every state of the list of, companies, right? And so that was it was a gold mine for me. When I found out that, there was a directory, sometimes the directory had the numbers of the administrators of these facilities. And I was like, wow,
Beautiful, man.
This is gold mine. Yeah.
So good.
Cold calling, thousands of cold calling. Yeah. And I found actually a broker that took up on my offer, and I said, hey, look, I can share, something with you. Let's get this done. And we worked together to get the deal done.
I love it, man. So it was a broker. Then he helped you. I guess you had access to financials. How did you then decide on what offer to make on the business? And let's even take a step back at the same time. I know you build yourself a team of advisory and share the equity. Maybe share a little bit about that. By the way, part of what we want to do with acquisitions.com moving forward is create a program where we are going to be the board for clients. I know that that could have been valuable for people, right? For you perhaps as well. But yeah, maybe walk us through that process a bit of what that looks like, and how did they help you, or yeah, whatever you want to share. I'll let you talk. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another story on its own, because I had to build 3 boards to get to this point. So obviously the first one, while I was trying to do acquisitions in the Ukraine, right? I had a board that I was working with in the Ukraine. Physically, we could meet each other. And when I decided to switch to the US, first I was looking at acquiring clinics, medical clinics. And so I had to build a board for acquiring medical clinics. The board wasn't performing, and I had to, fire the board and create a completely different board when I decided I was going to go to assisted living facilities. And actually, when I built the 3rd board, I had to do it in 72 hours because I'd found a deal, I had signed the LOI, and I needed to do due diligence. And I was like, okay, what do I do now? I have the LOI. What do I do with this LOI, right? I had to draft, contracts and a lot of things. So I went crazy with, putting together a board, and I didn't sleep for like 3 days and put together, it was really, really aggressive.
Good job, man. Where did you get them? Like LinkedIn mostly?
Interestingly, I found a very interesting way, to build a board, because, I was playing a lot of things, and I put a post in LinkedIn that here's a company, here's our goal, here's what we want to do in 2 years. We want to get to 100 million by the end of 2022 in market capitalization. And we are open for, partners who want to be, member of the board of advisors. We're looking to give away equity. If you're interested, reach out. So I just said, okay, let me just try this, right? And the response was incredible. I had like close to 400 people with incredible resumes reach out to me, and I was overwhelmed. So the 3 days I actually spent conducting interviews with these guys, 20 minutes interviews with no break whatsoever. I would stand up to drink water, and I would go on and go on. So I was looking at, how humble is this person, regardless of, what he had on his list. And I met different kinds of people, right? Some really massive guys, and you would tell how someone treats me, because, I'm always careful about, and I'm always wary about the fact that, my race, and I'm Nigerian, and I'm in Ukraine, and I'm trying to do a deal in the US. And there's a lot of things that need to go right for that to work. And so how a person reacts to that idea tells me a lot about their character, right? Someone will say, oh, you're crazy, that's not going to work. That's just, fallacy, right? And someone will say, wow, that's a challenge. I like that. Let's get this done. As that's my guy. Yeah. So that's how I was able to put the board together. And yeah, that's how I did it.
Good stuff, man. So, how much equity did you share with all your board members, if you don't mind me asking?
2% for the chairman, 2 for the transactional attorney, and 2 for we had a heads of operations and a CPA.
Got it. So then you had an LOI. You got to the LOI on your own, right? You didn't use them at all. So you signed the LOI on your own. How did you send the offer? How did you decide on what offer to send them, the business owner?
By looking at all of the information that you have, which is actually incredibly packed. And I have a short story, by the way, to tell you how I got to the course, and which is incredibly packed. And I've looked at those videos over and over and over again. And somehow in the back of my head, whenever I see a deal, I always have options of, okay, let me test this, let me test this. And also I was constantly speaking with financial institutions. I knew what they wanted. And so I always tried to make sure the offer was fitting with what they wanted and was fitting with what I was able to, do, considering my, position. Did I have equity at the time that I could put in, or did I want it to be seller financing and, financial institution combination? And so that was what I was looking at. And that's how I decided, what was best to place as an offer. So it was more of a seller finance. At first, the kind of offer I was making, seller finance 65%, seller finance 45%, term financing for 65%, a term loan that will last 2 or 3 years. And then eventually I'd refinance via a much more agency type financing like HUD or FHA. you know, that will last now, amortize for 35 years, somewhat, something of that nature.
Did you need to sign any personal guarantees on those loans?
Yeah, for a lot of them, they wanted to do personal guarantees, and that's when I needed, you know, someone who was a citizen of the US that was willing to, you know, do personal guarantee for return.
Yeah. So you found a partner in this deal, right?
Yes.
That partner is part of our community as well, right?
Yes, yes, he's part of the community, and it really helped because he understood what was going on, and I didn't have to do a lot of explaining. You know, but
yeah.
I think it was a lot of value to me because I think for someone that doesn't know you to trust you such that, you know, they were willing to put their house on the line. I think it was so much. So I'm so grateful to him. You know, Cody Smith, and I can't say that enough, right? Because it was just too much of value to do that for someone you've never met, right? So
that's the beauty of having a community like that, right? People who are kind of like thinking the same on the same journey. That's freaking awesome, man. I'm humbled on creating that opportunity. It's really beautiful. So now he got equity in the business as well, right?
Yes. So now he's got equity in the business, a comfortable chunk for him. And I'm really happy that I could, you know, say thank you in such a manner. It's more pleasure to me than it is to him. And so a lot of the institutions wanted to see personal guarantee, even if some of them would say non-recourse, but we would do bad boy carve-outs, right? So we would have a personal guarantee. If something goes wrong, we would take whatever we felt was valuable enough to cover the cost of the loan.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like non-recourse, but it's recourse all the same.
Yeah. Did they ask you to put any equity in the deal? And if so, and how did you manage that?
Yeah. So a lot of the institutions wanted to see equity. Because mind you, now the pandemic was raging, and you know there was madness all around the US, right? Nobody knew what was going to happen. I myself was thinking, am I in the right industry? Because a lot of things were happening in my industry that were not, you know, sort of like positive, right? We saw a lot of deaths, a lot of, you know, infections, a lot of breakouts in some of these assisted living facilities.
Yeah.
So I was starting to think, am I in the right industry as well? Lenders closed their doors to financing assisted living facilities. And so, you know, I was thinking really if I was in the wrong industry at the wrong time. And so a lot of these lenders at this time would say, look, if we are going to do a deal, we want to see some equity. We want to share the risk with you. And I wasn't big on equity. I don't have cash, and I didn't have anyone around me. I was looking out for investors. I was reaching out, you know, I'm crazy, right? So I would reach out to 1,000, 2,000 people, and it's not a big deal for me. I was determined to close the deal, right? But I wasn't lucky. I didn't meet anybody. And so that was when I started to think. I said to the seller, hey, look, you and I can see what's happening in the world right now. Assisted living facilities are no longer the most exciting industry for anybody. But you have a facility that is doing fantastically well, and I have a desire to acquire your facility. You have a desire to sell. Let's work out something together. The financial markets are working against us, but we can work for each other. If you're able to meet me in the center, we can find a way that works for you and works for me, and it's a win-win for everybody. So I was trying to get him to understand that, hey, look, we may not be able to finance this deal by having a financial institution inject capital, you know, to have you take a chunk at closing. And I was also putting a lot of pressure, letting him know that if you took a chunk of like $1 million or $2 million, you'd have to pay tax on that money. And all of that tax is going nowhere, right? So why not figure out a way that we can do it? You get all of the money, maybe not right away, but you get all of the money and you're happy, I'm happy, and everybody goes home, you know, everything is a success. So I was trying to find ways to just really talk to him, get to his head. And I presented an offer. I got the idea for the offer by talking to many, many people. You know, when I would do cold calls and I would, you know, meet someone that was, you know, wanting to talk, I would really talk to them. I would really listen to them, right? And let them, you know, just let it out on me. I would spend 2 hours talking to one person. And yeah, you know, so I got a lot of insight. I'll take notes. You know, I learned a lot about the industry. And there was this guy I was talking to that told me, you you know, they were trying to do the same thing, actually, acquire facilities, consolidate, exit. And he told me, hey, look, here's what we're doing. We're trying to acquire these facilities. We're doing no money down. And we just, you know, take over the facilities and, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I was thinking, okay, so they rent the building, right? They sort of like, you know, rent the building, and eventually they, you know, pay the seller step by step until they are able to finance the acquisition. And I was speaking to a management company. At this time, I'd found a management company that I was working with. You know, I was also taking advice from them. Fantastic, fantastic company. And I said, hey, look, is it possible to rent not just the building, but the goodwill? Is it possible to rent goodwill? And we started rubbing minds. We started, you know, talking to attorneys. He went, you know, spoke with his attorneys. I brought it up with my team. We couldn't find a problem why you could not, you know, lease rent goodwill, right? The laws work for you to be able to lease goodwill. So we leased both the building and the goodwill. So now what happens is we take over operations, all of the revenue, all of the, everything comes to us. We give a seller a percentage of that, and we keep the rest. Now, the seller is happy because, you know, he gets out of the business, he gets to take a rest, but he gets a percentage of what makes him feel good, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy because I get to take over operations, I build a track record, right? And I also get to build equity, I build some cash flow. And a third part of it made it fantastic because now, before we closed the deal, we had a financial institution that was willing to finance the acquisition. They underwrote the deal. They were ready to finance, but we said, hey, wait, because now we closed the deal, we can build our reputation, our portfolio. But most importantly, we knew there were just a few things that we could do to tweak the deal, and that would bump up the valuation of the business almost 2 times. And so now we can finance, over finance, and cash out. And now we have equity to do more deals.
I love it. So you didn't use the institution at all to close the deal?
Yes, we didn't use the institution to close the deal.
So good. So it's just like all financed over a period of time using the business cash flow.
Yes. Yes.
So good. So in terms of the due diligence, basically you had your internal team do all the finance and legal due diligence and creating the contracts and going through everything.
Yes.
I love it. Man, that's beautiful. So what's the plan for management? Who's going to be there day to day running everything?
Yeah. So, you know, like I alluded to.
Because you're in Ukraine, right? Because you're in Ukraine. You're not.
Yes, I'm in Ukraine.
Day.
A fantastic question. It's incredibly important that I had someone that I could trust, you know, that will run, you know, the day to day. So that was a huge part of the puzzle. When I was starting on my plan, I knew this was absolutely necessary. And so I was also, as I was calling sellers, I was calling lenders, I was also calling, you know, management companies. And I would look at their ratings. So they have a system in Wisconsin where you could see the history of a management company, what they've done in the past, excuse me, and how the agency, the licensing agency, how they perceive this management company. And so there were a few on top of the list that were, you know, I wanted these guys because they'd done a fantastic job. And I was able to build a rapport with one of them. And we worked together for like 6 months. This guy put a lot of sweat equity together with his team, you know, going to the facilities, you know, looking at them, breaking them down for me, looking at all of the things that physically needed to be improved on. And, you know, making videos, sending it to me hundreds of miles he would move to look at this facility. So we were able to work together, you know, he putting a lot of sweat equity. And when we closed the deal, they were our, you know, go-to partner for doing the day-to-day.
Love it, man. Man, that's really inspiring, dude. I'm so excited for you. What else would you share with anyone who's on the journey and trying to do his first deal? What would you tell them?
Wow, so much, so much, man. Because I think there are a few things that are incredibly important, you know, that really helped me to do the deal. I always remember you would always, you know, start on Monday by saying, what do you have, you know, set to be accomplished this week? I can't remember how you phrased that question, but that's a question I always ask myself. What steps are you taking towards the right, towards the right direction?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cliche, but don't give up is actually a cliche for a reason.
Yeah.
Because it's incredibly important. I mean, I had everything against me. I have everything against me. Dampenya would also say that it's harder for doctors and engineers to do QLA because we think differently. And it was hard for me because I had a lot of learning curves. I was learning business, I was learning negotiation, I was learning financials, I was learning everything at the same time. And I was talking to lenders, brokers, learning how to talk to all of these guys. So it was a massive learning curve. And that was why, not giving up was incredibly important, because I had actually 5 deals that didn't close, right? And we did 4 due diligence for these 5 deals. So one of the due diligence fell apart after we found out some things. The other 3 due diligence, everything was fantastic, right? We want to close the deal, but we had no equity. I had no equity, and I couldn't find an equity partner. So,
Well, right now, moving forward, by the way, if those deals are on the table, we can talk about it after the recording. But yeah, anyway, continue with your story.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it was incredibly important that I didn't give up, because every time, I realized that, the due diligence time frame is gone, and you have to come to terms with the fact that, okay, this deal is not closing. The seller is starting to say, hey, look, I'm moving on. It's always hard. It's really hard. I remember one night for this particular deal, we had done a massive amount of work for 8 months. And I placed this offer. When I first placed the offer to say, hey, no money down. And I said, why don't we finance from the inside? One of the first offers, I said, okay, we take over operations and we use the assets of the business to finance from the inside directly. So the seller sort of signs on the loan. And the seller called the deal off the table. After I placed that offer, after 8 months, after we finished due diligence, the seller said, look, I feel bad about this. This guy is a Nigerian. I don't know if you know about Nigerians. We have a horrible reputation as far as fraud is concerned.
Nigerian princes,
Yes,
prince and stuff like that.
Prince. Yeah, that's like that. Yeah. You're fully informed.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, so this was working against me, because when I would say I'm Nigerian, it would just, everything was working against me. And so when I made this offer, the seller called the deal out of the table. She's like, I feel bad about this. This guy's a Nigerian and he's in Ukraine, and he wants to do a deal, and he's telling me that we're going to finance from inside. I think he's a fraudster.
Not easy, man. Seriously, wow. Taking my hat off to you, dude. Seriously.
I remember this night, and I was sitting down in the room with my wife, and I just cried, man. I was broken as a man. I just cried, because I knew in my heart that I'm trying my best to do something valuable and to bring some value, to be as honest as I can, as noble as a father as I can. And here I'm being fraud flagged. And it broke me, man. So I woke up a couple of days later, and my wife always says, I've never seen you so ready to give up in our entire 3 years of being together. And by the way, she's a fantastic support. And I woke up a couple of days later. I'm like, no, I'm not going to give up. Come on, I've worked for 2 years, and I'm going to give up because someone fraud flagged me. No, actually, the 3rd day I was starting to get pissed. So I sent a message to the seller, I was really pissed, and the broker as well, with a really pissed tone. And after about, maybe 4 weeks, the seller came back and said, okay, we've done our research, we've done our background search or whatever. We're ready to move forward, but we're not going to finance from the inside. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, how important it is not to give up, right? The challenge was just overwhelming. But I knew that if I didn't give up, if I kept moving forward, if I kept taking a step towards the right direction every day, it was going to happen one way or another. I didn't know how, but I knew it was. And so it's incredibly important not to give up. It's important to keep improving yourself, keep working on on yourself. and you know, just keep moving forward, man. Just keep moving forward. That's what I always said to myself. Yeah, that's
tough, man. Awesome. I'm really excited to share with the community the interview, man. Thank you very much for sharing that, man. Really, really appreciate it.
yeah, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, man. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.